Undead Mecha. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction, so don't try any techniques you hear here in real life. Your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 301, The Law of Fusion of Light and Darkness. Mechanically, let's wait until the other magic puppet enters and sneak in. With my secret technique, it'll be easy, okay? The girl seemed to have great faith in the young man, smiling and nodding repeatedly. Her obedient demeanor suggested she had a fondness for Wulin Guang. Sure enough, not long after, another mech warrior entered the mech frigate, dragging the undead. Wulin Guang's body flashed with a fluorescent light, then transformed into a black light, following closely behind. Despite being so close, the mech warrior was completely unaware. However, the moment the two entered the mech frigate, Kano, who was infusing the blood law, opened his eyes. Interesting, the entire mech frigate was controlled by the burning spirit fire, and no movement within it could escape Kano's mental power. Although Wulin Guang's law power was formidable, this was Kano's territory, and his mental power was no less than Wulin Guang's. At this moment, behind Kano stood hundreds of undead, all of them reaching the saint level. Their former skeletons had now sprouted flesh and blood, resembling living beings. However, they lacked any signs of life, no pulse or heartbeat. Even the aura of death had almost vanished, leaving those who didn't know better mistaken for corpses. This was similar to the Holy Dragon and the Dark Lightning Rat, though they seemed to have more deeply integrated the law of blood, undergoing a more complete transformation, while these undead were a strange mix. Kano speculated that this was related to their original constitutions, originating in the divine realm. After all, this was the divine realm, where the power of the law of death was potent. His own blood law was too low, making a complete transformation unrealistic. Furthermore, Kano didn't want to waste too much law power. After all, he had to transform several times a day. However, these two unexpected intruders, while also saints, were not ordinary saints, otherwise, they would have escaped his notice. If he was right, both had cultivated law power, and it wasn't just ordinary law power. But now that they were inside, Kano wouldn't let them leave. After all, if others knew the location of the mecha frigate, it would likely lead to unnecessary trouble. With a single thought, Kano closed the entrance to the mecha frigate. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, all the undead surrounded and fled. He didn't know the incoming person's strength, but it was definitely not bad. And since they dared to enter his mecha frigate, they were confident in their own abilities. He assumed, like himself, that they were no match for ordinary saint-level beings. Especially within the divine realm, the difference in saint-level power was enormous. Those who had comprehended the laws and those who hadn't were on a completely different level. Kano, for example, was practically invincible within the saint-level realm. Even with many saint-level beings, those without comprehended the laws wouldn't be enough to withstand a single blow from Kano. Even high-level saint-level beings were equally vulnerable. Wulin Guang and mechanically entered the mecha frigate and were utterly stunned by the magic crystals embedded throughout. Although the magic crystals were of a low enough level to impress their eyes, they were nothing in the divine realm. However, such a large number of magic crystals would be enough to form a magic crystal mine. They must have been obtained from the netherworld. And it's not something that ordinary people could monopolize. Even the descendants of powerful factions wouldn't be able to do so. After all, magic crystals are equally precious in the netherworld, and no faction would allow a young person to monopolize them all. In this case, they might have intruded into the territory of a netherworld expert, but it's unknown how they acquired this mecha frigate. Such a behemoth cannot be dealt with by a few simple levitation magic circles. Wulin Guang and mechanically hadn't walked far in the passage when they stopped, their faces grim and gloomy. Damn it, Wulin Guang's mouth twitched, and he sighed deeply. As he looked at the situation on both sides, white and black light flashed around him. Mechanically's body was ablaze with starlight, the power of the laws of space. But her expression was equally grim, simply because the situation around her was indeed not looking good. On either side of them stood over 100 undead, each brimming with murderous intent, ready to tear them apart. If they were merely undead, it would be fine, but these undead exuded the aura of a saint, each possessing flesh and blood. This reminded them of the law of blood. Someone possessing the law of blood was likely the warship's master. Furthermore, the presence of the law of blood meant that a 9th level undead could be elevated to saint level. 1 or 2 saint level undead might not be a big deal, but a swarm would force even a god level expert to retreat. He was certain that the 100 or so undead present here were not the total number of undead aboard the warship. Ulan Guang, what should we do? Are we really going to fight here? That blood law expert is right here. A fight like that would be very disadvantageous for us. Kenolite seemed ready to teleport, but she knew she couldn't teleport very far in this enclosed space. If she wasn't careful, she could easily end up in range. Let's fight. We have no choice. If they wanted to invite us, they wouldn't have sent so many undead. A powerful master of the law of blood, I'm looking forward to meeting you too, Wu Languang sneered, and then a black and white heavy sword appeared in his hand. He slashed fiercely at the undead on one side. Judgment, a black and white sword energy swept out, and the undead roared in anger. The Death Knight threw his spear, and the skeleton soldiers all defended. But the black and white sword energy was equally powerful, directly bisecting 3 saint-level undead. It then cut a huge wound into one of the undead's body. If it weren't an undead, it would have died long ago. The law of light and dark fusion. Interesting, Wu Languang was only a mid-level saint level, yet a single sword energy cleaved 3 saint-level undead. You have to know that the saint-level undead's defense is absolutely unquestionable, even if they possess the power of the law. The power of the black and white law, and without any resistance. If this isn't the law of light and dark fusion, what else could it be? The fusion of the laws of light and darkness. This was no small feat. The fusion of 2 diametrically opposed laws would undoubtedly greatly increase their power. As to just how powerful it was, Kano didn't know, but it was likely comparable to the Dark Lightning Rat. After all, the Dark Lightning Rat's fusion of dark lightning was also terrifying. Of course, there was also the question of the time it took to fuse the laws. If it had reached the saint level, Wu Languang would have been no match for the Dark Lightning Rat. Kano had captured many Death Knights, and naturally, there were also a number of these javelins. Adding a touch of the power of the law of death, dozens of javelins were enough for the two to handle with caution. Space distortion, illusionary light, mechanically cried out, and the space around her instantly warped. The javelins completely lost their aim, missing their target. The light surrounding Wu Languang also grew illusory as he spoke, and the javelins also lost their aim, hitting nothing. This scene startled Kano. He hadn't expected to encounter 2 masters. No wonder they had so brazenly entered his mecha frigate. It turned out they had some real skills. While this method was impressive, it was nothing to Kano, especially not these undead, who were merely his puppets. Over 100 undead instantly rushed forward, surrounding the 2 men. Their weapons clashed continuously, and this initial wave of attacks caused their expressions to change dramatically. The next moment, they flashed, teleporting 10 feet away. Then, they stumbled, nearly falling. Not far from them, a dozen or so saint-level undead appeared. Seeing the sudden appearance of the 2, they rushed forward without hesitation. Judgment, another 2-colored sword energy strike, but this time, it only killed 1. The surrounding undead quickly dodged, barely avoiding the attack. Following this blow, the rest of the undead rushed forward. Their weapons brought down fiercely, but the 2 figures vanished in a flash. 10 feet away, the void shimmered, and the 2 figures reappeared, but this time their expressions were even more horrified, as if they had seen a ghost. Not far from where they emerged, over 20 undead stood silently. Seeing the 2 men, they immediately rushed over. Damn it! How many saint-level undead are there? What's he trying to do? Turn this place into a maze. Wu Languang was furious. They had only been here for a short while, and they had already encountered over 200 saint-level undead. 200 of them. If they were blocked, they would be dead. Mekanili's face paled slightly as she teleported continuously. Although she had grasped the power of special laws, manipulating them was too mentally taxing. If this continued, she would be crippled even before a fight. Where are you? Come out now. If you've got the guts, let's fight it out. Watching Kenolite gradually weaken beside him, while the surrounding undead continued to charge, Wu Languang was finally furious and wanted to find Kano to fight him out. With his strength, he had no concerns about his own safety here, but Kenolite's strength was not enough. If anything happened to Kenolite because of him, he would be restless. The 2 had helped each other in the death realm, escaping danger countless times. Otherwise, Even Wulin Guang, no matter how powerful he was, wouldn't have dared to venture into the Mecha frigate's danger. And if anything happened to Kenolite, he wouldn't have fared any better. His future in the Death Realm would be difficult. But no one listened to his roars. The surrounding undead continued to charge, their fearless demeanor completely devoid of any intelligence. "Don't hurt Mechania, he's innocent, damn it. If that happens, I'll fight you to the death." Wulin Guang's rage was so intense that his words became incoherent. Under normal circumstances, he would have considered his words ridiculous. In a blink of an eye, over 30 undead perished, but the number of those around them grew, now reaching 500, with dozens of them being mid-level and advanced saints. Chapter 302, The Strongest Attack. Wulin Guang boasted loudly, but he knew his own strength. At this stage, he wouldn't have any advantage against a cloaked Kano. Kenolite was growing weaker. She hadn't dodged quickly enough and was hit in the arm. Though the wound was only a few inches deep, it was enough to prove she couldn't hold on any longer. They had just teleported to the entrance, only to find the passage sealed. Within the shielded Mecha frigate, exiting was extremely difficult. So, they had no choice but to find Kano as quickly as possible. It was either peace or battle, there was no other choice. However, along the way, they encountered hundreds of undead. Wulin Guang was formidable, fighting his way through, but with so many teleporters, Kenolite was already exhausted. The appearance of the Mecha warriors made Wulin Guang's expression even more gloomy. They were wearing 2 layers of shields and appeared incredibly agile. While the aura emanating from him wasn't god level, it was close. The 2 mech warriors, in particular, who were significantly more powerful, gave him a sense of danger. "Puppet Master, a powerful figure of the blood law, I don't think you're an unknown figure. Why are you hiding? Come out and fight me openly, or I'll look down on you. Not only will I look down on you, but your parents, wife, and children will too. Your friends will look down on you even more. Even if you kill me, you're only relying on these puppets. Will you truly feel better? You possess greater strength than mine, yet you hide in the shadows. Ridiculous. Are you afraid I'll unleash my secrets and destroy you? A coward, you'll never be worthy of becoming a powerful being." Wulin Guang kept shouting, hoping to get Kano out. If only Kano appeared, there would be a chance of a change. Even at the risk of serious injury, he would force Kano into negotiation. However, Kano, observing Wulin Guang's fury, remained unfazed. It was impossible to get him out with just a few words. The more Wulin Guang raged, the more Kano wouldn't let him have his way. After all, it was Wulin Guang who was in danger, not Kano. He would be a fool to leave now. Not only Wulin Guang, but even Kano himself would despise him. Kano considered himself sufficiently cold-blooded, naturally quite rational. Furthermore, Kano had no recollection of the people Wulin Guang had just mentioned. With a mental command, all 10 mech warriors charged forward. Kano wanted to test the power of Wulin Guang's sword energy, a fusion of light and darkness. "Bastard!" Wulin Guang roared heartbreakingly, and with a single strike of his sword, he effortlessly slashed through the double shield of a saint-level mech warrior charging ahead, leaving a deep scar on his armor. If the mech warrior's armor hadn't been made of divine gold, this single blow would have likely ripped it clean through. This startled Kano. He knew the defensive power of the mech warrior's armor well, yet, 2 shields were shattered in quick succession, and the armor was nearly penetrated. This attack power was more than double that of the saint-level Death Knight he had encountered. Even though he wasn't at the god level, his law power had likely reached the peak of the initial stage. However, Wulin Guang looked young, and he had only just comprehended the law of the fusion of light and darkness. To say he was nearing the elementary level was unbelievable to Kano. Therefore, there could only be one conclusion. The fusion law's attack power was immense, perhaps even more powerful than the Dark Lightning Rat's lightning and dark fusion law. Wulin Guang was surprised that the attack didn't cleave the saint-level mech warrior in two. But before he could react, the saint-level mech warrior's 2 shields reappeared. Then, all the mech warriors and undead figures flashed and rushed forward, their momentum fierce, as if ready to tear Wulin Guang apart. This startled Wulin Guang, his expression suddenly changing, and he suddenly dodged. Kenolite, standing nearby, managed to block the mech warrior's attack, only to be sent flying by a punch. With a scream, she fell silent. Kenolite's actions savaged Wulin Guang's face, ablaze with rage. The next moment, his black and white sword slashed directly at the god-level mech warrior, who didn't dodge. He only managed to break through 2 layers of shields before being sent flying over 10 feet by the god-level mech warrior's punch. When Wulin Guang regained consciousness, he found himself surrounded by undead and mech warriors, charging fiercely at him. Mechanically was nowhere to be seen. Light and dark fusion spirit explosion, Wulin Guang roared, and a burst of black and white light erupted from his body. A powerful shield of wind ripped apart, leaving the surrounding mech warriors and undead powerless and instantly sent flying. Even the mech frigate's protective shield was breached, but it quickly returned to normal. Amazing, Kano watched in astonishment, having not expected Wulin Guang's attack to be so terrifying. Though his face paled after the blow, seemingly exhausted, he had just blasted away over 100 saint-level beings with a single attack. This fusion of light and darkness was truly formidable. The sheer explosive power of his attack was undoubtedly far greater than that of the Dark Lightning Rat. The only unfortunate thing was that Wulin Guang had been too bold and unlucky to have run into him. While his strength was certainly formidable, Kano was no pushover. Unable to see mechanically, Wulin Guang's face was grim and furious. He swung his sword relentlessly, cleaving undead spirits one after another. He charged hundreds of feet without seeing mechanically, growing increasingly uneasy and his attacks becoming increasingly ferocious. Kano had captured a significant number of undead recently, and Wulin Guang simply couldn't finish them all in a short time. After all, while the saint-level undead hadn't grasped the power of the law, their inherent immortality and resilience were undeniable. Wulin Guang's all-out attack, a fusion of light and darkness, only achieved 50% of its full potential. As for serious damage, the undead would recover quickly. As for the mech warriors, even fewer had been killed by Wulin Guang, only one to date, and that was a saint-level mech warrior. Even Kano was impressed. Wulin Guang's endurance was truly remarkable. After battling for so long, he was practically going insane, yet his law power hadn't yet been depleted. Kano knew the powerful resilience of the law of light. It seemed he needed to study it, perhaps even strengthening himself. Bang! Wulin Guang's hands trembled as he cleaved another god-level mech warrior flying. The next moment, several death spears struck him, exacerbating his already damaged body. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Wulin Guang cast a gloomy gaze around him. Before he could react, several Death Knight's spears plunged directly into his body. Yet, at that moment, Wulin Guang's eyes were not filled with despair, but rather with resentment and anger. It was this moment of resentment that gave rise to a strange aura. For a moment, Wulin Guang's eyes froze, his entire body utterly silent, as if he had grasped something. The next moment, his eyes flashed open, and his body shimmered with a black and white light. A powerful aura erupted from his body, instantly sending a dozen saint-level beings flying, powerless to resist. I've grasped it, Kano's lips curled. He hadn't expected Wulin Guang to be such a skilled fighter. He could achieve breakthroughs even while fighting. This was a truly terrifying talent. Ho-ha, I finally comprehended the principle of fusion to the pinnacle of the beginning path. Thank you so much, come and die, don't worry, I'll be very polite to you. Wulin Guang's strength surged, his confidence surging. His wounds healed instantly, even faster than his blood principle. This was because Kano's blood principle was only at the beginning of the beginning path, far from reaching the pinnacle of the beginning path. Otherwise, Kano could dominate the saint level with just the law of blood. Even against a god-level opponent, he'd be able to defend himself. If you don't come out, I'll fight you until you do. Wulin Guang laughed wildly, casually slashing with his sword. The saint-level mech warrior, which had been able to resist, was nearly cut in half, causing Kano's mouth to twitch slightly. Excellent defense, much stronger than the undead. Let's see if that powerful magic puppet can withstand a single blow from me. If it can, I'll take it. Wulin Guang sneered, slashing at the god-level mech warrior with his sword. A flash of black and white sword light struck the god-level mech warrior, but the next moment, his expression froze. This confident and powerful blow only broke through 2 layers of the god-level mech warrior's shields. It didn't cause much damage to the mech warrior's armor. Wulin Guang's face flickered with surprise. He hadn't expected a god-level mecha warrior's defense to be so formidable. He had just shattered 2 shields, and now that his strength had greatly improved, he'd still managed to shatter 2. Something felt amiss. Before he could even consider it, the surrounding mecha warriors and undead retreated like a tide. Seeing Wulin Guang's spirited demeanor, Kano didn't want to waste the undead and mecha warriors. Seeing the undead and mecha warriors retreat, Wulin Guang sneered. The next moment, accompanied by a mechanical sound, another mecha warrior appeared before him. This mecha warrior before him was clearly different from the previous one. Its body was golden, ablaze with gray-red flames. Its aura wasn't particularly powerful, not even at the saint level. But its presence alone must have been remarkable. This mecha warrior was naturally not a saint class or god class mecha warrior, but a transformer. Although a transformer mecha lacked any active attack capabilities, its defense and recovery capabilities were already comparable to those of a god class mecha in the god and demon continent. Now that it had reached the death god realm, it was even more extraordinary. At least, Wu Languang was powerless against it. Chapter 303, Battle of Fusion Laws. Puppet Joint Runes, Magic Puppet. To make the transformer mech more flexible, Kainer had naturally engraved magic puppet joint runes on its joints. It had to be said that the effect was quite good. Previously, the transformer mech couldn't react to the burning spirit fire, but now it could. As for the possibility of the runes being damaged, it wasn't a big deal at all. The transformer mech could still function without the runes, and with the transformer mech's recovery ability, the runes could be restored instantly. "What are you?" Wu Languang asked, sensing the transformer mech's uniqueness. However, to his surprise, the transformer mech's burning spirit fire rippled, and it actually spoke to him through telepathy. "Hello, brother. My name is Kenwo. Welcome to my mecha frigate. Your strength astounds me. I originally wanted to keep you in check, but seeing your realization just now, I'm ready to lend you a helping hand. Help me, find me a formidable opponent like this. Yes, two, to be exact. The other one is behind you." Chirp, a sharp chirp rang out from behind him, and Wu Languang couldn't help but look back. He saw a foot-sized black rat behind him, its eyes gleaming with excitement, causing Wu Languang to frown. "You're hiding your head and showing your tail. It seems your strength isn't that great. Let these two guys drain my power of law first, and then you can take advantage and kill me in the end. I have to say, that's a really good idea. Haha, you think too highly of yourself. Just survive first." The voice stopped in shock. Kano's words served as a warning. This situation made Wu Languang's face darken. It was obvious that he had encountered a truly powerful being. Despite his casual appearance just now, both the transforming mecha and the dark lightning rat gave him a distinct feeling, a sense of danger, which puzzled him. A transforming mecha is fine, but this dark lightning rat is clearly only at the beginner saint level. Even this could make him sense danger. Could it be using the law of fusion? Wu Languang couldn't help but laugh at this thought. While the law of fusion involves the fusion of two attributes, there are definitely no more than 100 of them across all the divine realms. And that's just a two-attribute fusion law. If there were 3, there probably wouldn't even be 5 across all the planes combined. Cultivating 3 or 4 law powers is easy enough for a single individual given enough time. For higher gods, this isn't a difficult feat. Even a god king typically comprehends 2 or 3 law powers. However, most god-level masters prefer not to split their focus and focus on comprehending just one law power, otherwise, their breakthroughs would be a matter of years. However, fusing 2 law powers into one is incredibly difficult. Not even a god king, let alone a supreme god, might be capable of it. This isn't determined by strength level, it's a matter of comprehension and talent. But besides the law of fusion, Wu Languang couldn't imagine who gave Kenro such confidence, allowing him to be so conceited about a dark lightning rat. Perhaps in previous planes devoid of masters, Kenro was accustomed to being king. Shishi, as if sensing Wu Languang's mockery, the dark lightning rat let out a strange cry. Then, in a flash of black lightning, it instantly appeared before Wu Languang. The previously casual Wu Languang's pupils constricted, his face filled with disbelief. Seeing the black lightning, he instantly thought of the power of the dark lightning law. The next moment, just as Wu Languang had barely reacted, a bolt of black lightning from the dark lightning rat struck him. His body paused, instantly paralyzed. Damn it, Wu Languang's face sank, but he was powerless to dodge. He watched helplessly as the dark lightning rat's claw struck his chest, breaking it with a crack. That unassuming, inch-long claw possessed such terrifying power. Even Wu Languang, a fusion law expert unrivaled by any saint-level opponent, suffered a setback. The dark lightning fusion law, actually, it truly was a fusion law. Wu Languang's heart was in turmoil, unable to accept this outcome. A fusion law was rare once in a million years, and yet he had encountered one. No wonder Kino was so arrogant, It turned out he had a fusion law-abiding spirit pet. He had actually paralyzed his body. This dark lightning rat was absolutely unmatched within the saint rank. A single strike sent Wulin Guang flying, but the dark lightning rat didn't hesitate. Its body flashed with black lightning, and it reappeared before Wulin Guang. Then, the black lightning struck Wulin Guang, sending him flying with another claw. This continuous attack completely infuriated Wulin Guang. It was only thanks to his formidable physique and the excellent recovery ability of the light law that he would have been seriously injured by two such attacks from the dark lightning rat. However, when the dark lightning rat reached him again, a thick black and white sword energy erupted from its body. Although the dark lightning rat struck Wulin Guang with black lightning, his body was also shattered by the powerful sword energy. However, a hint of anthropomorphic surprise flashed across the dark lightning mouse's eyes, and then a burst of ochre-colored aura erupted, unexpectedly blocking the sword attack, though its body was repelled several feet away. Ochre-colored, the law of earth. This time, Wulin Guang wasn't completely paralyzed, and his agility quickly recovered. However, his gaze towards the dark lightning mouse was filled with fear and trepidation. Apart from anything else, the black lightning alone was absolutely lethal. With assistance, even a moment's impact would be enough to severely injure and kill him. Yet, the two sides had only exchanged blows for a moment, and the transformer mech nearby showed no sign of engaging. Wulin Guang didn't think the transformer mech was just standing there posing. If that were the case, he would be truly relieved. However, the dark lightning mouse had also comprehended the powerful law of earth, making it difficult for him to injure it, especially since its movement speed seemed even greater than his own. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wulin Guang's body flashed with white light, and three figures emerged from him. Their aura, appearance, and movements were identical. A hint of pride crossed Wulin Guang's face. With his light-based illusion technique, he should be able to easily defeat a monster. This would also give him some cushion. However, as he stared at the three figures, a hint of disdain appeared in the dark lightning rat's eyes. As he opened his mouth, 3 bolts of black lightning shot out. Judgment, however, facing these 3 lightning attacks, the 3 figures showed no concern. With their long swords in hand, they struck directly. 3 black and white sword energies shot out. And the dark lightning rat's black lightning struck the 3 figures. However, a faint sneer played on the corners of the 3 Wulin Guang's lips. After being struck, they all dissipated. This surprised the dark lightning rat, but it didn't actually attempt to catch the 3 sword energies. Its figure, in a flash of lightning, vanished instantly. The next moment, countless flashes of lightning enveloped the surrounding space. This was only possible within the mecha frigate, otherwise the dark lightning rat would have unleashed its lightning-absorbing beads without hesitation. A black and white sword energy shot out from the void, revealing Wulin Guang. His face was livid, and he was only a foot away from the dark lightning rat. Despite being forced out of his position, the black and white sword energy still struck the dark lightning rat. Despite its formidable defenses, its fur was sliced, but its flesh remained unscathed. Shishi, the dark lightning rat chirped strangely, then revealed a look of fury. From its mouth, black lightning bolts continuously erupted. This scene frightened Wulin Guang, causing his face to turn pale. If he were truly struck by these black lightning bolts, he would surely be in dire straits. While the dark lightning rat's black lightning didn't do much damage to him, its claw's pure physical attack was quite formidable. If he were to be continuously attacked, it would be hard to believe that his body wasn't severely damaged. The dark lightning rat, enraged, launched its attack, then flashed at breakneck speed, seeking the perfect opportunity for a surprise attack and a fatal strike. However, Wulin Guang, with a cautious expression, suddenly radiated a brilliant white light. The surrounding white light was so intense and dazzling that it blinded the dark lightning rat instantly. Wulin Guang used the most basic light-type flash technique, but wielding the power of the law, its power was naturally formidable. Even the dark lightning rat, caught off guard, was temporarily blinded. As a magical beast, the dark lightning rat recovered faster than Wulin Guang. However, by the time it recovered, Wulin Guang had already slashed out with another burst of black and white sword energy. This time, the dark lightning rat opened its mouth, and black lightning shot towards the sword energy. The two attacks collided, and the sword energy paused briefly before striking again. However, the dark lightning rat took advantage of this opening and dodged. After a few flashes, It completely disappeared into the passage. At the same time, the transformer mech took 2 steps forward and charged forward, seemingly unfazed by Wuling-Guang's fusion law attack. Wuling-Guang stared at the transformer mech's joint runes and unleashed a burst of sword energy. The result was a slight jolt to the mech warrior's shield, but it didn't shatter. This scene made Wuling-Guang's face change. This transformer mech was indeed peculiar. If he knew it was made of restoration metal, he would have turned and fled without hesitation. The transformer mech's outer defenses were merely a shield. Keri had merely inscribed a defensive magic circle on it. Aside from the 1/3 flight magic circle, the rest was a spirit-gathering array. This was the only way to replenish its internal energy and better unleash the restoration metal's terrifying defensive and regenerative powers. While the transformer mech's current offensive power was limited, its defensive and regenerative abilities were undoubtedly formidable. At the very least, it was not something a lesser god could easily defeat. Later, as Keri's magic circle became more sophisticated and smaller, the transformer mech would become even more powerful. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304, Showdown. Unable to break the Transformers' defense with a single strike, Wuling-Guang didn't give up. A brilliant white light emanated from his body, and he unexpectedly cast another flash spell. However, the next moment, the Transformer let out a muffled groan, and his body was instantly sent flying. Wuling-Guang's face was filled with surprise. Damn it! I forgot you're a puppet and don't care about flash spells at all. In that case, let me show you how to use light and dark explosion. Wuling-Guang spoke, and a brilliant black and white light emanated from his body. Then, like a bomb, it exploded, enveloping the Transformer. This time, the results satisfied him. The Transformer's shield was finally breached. Without hesitation, he struck with his sword, striking the Transformer's neck. The puppet rune was instantly severed, and even the Transformer's neck was slashed an inch deep. Seeing this, Wuling-Guang was overjoyed. He swung his sword continuously, sending streams of sword energy piercing the Transformer. Each of these sword energies was incredibly powerful, carrying the accompanying scorching heat of the light principle and the corrosive erosion of the dark principle. Naturally, recovery from these two combined attacks, one positive and one negative, was not easy. Wuling-Guang was relentless, attacking without stopping for a full 100 breaths. The puppet joint runes on the Transformer mech were completely shattered, leaving it riddled with holes, leaving barely a single undamaged spot. Aside from that protective shield, you're truly vulnerable. Wuling-Guang's face was filled with sarcasm, seemingly pleased with his own attack. While his attack methods were limited, they were undoubtedly his most powerful. However, the next moment, his mouth twitched, his face filled with disbelief. The Transformer mech had surprisingly recovered before him. In a single breath, the wounds on its body had healed, even the puppet joint runes. Memory restoration metal. Wuling-Guang stared at the Transformer mech as if he had seen a ghost. Keri felt that the term memory metal was more aptly called restoration metal, given its terrifying recovery abilities. However, Keri was still surprised that Wuling-Guang recognized it immediately. It seemed Wuling-Guang knew quite a bit. Coupled with his strength and talent, he was definitely not an ordinary person. The light principle's restorative power also greatly exceeded Keri's expectations. Given this, it seemed unlikely the Transformer mech would be able to harm Wuling-Guang. Mainly because Wuling-Guang wasn't stupid, he wouldn't let the Transformer mech get close. Otherwise, simply enveloping and refining it would have been more effective. Keri considered sending the Transformer mech and the Dark Lightning Rat together, but decided against it. He had a certain respect for genius and didn't want to outnumber the weak. Follow him, and you'll find me. The burning spirit fire flickered, and the Transformer mech turned and left. Despite a hint of suspicion in Wuling-Guang's eyes, he followed. After only 100 feet, Wuling-Guang arrived in front of Keri. Not far from Keri, mechanically lay unconscious on the ground, though judging by her breathing, she seemed fine. Even Wuling-Guang was slightly surprised by Keri's appearance. He looked so young, only in his 20s. Considering the 100 years he had spent in this soul-destroying dimension, Keri was actually about 140 or 50 years old. However, his rapid cultivation had slowed his aging process, and it was estimated that his appearance would not change much in the future. What truly surprised Wulin Guang was that Keno's strength was only at the elementary saint level. At the same saint level, Keno's pet completely overwhelmed Wulin Guang. Wulin Guang didn't really believe that Keno's pet was only slightly more powerful. He was a complete rookie, and a single attack from him would instantly destroy him. Are you Keno? Yes, I'm Keno, the master of this place. Full name Kenolite. Kenolite, huh? Why did you lead me here? Is there a trap here? Didn't you sneak up here following my mech warrior? Keno frowned and said calmly. This made Wulin Guang pause, feeling extremely embarrassed. After all, it seemed that he had indeed come in uninvited. Thank you for not hurting McKinley. If I hurt him, I'd be afraid you'd go completely crazy. Keno's expression was extremely calm, which made Wulin Guang feel extremely uncomfortable. However, from the surface, he really couldn't see any strength in Keno. Wulin Guang's face grew increasingly gloomy in silence. Finally, he couldn't hold back and said, Do you want to fight? Fight, but at least show some respect. Just fighting is meaningless. Aren't you quite confident in yourself? So, don't just pick a fight. Keno's lips curled into a faint smile, an expression of indifference. This situation made Wulin Guang feel uncomfortable. The feeling of being ignored filled him with deep disgust and anger. However, he didn't let his rage ignite in a reckless attack. That would have been an extremely unwise choice. Alright, I want this mecha frigate. It looks like it would be a perfect place for enlightenment. Yes, no problem, but what if you lose? What do you want? I want you. Keno's casual smile sent a shudder through Wulin Guang. He then abruptly stepped back, his eyes filled with wariness and disgust. Don't get me wrong, I'm not interested in your body, I'm only interested in your talent and strength. If you lose, then you can become my thug. No, is there anything else you can offer me that I'd appreciate? Or are you too insecure to fight me? Keno spoke casually, and Wulin Guang's face darkened. He had been the one to offer such sarcasm, but he wouldn't arbitrarily restrict his freedom. The mecha frigate was indeed impressive, but it couldn't compare to his freedom. At least in his opinion, it wasn't worth it. It's true that I have nothing comparable to your mecha frigate, but trading it for my freedom is absolutely impossible. Unless, win or lose, you give it to me, no problem. Wulin Guang had initially expected Keno to disagree, perhaps even hesitate. After all, such a powerful mecha frigate was priceless. However, he didn't expect Keno to hesitate at all and simply agreed. His speed made him feel like he'd just eaten a fly. He naturally didn't know that while the mecha frigate was decent, it was already outdated in Keno's eyes. Keeping it would be useless, so he decided to do a favor. You've truly surprised me. That's not the case. I'm just saying that what seems important to you might not mean anything to me. One more condition, my mecha warrior, I don't want the most powerful one, I want one that's god level. No problem. Keno nodded casually in agreement, which further puzzled Wulin Guang. Even he felt his conditions were a bit excessive. But Keno appeared completely nonchalant, seemingly unconcerned. Are you so confident you can defeat me? Aren't you confident? Keno asked, causing Wulin Guang to frown. Facing Keno, he felt completely uncertain, a feeling that put him in a very bad mood. Staring at Keno, Wulin Guang suddenly showed a strange look, then asked doubtfully, have you comprehended other laws besides the law of blood? Do you think I'd tell you that, regarding his own strength, that was his life-saving trump card? He would never reveal it unless it was absolutely necessary, let alone share it with anyone. Keno's respect for Wulin Guang didn't mean he would tell him everything without reservation. In his view, that was the act of a fool. Wulin Guang smiled in disbelief. His previous question was indeed foolish. But after a moment's reflection, he said without hesitation, let's go fight outside. I don't feel safe here. No problem. Another no problem. Wulin Guang was at a loss for words. Soon, he felt the mecha frigate open a passage, which filled him with bitterness. Aren't you afraid I'll escape? Honestly, I actually hope you do. I really don't want to waste my time on trash. There are many questions that don't need to be asked, because asking them is ridiculous. Keno's words didn't irritate Wulin Guang at all. His words only showed Keno's respect for him, without any other meaning. Soon, the two of them were outside the mecha frigate, 10 feet apart. Keno wore a calm demeanor, his soul fire slowly emanating from his body. Soon, a gray-red flaming phoenix condensed above Keno's head, emitting a fiery aura. Under the blaze, the surrounding dead energy gathered and was immediately devoured. It was then that Kano remembered that dead energy was extremely beneficial to the burning spirit fire. This death realm was undoubtedly an ideal place for evolution. With this thought, Kano's body erupted with a 10-foot wide burning spirit fire, instantly forming a massive vortex centered around him, drawing in all the surrounding dead energy. In that instant, Kano felt as if he had become the master of the dead energy. He also felt that his burning spirit fire seemed to be constantly evolving, with a faint sense of breakthrough. However, all this was viewed with a grave alarm by Wulin Guang. It was obvious that the Death Realm's dead energy was a great tonic for Kano, and this would undoubtedly be a serious disadvantage for him. With this in mind, Wulin Guang would not allow Kano to continue absorbing it. He swung his sword through the air, blasting black and white sword energy towards Kano. Yet, facing this attack, Kano seemed oblivious. He allowed the black and white sword energy to strike him, leaving a massive wound. The wound was deep enough to reveal the bone, and stained with residual black and white sword energy, yet, the wound showed no signs of erosion, and not a single drop of blood remained. Chapter 305, Tai. What was even more incredible was the remarkable way Kano's massive wound healed at a visible rate. In just a few breaths, it was back to normal. From the outside, there was nothing wrong with him. He'd charged up his full strength and delivered a powerful strike, imbued with the power of the fused laws of light and darkness, yet it hadn't seriously damaged Kano. Kano seemed immersed in some kind of spiritual practice, which meant his recovery had been entirely natural. Impossible. The blood law doesn't have such powerful recovery capabilities. My light burning and dark erosion aren't so easily reversible either. Indeed, Wulin Guang was right. Whether it was the burning from the light law or the corrosion from the dark law, their power was too great for a blood law to quickly recover from. While the blood law was undoubtedly formidable, it still fell short of the fusion of light and dark. Kano's blood law, in particular, clearly hadn't reached the peak of a beginner's level. But he didn't know that Kano not only possessed the law of blood, but also his burning soul fire, which could rapidly heal his body. This was especially true at this moment, as his burning soul fire continuously devoured the surrounding dead energy, which meant an immense amount of energy was pouring into Kano's body. Kano's burning soul fire was no less resistant to the burning of the law of light, and he was also susceptible to the erosion of the law of darkness. While he might not be able to completely eliminate the damage, he could certainly offset the damage. Furthermore, Kano's body was inherently strong, possessing a certain degree of resistance. Furthermore, his possession of the law of earth naturally boosted his defenses. Kano was completely consumed by the burning soul fire, otherwise he would have been furious. To have such a massive wound to his body was an absolute humiliation. However, Kano's resilience truly frightened Wulin Guang. If Kano's recovery remained at this level, the battle would be hopeless. No matter how hard he fought, Wulin Guang would have been unable to harm Kano. Wulin Guang, unwilling to miss this opportunity, raised his sword once more. Black and white sword energy continuously gathered around it, as if gathering strength for another attack. Even as the momentum intensified, Kano showed no sign of waking. Instead, his burning soul flames grew to over 10 feet, seemingly growing ever stronger. As Wulin Guang struck, the surrounding space trembled slightly. Then, a black and white sword energy over 10 feet long shot towards Kano, causing the entire surrounding space to tremble slightly wherever it passed. As if sensing a smile, Kano's body trembled slightly, and then a burst of red, yellow, gray, gold, and white light erupted from his body. Simultaneously, cracks appeared in the surrounding space. Though extremely subtle, they demonstrated the terrifying power of Kano's 5 rays of light. The black and white sword energy struck Kano, but the moment it touched the 5-colored light, it was instantly annihilated. It felt like a drop of water vaporizing upon contact with a ball of fire. Explode! Wulin Guang's face darkened, and he roared. The remaining black and white sword energy trembled violently and suddenly exploded. Terrifying power spread out, instantly dispelling the surrounding deadly energy. Tiny cracks in space appeared and vanished. However, Kano remained unmoved. His expression unchanged as he stood amidst the 5-colored light. The 5-colored light on his body merely trembled, seemingly undamaged. The 10-zang wide burning spirit fire instantly shrank, leaving only 3 feet. The next moment, the surrounding deadly energy converged, and the original burning spirit fire expanded to 10 zang in size again, seemingly endlessly regenerating. Even in this state, Wulin Guang's face darkened. If he continued to fight like this, even if his law power was exhausted, Kano would remain unchanged. This level of defense was a bit too terrifying. Even a god-level powerhouse wouldn't be able to reach this level. Wulin Guang's face was filled with bitterness, but he didn't continue his attack. It was pointless to continue. He only had a few tricks, and it was obvious that he couldn't harm Kano at all. Wulin Guang could see that the five-colored light was a soul's autonomous defense, sensing danger. This meant that Kano possessed the power of the five laws. At this thought, Wulin Guang felt his worldview completely overturned. A mere saint-level being, how could he be so terrifying? Time passed, and Kano was completely immersed in his understanding. The deathly aura continued to gather around him, even among them were some undead spirits. However, these undead spirits, drawn to the dense deathly aura, showed a hint of unease and fear upon seeing Kano. They all hovered around him, wanting to approach but afraid to, yet unwilling to leave either. Soon, a saint-level undead spirit approached, but it too acted in the same way, seeming to be wary of the igniting spirit fire. This continued for over 6 months, during which Kano stood there. The undead surrounding him numbered over 5,000, including 300 or 400 saint-level spirits. Kano suddenly opened his eyes, and gray-red flames erupted from them. Kano could clearly sense a transformation within his soul, his burning soul fire rising significantly. Even his novice saint-level strength had reached the intermediate saint level. The energy consumed by the burning soul fire merged with his body, significantly enhancing his physical form. Each of these benefits filled him with excitement. It seemed his visit to the Death Realm had been a good one. Wow, so many undead, over 5,000 undead. Kano showed no fear. Instead, his face was filled with excitement, even forgetting about Wulin Guang. The next moment, with a wave of his hand, he summoned all the mecha warriors and undead. Without a single hesitation, he charged forward. The disappearance of the burning soul fire unleashed a wave of fear from the surrounding undead, each brandishing their weapons in a frenzy. Leading the charge on Kano's side was naturally the dark lightning rat. Facing the onslaught of 5,000 imposing undead, its eyes shone with cunning. Then, as it opened its mouth, the surrounding space roared, and countless black lightning bolts rained down from the sky. For a moment, it felt like a catastrophe annihilating the world. The sheer force of the sound startled even Wulin Guang. If such a terrifying, large-scale forbidden summoning technique had targeted him, he would have been gravely injured, if not killed. He naturally didn't know that this was due to the lightning-absorbing orbs within the dark lightning rat's body. The range was too limited to be effective, so the dark lightning rat, utterly furious, hadn't used it on the mecha frigate. The power of the black lightning was undeniable, and it wasn't merely a paralyzing effect. The corrosive effects of the dark law and the burning effects of the lightning law easily annihilated all the lower-level undead. The higher-level undead managed to hold on, but were also unable to move. Only the holy-level undead, their bodies stiffened, temporarily losing their ability to react. The ensuing battle seemed incredibly simple. The dark lightning rat continuously emitted black lightning, paralyzing the revived saint-level undead. Meanwhile, Kano continuously devoured the undead soul fire, replacing it with igniting spirit fire. In just an hour, all the undead were defeated. Kano's spiritual power surged again, seemingly on the verge of breaking through some limit. Do you want to keep fighting? Wulin Guang waited until Kano had eliminated all the undead before speaking. However, his words lacked any confidence at this point. I've seen your attack and recovery abilities, they're formidable. With my abilities, it's difficult to harm you. So, I've decided not to fight. Let's call it a draw. After all, you can't beat me. Having subdued thousands of undead at once, Kano was completely overwhelmed for the time being. He didn't want to waste time on Wulin Guang, as a fight would only expose his strength. So, he made up a random excuse and cancelled the fight. He thought he had more time, so he might as well go find more saint-level undead. You have the Law of Blood, which allows high-level undead to ascend to the saint rank. Yes, you should have known this before. How is it going to be like being chased by my hundreds of saint-rank undead? Aren't you excited? After capturing these undead, your saint-rank undead will have exceeded 2,000. To be precise, it should be close to 3,000. How many of them possess the power of the law? Less than 10. Even among the saint-rank undead, only a few possess the power of the law. This frustrates Kano, but he can do nothing about it. The Death God realm is in no shortage of undead, and the saint-rank undead are the most abundant. The way for the undead to ascend seems to be to devour soul fire, so only a few have comprehended the law. and those who possess the power of the law are all very powerful, at least at the intermediate saint rank. This makes Keri wonder if there is some secret hidden in the soul fire. Constantly consuming the soul fire, Keri's mental strength has increased significantly, and his understanding of the power of the law has also increased significantly. What are you trying to do with all these saint-level undead? Are you waiting for them to reach god level? Wulin Guang teased. Expecting these saint-level undead to reach god level was a long shot. At Keri's age, he certainly didn't have the patience to wait. He had an idea in mind, and if it coincided with Keri's, it would be a good idea. Use quantity over quality, and siege the god level undead. Since it's a draw, will you still keep your promise? Of course I will. I'll give you another space ring. You can store and release it any time. It's a good place to practice in this death realm. Keri acted nonchalant, retracted the seal from his ring, and tossed it directly to Wulin Guang. To him, the mecha frigate had lost its meaning at this point. It served no great purpose, but he couldn't bear to destroy it. Considering it a favor was the perfect way to go. Seeing how easily Keri delivered the mecha frigate, his expression serene. A hint of something strange flashed through Wulin Guang's eyes, followed by a strange, self-deprecating chuckle. I, Wulin Guang, have never taken advantage of anyone in my life, especially when I wasn't in the right. So, I'll give this thing to you. Chapter 306, Seed of the Law of Light. A space ring was thrown over and Keri caught it casually, then he probed his mental power into it without hesitation, and the next moment he was stunned. Seeing Keri's expression, Wulin Guang smiled calmly and said casually, Law seeds are precious, but they can be condensed by those who reach the Divine King level. However, condensing a law seed will reduce one's strength, so even Divine Kings are reluctant to condense one easily. Law seeds are precious to saints, but in reality, they are not that precious. Saints with some talent usually want to comprehend the power of the law on their own, and divine masters are unwilling to be distracted. This is just a shortcut for ordinary people. I don't know why you cultivate so much law power, but one more wouldn't make much difference now. Ever since I comprehended the law of fusion, I've been constantly searching for secret techniques related to the two laws in order to achieve a breakthrough. After all, there were very few powerful people who comprehended the two laws of fusion before, so finding them was simply impossible. If I want to improve, I can only constantly explore on my own. I found this law of light seed in a ruin. You should have heard of it, the god destroying space. I feel that the power it contains is too strange and terrifying, and it may be related to the Lord God. So if anything goes wrong, don't blame me. With such a grand gift, we should be even now. Wulin Guang's explanation surprised Keri. If his guess was correct, this law of light seed must have come from the main temple. However, Keri had never met Wulin Guang. This meant that the god-destroying dimension seemed to hold some other secrets, though they seemed to have nothing to do with him. With such a grand gift before him, Keri had no reason to refuse. While others feared distraction, Keri simply desired to accrue as much law power as possible. He now dominated his peers within the saint rank because he had comprehended a vast amount of law power. Moreover, he felt his law power was steadily increasing, and it wouldn't be long before he reached the intermediate level of the navigational path. I'd like to borrow your mecha frigate for some time of retreat. I think you wouldn't refuse. Of course, Keri entered the center of the mecha frigate and took out a law of light seed. Sensing the pure law of light power within, Keri couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Mingaya Senyu seemed to have returned to the divine realm of light. Who knew what would happen? A divine king-level expert being pregnant was incredibly unbelievable. He had originally planned to reach divine level before leaving the divine demon continent, but was instead forcibly relegated to the lower saint level. It all felt so unrealistic. However, he suddenly discovered that his constant absorption of soul fire and death key was actually increasing the power of all the laws. This surprised him immensely. Increasing the power of the laws without comprehending them was definitely not a normal method. Therefore, Mingaya Senu's decision to allow him to leave the divine demon continent was somewhat unusual. Perhaps, she was controlling everything. Keri was definitely going to the divine realm of light. If that was the case, the sooner he could comprehend the power of the law of light, the better. He even wanted to comprehend all 12 conventional laws before advancing to divine level. While it sounded unbelievable, he had already comprehended half of them and wasn't far from achieving full comprehension. According to rumors, only the supreme gods possess 12 law powers. Other god-level experts, even supreme gods, could only comprehend 4 or 5 at most. Comprehending each law power required a lifetime's dedication. Attempting to comprehend too many would likely lead to stagnation. As his spiritual power entered the law of light seed, Kano felt a searing warmth. Indeed, both heat and warmth occurred simultaneously, a truly bizarre sensation. However, before he could fully grasp the experience, a strange aura emanated from his soul. Then, as if drawn irresistibly, the law of light seed was instantly drawn into his soul. Almost instantly, all the law powers within Kano's soul activated, erupting from his entire body in a 5-colored light. A terrifying aura of pressure emanated from him. Even with the defenses of the mecha frigate, the pressure radiated uncontrollably. Outside, Ulan Guang and the awakened Kenoli's expressions suddenly changed, as if they had witnessed something unimaginable. Kenoli, in particular, was completely clueless. Surrounded by such a powerful and terrifying pressure, she was instantly terrified. Ulan Guang, what kind of aura is this? Judging by the pressure, it's barely above that of a god-level expert. Ulan Guang remained silent, equally shocked. He felt that Kano was a monster, rapidly increasing in power in a short period of time, a period that the divine cultivators paid the least attention to. Compared to him, the younger generations of the Lord God seemed nothing. At that moment, the surrounding death energy suddenly trembled. Then, as if drawn by a tremendous force, it gathered towards the mecha frigate at an incredible speed. As the gathering death energy approached the mecha frigate, it slowly condensed into visible mist. It felt as if any thicker, it would liquefy. Liquefying divine death energy, what a concept. It seemed only the Lord Gods could possess such a celestial power, even the God King wouldn't easily do such a thing. After all, condensing death energy is extremely draining. Though a God King is already at his peak, he wouldn't do so casually. Furthermore, Kano had already condensed 100-foot wide death energy mist. Bang! With a crackling sound, the mecha frigate's shield was instantly shattered. Immediately afterwards, dense streams of death energy continuously poured into the mecha frigate, seemingly absorbing as much as possible. Roar! An angry roar echoed, tinged with both anger and excitement. It seemed as if someone had plundered his death energy, thus causing the dense death energy here. Soon, a 10-foot-tall, high-level saint-level giant rushed over, its body radiating thick gray flames. Every step it took left a foot-deep footprint on the ground, along with some scorch marks. The law of fire. Although the undead belong to the element of death, the power of the law of death is too slow to comprehend. Especially for these undead, even those of the saint level possess only combat instincts. Among the undead, most possess the power of other laws. The most common are the laws of darkness, earth, and metal. Fire and thunder, which counteract these laws, are naturally rare. As for the laws of time, space, and light, they are practically non-existent. This fire giant is clearly a rare entity. Because it comprehends the laws of fire. It is undoubtedly a formidable opponent among the saint-level undead. Kaner had previously provoked a group of undead, and now a fire giant has arrived. Although this time the presence is even greater, Ulan Guang likely just happened to be passing through. Faced with such a formidable problem, Ulan Guang naturally wanted to help eliminate it. However, before he could act, heavy footsteps were heard from afar. Accompanied by these heavy footsteps, a figure measuring 5 feet tall emerged from the darkness. Resembling a water buffalo, it stood 10 feet tall, clad in pitch black, shrouded in a thick, black aura of death, and completely transformed into mist. The power of the dark law emanating from it had reached the level of initial perfection, just one step away from advancing to the divine realm. Its strength had also reached the pinnacle of the saint level. If that alone weren't enough to shock Ulan Guang, what astonished him was the crack between the giant bull's brows, seemingly a third eye. And if he wasn't mistaken, this undead beast was the Black Bull Demon, a creature specifically designed to counter the undead. The Black Bull Demon is a rare, primitive beast native to the Death Realm, rumored to have existed since its inception. It feeds on the undead and possesses immense power. Its third eye, known as the soul-devouring eye, possesses the ability to directly devour soul fire. However, its reproduction is difficult, making its numbers extremely rare. Even if the average person wanted to see it, they would be unable to do so. Of course, this doesn't mean the Black Bull Demon is incredibly powerful, as it possesses no special abilities beyond combating the undead. While its strength is considerable, it's far inferior to that of a god-level expert wielding a divine artifact. In the entire undead realm, Black Bull Demons are pitifully rare, It's said that not even one has reached a god level. So, despite being shocked, Wulin Guang wasn't afraid to attack the Black Bull Demon. On the contrary, since they planned to stay for a long time, he wanted to capture the Black Bull Demon. Thunder roared, and the figure of the Dark Lightning Rat suddenly appeared at the head of the mecha frigate. It stared at the Black Bull Demon, its eyes flickering with an eerie glare. However, the Black Bull Demon's gaze was fixed on the flame giant, its gaze filled with greed, as if it had spotted a delicious meal. The flame giant, on the other hand, was filled with fear, staring at the deathly mist above the mecha frigate, unwilling to leave. It roared furiously, its flames dancing. Roar, roar, two roars echoed, and then the flame giant erupted in flames, transforming into a flaming shadow and charging forward. From a distance, it punched out with both hands, unleashing a massive fireball. The power contained in the fireball was no less than that of a forbidden spell. Facing the flame giant's ferocious attack, the Black Bull Demon stomped its hooves to the ground. A moment later, a black shield appeared over it, completely blocking the flames. At the same time, the Black Bull Demon roared, and the crack between his brows opened. A blinding black light erupted from his third eye, striking the fire giant. The fire giant's body stiffened instantly, and he couldn't land even after taking a step. Then, the Black Bull Demon roared again, and the fire giant's entire body trembled with flames. The soul fire was actually sucked out, transforming into a streak of fire that the Black Bull Demon swallowed directly into his mouth. The seemingly powerful fire giant was so easily destroyed by the Black Bull Demon. This stunned Wu Langguang and the others, and they also found the rumors somewhat unconvincing. The eye between the Black Bull Demon's brows seemed to only have an immobilizing effect, his voice seemed to contain a soul attack, and it directly devoured the soul fire. Chapter 307, Mutated Bull Demon in Quantum Cannon. Has this Black Bull Demon mutated? McKinley asked doubtfully. After all, mutations were normal for Warcraft. While she had never heard of a Black Bull Demon mutating, the occasional mutation seemed nothing unusual. The Black Bull Demon devoured the flame giant in a flash, then dismissed the corpse. Then, staring at the mecha frigate, a hint of excitement crossed its face. But soon, its gaze fixed on the Dark Lightning Rat, as if it had sensed the threat. As for Wulin Guang and McKinley, they were simply ignored, their size and order were insignificant. Wulin Guang felt relieved. Honestly, he was afraid to face the Black Bull Demon. After all, it was a mutant, and who knew what its abilities were? If it proved too powerful, charging in rashly would not end well. Especially the immobilizing black light emanating from its eyes was truly terrifying. Even Wulin Guang wasn't sure he could withstand it head-on. The Dark Lightning Rat stared at the Black Bull Demon, its eyes filled with eagerness, as if it wanted to test its strength. The two sides confronted each other for only a moment before the Black Bull Demon roared furiously. Then, his eyes opened and a black light shot out. The Dark Lightning Rat let out a strange cry and vanished in a flash of lightning. A bolt of black lightning followed, striking the Black Bull Demon. Striking by the black lightning, the Black Bull Demon's entire body radiated with the power of the Dark Law. However, in a split second, the Black Bull Demon recovered. He roared with rage, sending a shudder of rage through Wulin Guang and McKinley, their souls trembling and their heads spinning. However, the Dark Lightning Rat let out a strange cry, seemingly unaffected. It flashed behind the Black Bull Demon and shot out with a bolt of black lightning. Despite its enormous size, the Black Bull Demon was incredibly agile. With a flash of black light, it spun around and stomped down on the Dark Lightning Rat. The Black Bull Demon's hooves flashed with black light, as if imbued with immense power. In contrast, the Dark Lightning Rat's hooves were barely a foot long, barely a foot taller than the Black Bull Demon's. Boom! A massive wave of air emanated from the Black Bull Demon's hooves, cracking the surrounding ground. Yet, the Dark Lightning Rat hadn't seemed to dodge. A strange look crossed the Black Bull Demon's eyes, and he lifted his hooves, only to find nothing beneath them. There was no sign of the Dark Lightning Rat at all. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot out from beneath the Black Bull Demon's body, instantly striking him. However, the surge of dark forces within his body counteracted the Black Lightning's power. The Black Bull Demon flashed, and his hoof slammed down hard on the spot where the Black Lightning had struck. With a resounding boom, he once again stomped a crater several feet deep. However, when he lifted his hooves, there was still no sign of the Dark Lightning Rat. A human-like puzzlement crossed the Black Bull Demon's eyes, as if he were completely bewildered. The power of the Earth Principle, Wu Langguang, however, was thinking of the Dark Lightning Rat's Earth principal power. It undoubtedly retreated underground, a forbidden zone for most undead. The Dark Lightning Rat's ability to travel underground at least proved its absolute self-preservation. This alone made it impossible for the Black Bull Demon to harm it. Of course. The primary reason was that the Black Bull Demon's Blacklight and Sonic Soul attacks were ineffective against the Dark Lightning Rat, otherwise, the Black Bull Demon wouldn't be so vulnerable. But it was also obvious that the Dark Lightning Rat's Black Lightning had no effect on the Black Bull Demon either. It seemed as if the Black Lightning, upon striking the Black Bull Demon, was directly negated by the Dark Principal power within it. Neither side could do anything. The Dark Lightning Rat's darting movements enraged the Black Bull Demon, resulting in a draw. Even if Wu Langguang had attacked, it would have been of little use, as the Dark Bull Demon's defenses were far too formidable, making it impossible for an ordinary opponent to withstand them. Even with the Transformer mechas, the result was the same. After all, the Transformer mechas were so large that enveloping the Dark Bull Demon was like enveloping a hoof. Aboard the mech frigate, D-Modo saw the Black Bull Demon's formidable presence, his eyes brimming with excitement. Several Saint-level undead were beside him, calibrating their quantum cannons. Having mastered the law of light, Kino naturally feared any mishaps. He therefore deliberately left the Holy Dragon Dark Lightning Rat and D-Modo outside. With the addition of hundreds of Saint-level undead and a host of mech warriors, even a God-level opponent would have to test his strength. However, the Black Bull Demon was indeed too formidable, so the Holy Dragon chose not to assist. Even if he had gone, he probably wouldn't have been able to defeat it. Aside from the Law of Lightning, the Holy Dragon had no other offensive means. His strength lay in the 9 principles, but he was more defensive. Although D-Modo's power was low, even inferior to that of a Saint-level undead, he mastered the quantum cannon, powered by divine crystals and backed by the entire mech frigate. The Black Bull Demon below was undoubtedly a perfect test subject, its strength approaching God level, its defenses wielded by the power of the Dark Laws terrifying, its skin and flesh thickened, its mind simple, its limbs strong, and its intelligence lacking. The Black Bull Demon, engrossed in a fierce battle with the Dark Lightning Rat, was oblivious to the fact that D-Modo was preparing a powerful weapon. Even if it knew, it probably wouldn't have paid attention, as it had no idea of its power. Concerned that the quantum cannon wouldn't be powerful enough, D-Modo had prepared 2 nuclear bombs. If they were to drop them directly, they would surely have some effect. Ready, fire, D-Modo was filled with excitement, his heart leaping into his throat. The Black Bull Demon below was nearing God-level status. If he could seriously injure him, it would be a monumental achievement. If the quantum cannon continued to improve, he might even become a threat to a God-level being, perhaps even a God King. As he issued the command, a strange wave emanated from the quantum cannon, followed by a beam of energy that instantly emanated, completely isolating the surrounding death aura. The beam, a full 10 feet in diameter, held immense destructive power. Almost instantly, it struck the Black Bull Demon below. Boom, roar, the beam struck the Black Bull Demon, instantly exploding. Like a nuclear detonation, the shockwave spread instantly. A deafening explosion, followed by agonized roars, echoed throughout. Even distant Wu Langguang and Kenolite were caught in the quantum cannon's force and flung hundreds of feet away. By the time the quantum cannon's full power reached its full potential, the Black Bull Demon was already near death. A massive wound pierced its body. Although the Dark Law was healing it, judging by the bloody mess inside, it seemed unlikely to heal for a while. Watching this, Wu Langguang swallowed hard. While he had no idea what the attack had been, its power was truly terrifying. If he had been struck, he would have been crippled, if not killed. Defenses seemed completely ineffective below the divine level. What kind of secret technique was this? He had never seen it before. Yet, this aura seemed to emanate the power of the law of death. Ha ha ha, crippled, I crippled him, a frantic laugh echoed, and D-Modo, unable to suppress his excitement, leaped and cheered. At this moment, Wu Langguang looked over and saw a giant green rat with a strange object behind it. Could it be that the attack had just been launched by that object? After all, D-Modo's appearance and aura didn't seem capable of launching a powerful attack. After a brief moment of silence, the surrounding deathly aura surged in again. Kaner's comprehension wasn't complete, and this was a crucial moment. D-Modo would naturally not let go of the undead nemesis of the Black Bull Demon. A large group of undead descended and carried the Black Bull Demon up. With the dark lightning rats backing him up, there was no need to worry about Wu Langguang's actions. Of course, there was a holy dragon above him. Although the Black Bull demon could recover from his severe injuries, with the dark lightning rats constantly sending out black lightning, it would likely take a long time for him to recover. The entire mecha frigate fell silent again, all undead and mecha warriors on high alert. Even the mecha frigate's current master, Wu Langguang, was kept out. As Kano gained enlightenment, numerous undead slowly gathered around him. However, under the attacks of the dark lightning rats and the rest of the undead, they were essentially annihilated one by one. Furthermore, while many of the undead who arrived later were saint level, only 2 or 3 had comprehended the laws, and none were even top-tier beings like the flame giant. After 6 months, the surrounding death aura gradually subsided. Kano finally awoke from his enlightenment, but everything around him felt illusory, as if it were unreal. In fact, the moment he merged with a law of light, he completely lost consciousness and passed out. He was unaware of what happened next. However, he clearly sensed a profound transformation within his soul, and the 6 months he had just experienced felt like a fleeting moment. Kano didn't know the exact reason for this, but he suspected it was due to the fusion of multiple laws. Having integrated so many laws, Kano felt as if his soul had undergone a qualitative transformation. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but it felt like the more laws he integrated, the more profound the transformation. It was a comprehensive leap, a process of qualitative change. Kano wondered what would happen to his soul once he had mastered all 12 laws. Upon waking, Kano was pleasantly surprised to discover that his dark lightning rat's efforts had paid off. Among the over 2,000 high-level saint-level undead, several possessed the power of laws. The most surprising discovery was undoubtedly the Black Bull demon. This creature had clearly mutated, but Kano could clearly sense that, like the dark lightning rat, it wasn't a pure demonic beast, but rather a half-undead, half-demon beast. If Kano could strengthen it with the law of blood, it would likely break through the constraints of heaven and earth and reach godhood. Chapter 308, God-level Bone Giant. Kano, give me this Black Bull demon. Let him be my magical pet, and I'll have some self-defense. D'Amato stared at the Black Bull demon with a look of excitement. He thought about the honor of controlling a being comparable to God. He didn't know if there were goblins in the divine realm, but given their talent, they probably didn't have much hope. So, why not let him be the founder? What are you thinking? This guy thinks he'll commit suicide after accepting his master. That high-level saint-level death knight is yours. Do you want it? If not, forget it. Yes, of course it's important. After all, he's a death knight who has comprehended the power of the law of death. Can you give me 2 more, even if you won't fight? I meet your conditions. They were just a few high-level saint-level undead pets, powerless against the Black Bull demon. Giving them all to D'Amato was naturally no objection. But for D'Amato, this was already a good haul. When he asked for the Black Bull demon, he was just asking. He knew he didn't have the ability to obtain it, and even if he did, it would be useless. Can you give it to me? A slightly excited voice came from Kenolite. She was visibly excited, staring at the Black Bull demon with a look of excitement. The Black Bull demon's power was obvious to everyone except Kano. While not yet truly god level, its strength was certainly not far behind. It had a powerful counter-effect against the undead, and was undoubtedly a significant asset in the realm of the dead gods. She was the only woman among the group, and if she asked, Kano would likely give it to her. After all, she and Wu Langguang were close, having just learned of their impending alliance. Girl, are we familiar? Then give it to me, Wu Langguang said, his gaze filled with unquestionable certainty. Although Kano had greatly improved in strength and held many hidden cards, Wu Langguang's value is not something a Black Bull demon could measure. After all, the Black Bull demon, while powerful, was limited to dealing with the undead. It posed no significant threat to Wu Langguang. At least, that was his belief. Can I keep it for myself? Sure. Wu Langguang was speechless. He didn't understand why Kano was so drawn to this Black Bull demon. After all, it didn't look powerful. He didn't know that Kano valued the Black Bull demon's mutant properties. The immobilizing effect of its third eye definitely wasn't limited to undead, and its sonic attack even had a soul strike effect. Its only drawback was that none of them had reached the divine level. However, with the help of Kano's blood law, this mutant Black Bull demon could very well advance to the divine level. Perhaps its talents would change, making it extremely powerful. While mutations can become more powerful, they are rare, and purebreds aren't always as powerful. Another point is that the Black Bull Demon's power is already approaching divine level. If Kenolite reaches divine level, it will definitely reach divine level. And since he still needs to stay in the death zone for a long time, this Black Bull Demon could be very useful. Of course, if the Black Bull Demon proves unsatisfactory after reaching divine level, Kenolite could give it away. The best candidate for that would naturally be the Sutra treasure. The Dark Lightning Rat's daily barrage of lightning had driven the Black Bull Demon nearly insane. Now, threatened by Kenolite's soul-burning fire and enticed by the law of blood, he had no choice but to accept the spirit's recognition. From now on, you'll be called the Bull Demon King. Kenolite gazed at the behemoth with a sly smile. Such a powerful opponent would surely save him a lot of trouble. Currently, the Bull Demon King was far more formidable than the Dark Lightning Rat. Even a holy dragon wouldn't be able to harm the Bull Demon King. Wulin Guang, you've been in the Death Realm for quite some time. You should know where the god-level undead are in the Death Realm. Lower-level gods, preferably those who have recently ascended, raising an army of undead, you're clearly targeting them. However, I do know of an Earth-type skeleton giant, but he ascended to god level thousands of years ago. I need to remind you that once an undead ascends to god level, they possess intelligence. Their IQ is not much lower than yours. Wulin Guang's expression was solemn, reminding Keno of the stark difference between saint-level undead and god-level undead. Keno knew this, as god-level undead had begun to reverse life and death, even their soul fire had transformed into spirits. But for the sake of the divine crystal, Keno couldn't care less. He had to try anyway. Otherwise, why would he capture so many saint-level undead cannon fodder? When the undead reach the god level, their strength increases dramatically, surpassing that of the saint level by 100-fold. The gap between the god and saint levels can't be made up by sheer numbers. Of course you want to try, since you have many hidden weapons. However, the likelihood of success is likely low, so be prepared. It's okay, I can afford the loss. Another point is that the undead are naturally gregarious. Generally speaking, a god-level undead is accompanied by a group of saint-level undead, and among them are often those who possess the power of law, or even more. Keno turned slightly, aware of this. However, even a large number of ordinary undead were still a tonic for him. He hoped to encounter a large group, to further enhance his soul and his burning spirit. Knowing that persuasion was pointless, Wulin Guang pointed out the key point and led Keno directly to the god-level bone giant's lair. Keno collected the mecha frigate and gave it to Wulin Guang, along with a god-level mecha warrior. However, Keno's mecha warriors were controlled by the burning spirit fire, which Wulin Guang naturally couldn't control. This fact made him glare at Keno for a long time. Although the death space was named after the space, it was actually a region of the death god realm. However, it was vast, especially for a saint-level being like Keno. The group had flown for over a month, harvesting thousands of saint-level undead along the way, yet, at such a great distance, they hadn't seen a single one. As for god-level beings, naturally, they hadn't encountered a single one. Upon reaching the location of the bone giant, Keno spotted a colossal structure from afar, a massive mountain of bones, at least 500 or 600 feet tall. Only upon approaching did he realize it was actually a simple bone house. Yes, it was a house. Perhaps a bit large for others, but for the bone giant, it was perfectly suited. The bone giant stood nearly 100 feet tall, and that was its only house. Calling it a temple wouldn't be an exaggeration. Clearly, the house was a gathering place for the bone giants. With numerous bone giants milling around, seemingly busy at work, yet seemingly simply strolling about with nothing to do. There were thousands of bone giants here, but most were only capable of high-level undead. There were 50 or 60 saint-level bone giants, but only 30 or so had comprehended the power of the law. Such a high probability was naturally due to the presence of god-level bone giants. Aside from comprehending and consuming the soul fire, these undead posed no other danger. Keno naturally ignored the mere 50 or so saint-level undead. All his spirit pets were deployed, and they were easily defeated. Roar! Who's outside? A low growl emanated from the bone hall, as if sensing Keno and his companion's presence. Following this roar, nearly all the bone giants charged towards Keno. Keno remained expressionless in the face of this situation. With a casual wave of his hand, he summoned all the undead. The instant the thousands of saint-level undead appeared, a powerful aura emanated. 1 or 2 saint-level undead might seem insignificant, but 3 or 4,000 was a terrifying number. The bone giants only had 50 or 60 saint-level undead, outnumbering Kano Saint level undead to 1.5 dozen. While the bone giants were slightly stronger than the Saint level undead, the disparity was enormous. All the Saint level bone giants paused, a hint of hesitation. After all, the aura before them was overwhelming. Just because they lacked intelligence didn't mean they couldn't feel fear. Saint level undead army, masters of the law of blood. Yes, it looks like you're coming for me, a deep voice boomed from the bone hall, followed by a massive figure bursting forth. Despite its immense size, it was incredibly agile. In just 2 or 3 steps, it was in front of the bone giants. The massive, 100-foot-tall body, its skin still dry despite some flesh growth, held its dry eyes with an icy glint. Its gaze fixed directly on Kano, a sight that left Kano perplexed. He and Guang were both mid-level Saint level undead, so why would this old man target him? No, there are 3 of us here. Why are you staring at me? Being stared at by a powerful god-level being, Kano felt a chill run down his spine. But he quickly returned the stare and spoke coldly. A hint of caution flashed in the giant's eyes, and he spoke in a low voice, I sense a dangerous aura from you. It seems you could threaten me, but it's just an impression. I don't have much time to waste with you. Tell me why you've come, it's nothing serious. I just want to join forces with you to conquer the rest of the undead. Only the high-ranking and holy level undead will survive, and the rest will be killed to absorb their soul fire. Boy, you're provoking the entire death realm. Get out of here right now, or you'll stay forever. Kano acted nonchalant, but as soon as he finished speaking, the giant flew into a rage. The earth yellow lot power within him swirled rapidly, and a powerful aura overwhelmed him. Facing a god-level master for the first time, Kano was a bit nervous. This fellow wasn't like the Iron Tree Man, he was a true wielder of the earth law. I'm here to cooperate, you're courting death. Chapter 309, Divine Might. The skeletal giant erupted in fury, its earthy aura instantly dispersing. Immediately, the surrounding world trembled, and countless dense earth spikes shot out from the ground. These spikes were pitch black, 10 feet long, their tips razor sharp, emitting traces of earth-based power. Faced with these sudden appearances, all the undead naturally leaped upwards. However, a terrifying gravitational pull emanated from the ground, sending the airborne undead stumbling and plummeting. Simultaneously, a burst of earthy aura swirled through the sky, and a dense swarm of meteorites rained down. It looked like the end of the world. Kino and Guang's pupils shrank at this series of dramatic changes. Although they had known the terrifying power of a god-level expert, they had never imagined it to be this terrifying. A single attack wiped out over 500 of the 3,000 or 4,000 holy level undead. Kano's mouth twitched. He had originally hoped to outweigh quality with quantity, but now it seemed the disparity was too great. With just 3 or 4,000 Saint level undead charging forward, they would likely be wiped out in 2 or 3 ultimate attacks. The might of the god level powerhouse shocked Kano, and naturally, his desire to ascend to the god level, to achieve unstoppable victory, intensified. Roar, the bone giant roared, unleashing a powerful blast of air. The Saint level undead paused, then were sent flying. While their stamina wasn't a problem, Kano felt hopeless expecting them to harm the bone giant. You lowly reptiles, you're wishful thinking to use this trash against me. The power of a god-level powerhouse is beyond your imagination. Kano curled his lips, a look of resignation on his face. He then recalled all high-level Saint-level powerhouses who hadn't used the law of blood to enhance their strength, and then a thought struck him. The remaining 3,000 Saint-level undead roared in unison, their bodies erupting in gray-red soul-burning fire. Then, as if drawn, the surrounding deathly aura gathered towards them. At the same time, these Saint-level undead rushed towards the skeleton giant at top speed, seemingly prepared to fight to the death. Unleashing soul-burning fire as a self-destructive attack, something he had only recently grasped. After the undead erupt with soul-burning fire, their physical damage is greatly reduced, however, this also amounts to overdrawing the skeleton's body. After one battle, the Saint-level undead's body is useless. Without the slightest hesitation, Kano summoned his Transformer Mech, Dark Lightning Rat, and Black Bull Demon. Only the Holy Dragon, the Hidden Gem, remained unsummoned. Naturally, the Earth Demon duo had already prepared, his quantum cannon already trained on the skeleton giant, waiting for his attack to land. Kano's entire force would attack. Still fighting? If not, you can retreat. However, I don't want to see you staying here without a fight. Kano looked at Guang, his expression filled with calmness. But Wu Lingguang felt that if he tried to leave at this moment, Kano would deal with him mercilessly. With a lineup behind Kano, it would be easy to inflict heavy damage on him, he could be killed outright. Even if he had a chance of escape, what about Kenolite behind him? There was no doubt that she would be killed instantly. Can I really leave? Of course, never mind. Since I'm here, I want to see the power of a god-level powerhouse. Wu Lingguang smiled, and then without hesitation, he drew his sword. Black and white sword light slowly gathered on the blade, ready to strike at any moment. Damned reptiles, you will pay for your actions. The bone giant took 2 steps into the midst of the 3,000 undead, crushing a saint-level undead with a single kick. However, just as he raised his foot, the burning soul fire within the undead suddenly flashed out, latching onto the bone giant's leg like a maggot. Ah! An angry roar echoed, and the earth principle surged through the bone giant's legs, almost instantly dispelling the burning soul fire. However, the burning soul fire was merely dispelled, not dissipated. However, in this momentary delay, the surrounding undead, as if desperate, rushed forward, all pressing down on the bone giant's body, attacking recklessly. Die! An angry roar echoed, and a wave of ochre-colored energy instantly erupted from the bone giant, instantly shattering hundreds of surrounding undead. However, the burning soul fire within the undead's body flashed, ignoring the airwave attack. All of it zeroed in on the skeleton giant's body. Without the slightest hesitation, the surrounding undead charged forward once more. With a burning soul fire clinging to his body, the skeleton giant roared furiously, swinging his arms repeatedly, shattering each undead spirit. However, this time, the burning soul fire only grew larger and larger, beginning to erode the skeleton giant's body. Although the skeleton giant was restrained by the power of the earth principle, as more and more saint-level undead were slain and the burning soul fire grew, the skeleton giant struggled even more fiercely. Seeing this, Kano sneered inwardly. His burning soul fire seemed to have gained many special abilities as his soul underwent a qualitative transformation. Even he didn't know the extent of its power. But there was no doubt that the burning soul fire posed a great threat to the undead. Especially after devouring the undead's potential and absorbing the surrounding dead energy, its power skyrocketed. Now, it could be said that quantity trumped quality. However, the enraged bone giant was no easy task. Its incessant roars ignited a powerful, earth-yellow blast. After just a few attacks, only a few hundred saint-level undead remained. Even the burning spirit flames were largely shaken from the bone giant's body. However, they slowly coalesced, forming a massive firebird. Attack, Kano commanded, and the nearby earth demon duo was taken aback. There were still 500 or 600 saint-level undead surrounding the bone giant. A single volley would surely annihilate them all. However, he dared not disobey Kano's command and immediately activated his quantum cannon. After a brief moment of concentrated power, a beam several feet wide instantly struck the bone giant. Boom, roar. A massive explosion echoed, followed by a shockwave 10 times more powerful than the bone giant's earth-based blast. Simultaneously, a terrifying roar echoed from the center of the explosion. How many more attacks can we launch? One divine crystal can only launch one attack, and that's if we only use the energy within. With the help of the spirit gathering array, we can recover in half a year. If we refine the power of the laws within, it will be immediately destroyed. The heartbroken look on Dimoto's face made Kano slightly depressed. He didn't really have many divine crystals to spare right now. Otherwise, he could constantly replace them and launch more attacks. Taking down this bone giant shouldn't be difficult. However, from the bone giant's roar just now, it didn't seem to have taken much damage. There was still a tough battle to fight. Choo, a bird chirped in the air, and the igniting spirit fire gathered into a flaming giant bird, 50 feet tall. With a scream, it opened its mouth, released 2 fireballs, and charged down. Kano advanced to the saint rank. With the increase in Kano's spiritual power, the burning spirit fire could condense a giant fire spirit. With the help of over 3,000 saint rank undead, Kano finally condensed a 50-meter-long firebird. However, as the afterglow of the quantum cannon faded, the skeleton giant was enraged. The flesh and blood it had so painstakingly grown was instantly destroyed, and a deep chasm, several meters wide, appeared in its chest, piercing through its chest and back. 2 ribs were completely broken. Remember, next time you attack the undead, hit the neck, head, and spine. I understand, Dimoto said awkwardly, feeling frustrated. His previous attack seemed to have had no effect at all. 2 fireballs of burning spirit fire struck the skeleton giant, but were instantly obliterated by the earth-yellow energy waves from its body. Then, with a sharp cry, the firebird charged down again. Simultaneously, without Kano even needing to speak, the dark lightning rat, the transformer mech, and the black bull demon all charged forward, with Kano naturally bearing the brunt of the attack. Mechanically prepared to attack, but was stopped by Wulin Guang. With mechanically strength, a touch from the bone giant would have been enough to kill her. A touch of gratitude crossed Mechanically's face, and Wulin Guang nodded. Then, his entire body, shrouded in the intertwining power of black and white laws, he transformed into a shadow and charged forward. The fastest was the dark lightning rat, reaching the bone giant almost instantly. However, before he could unleash his black lightning, a white fist appeared before it. In the flash of white light, the dark lightning rat offered no resistance and was sent flying. However, the instant he was sent flying, a bolt of black lightning struck the bone giant. The bone giant paused only for a moment before striking Kanner again. Kanner's expression remained unchanged, and a shimmering, multicolored light flashed around him. Then, a series of law-based attacks shot out, striking the bone giant almost instantly. However, Kano's attack was weak, and was instantly obliterated by the ochre-colored energy waves from the skeleton giant. Seeing this, Kano's mouth twitched. As the white fist shadow struck, the black bull demon's third eye quickly opened. The black ray struck the white fist shadow, causing it to pause. But a moment later, it struck again. The black bull demon's black ray was far beyond Kano's expectations, and its immobilizing effect was indeed remarkable. Although it could only immobilize the skeleton giant's arm, it was already quite a feat. This one breath was more than enough for Kano. He vanished in a flash. Ulan Guang, the attacker, was stunned by the sight of Kano. Mechanically, in the distance, was even more astonished. Although she uttered no sound, she mouthed the law of space. The black bull demon, and it's mutated. Although it's at the peak of the saint rank, it's not god level after all. Wulin Guang struck the skeleton giant in the head with a sword, and the next moment a shadowy fist sent him flying. Kano's luck wasn't much better. He'd just teleported 10 feet before a massive foot stomped him into the ground. A flicker of fear flashed across the black bull demon's eyes, and he kicked him back. Though the kick was casual, it still made the black bull demon scream in pain. Chapter 310, Fleeing. Fuck, you're bullying me because I don't have high attack power, huh? Kano's face darkened as he dove into the ground. Then, a barrage of lightning and light attacks blazed out, continuously draining the skeleton giant's power. The dark lightning rat also retreated from the surface, continuously emitting black lightning. The transformer mech stared directly into the skeleton giant's eyes, drawing in its energy. With its terrifying defense and resilience, the skeleton giant couldn't do anything to it for a moment. However, it only caused him some trouble. The main battle force now shifted to the burning spirit fire, which clung to the skeleton giant, instantly transforming into a fiery snake. The constant burning made the skeleton giant roar in anger. The burning spirit fire was now a maggot, impossible to dispel. Its constant blast of earth element air only weakened it. The black bull demon seized the opportunity, repeatedly using black rays to pin down one of the skeleton giant's legs. Though it lasted only a breath, combined with the dark lightning rat's paralyzing lightning, the skeleton giant limped. Wulin Guang's attack was effective, significantly weakening the earth element. At this point, they looked like children surrounding an adult, looking incredibly amusing. Damn it, an angry roar echoed, and a wave of air, even more powerful than before, emanated from the skeleton giant's body. Whether it was Wulin Guang, the black bull demon, or the firebird, they were all instantly sent flying, hundreds of feet away. Get out, the skeleton giant roared in anger, his fists, brimming with the thick earth-yellow power of the element, slammed into the ground. Instantly, the earth cracked 1,000 feet deep, reaching a depth of over 20 feet. Kano felt a tremendous repulsive force, his body completely uncontrollable. Then, like a sphere, he shot out of the ground. It wasn't just him, the dark lightning mouse was also acting the same way. The next moment, 2 streaks of light and shadows clutched at the void, snatching both Kano and the dark lightning mouse in their grasp. I'm going to crush you 2 reptiles, a furious roar, coupled with an icy gaze, ripped Kano's body apart, as if it were pulp, instantly compressed. Shishi, the dark lightning mouse let out a strange cry, and a shower of black lightning rained down from the sky, startling the skeleton giant. However, At such close range, dodging was impossible for his size. Without a second thought, he transformed into a lightning-absorbing bead. Roar! The moment the black lightning struck, even the skeleton giant stiffened. The dark lightning mouse, flashing with lightning, instantly fled. Kano, too, was terrified. This skeleton giant was simply too powerful. He immediately activated the power of the laws of space and teleported away. Before teleporting away, however, Kano dropped 2 nuclear bombs into the bone giant's hands. He feared the old man might lose his temper and, in a fit of rage, capture them. The 50-foot wide spirit fire rapidly shrank, soon to just an inch or two. Kano opened his mouth and sucked it in, swallowing it directly into his mouth. Naturally, Kano also collected the dark lightning rat, the transforming mech, the black spirit bull demon, the earth demon, and the quantum cannon. Then, without a backward glance, he immediately fled. Wulin Guang, standing by, was stunned. He had not expected Kano to be so resolute. He would leave without hesitation. Boom! A massive explosion erupted from the bone giant's hands, followed by a mushroom cloud in a blast of air. While smaller than the quantum cannons, it was not much less powerful. Roar! Angry roars echoed from behind, as if the bone giant had suffered a great loss, but seemed to have no energy left, so he did not pursue. After flying for over half a month, Kano finally stopped. He patted his chest, a look of lingering fear. Wulin Guang, are you sure that bone giant has only been a god level for a few thousand years? Why does it feel like it's been a god level for tens of thousands? Undead spirits are different from ordinary cultivators. They don't need to maintain their strength, their breakthroughs are accumulated over many years. Usually, god-level undead spirits are slightly stronger than other creatures of the same level. Thank you for the reminder. Even if I were more specific, I'm sure you would have given it a try. Besides, there's nothing to lose this time. Kano and the others were completely unharmed, as such, he was not at fault. Having witnessed the might of a god-level undead spirit before, Kano realized the vast gap between god-level and saint-level. The gap between mid-level and lower-level gods was even greater. I once encountered a 10,000-foot iron tree man, who had just advanced to the god level. His strength was not so terrifying. Thinking of the 10,000-foot iron tree man before, Kano's strength at that time was only that of a magician, and the power of his law was so weak that it was almost negligible, but it felt that it was not that powerful. Having just reached a god level and experienced a thunder tribulation, their strength is less than 1/10 of what it once was. Furthermore, they haven't yet fully mastered the power of the laws. How much power can they unleash? You mentioned being in the lower realm, where the power of heaven and earth is already very low. Compared to here, it's nearly 100 times lower. Also, when trees become gods through spiritualization, they usually don't need to comprehend the power of the laws to the elementary level. After all, spiritualization is too difficult for them. Once they reach the god level, they can gradually comprehend it. To be precise, that's not god level, but demigod level. Just like if you use the law of blood to elevate a high-level saint to god level, while they have god level power, they're not truly god level. After Wulin Guang explained this, Kano understood. It's like the difference between the power of the laws in the god and demon continent and the death god realm. The attacks they manipulate are naturally vastly different. With Kano's current strength, he could instantly kill a god level here, but in the god and demon continent, it would take at least 1 or 2 moves. The energy source is different, so the power is naturally different. What a loss. Over 3,000 saint-level undead were used as cannon fodder, and 2 nuclear bombs were sacrificed, yet we haven't seriously damaged the bone giant. The bone giant wields the power of the earth principle, primarily defensively. Didn't you see we've been fighting for so long and haven't even broken its defense? Wulin Guang spoke helplessly, causing Kano to frown. Staring at him, he said, "Are you suggesting we switch to attacking a divine-level undead from another element? Lord Kano, are you crazy? Divine-level beings have already begun to grasp the laws of heaven and earth. They are the controllers of heaven and earth, and we are merely its users. In a battle between a user and a controller, do you think there's any chance of victory? Yes, but we'll need some artifacts." Thinking of his own attack, Kano felt it was already quite strong. It was just that the target was too powerful, making its power less apparent. However, if he had 1 or 2 artifacts, the outcome would have been drastically different. For example, if Kano still had the death side, he could at least single-handedly challenge the bone giant without losing. There was no doubt about that. Because in the Death Realm, the Death Scythe could undoubtedly unleash even greater power. Kano's words evoked a strange look in Wulanguang's eyes. After a moment's reflection, he said, "It's not impossible that you want a divine artifact. There are divine artifacts for sale in Death City, but they're very expensive, and there are experts manning the place. Death City, there's a city here." He knew immediately that Death City was a gathering place for cultivators. If it existed, it would certainly solve many of his problems. His plan was simple: just rob anyone he encountered. Since this was a trial ground, there would surely be children from prominent families. If not them, whose would he rob? This is the Death Realm. It's not filled with skeletons as you might think. There are indeed a lot of skeletons here, and there's only one city in this Death Realm. We should be able to reach it in 4 to 5 years of non-stop flying in that direction. 4 to 5 years of non-stop flying, yes, 4 to 5 years of non-stop flying. Flying for 4 to 5 years without stopping seemed a bit too far. At his speed, he could traverse the divine and demon continent in 4 to 5 years. Just how big is this Death Realm? At your fastest speed, it would take at least 1,000 years to traverse it. But don't worry, there's a teleportation array in Death City. Just pay 10 divine crystals and you'll be transported directly out. Crossing the Death Realm in 1,000 years was absolutely impossible for Kano. Of course, that was only because he was at the saint level. If he advanced to the divine level, his strength would greatly increase, and his speed would increase 100-fold. At that point, he could traverse it in 10 years. Even so, this Death Realm was vast enough, and it made him wonder just how vast the entire Death Realm was. Don't ask me how big the Death God Realm is, I don't know exactly. There are some dangerous areas where even a divine king level being could die. And the known Death God Realm is over 1,000 times larger than the Death God dimension. Kano was stunned as he listened. This was just the Death God Realm. Above it lay 3 more divine realms, each of which was undoubtedly even larger. A vast universe appeared before Kano, making him feel insignificant once more. He needed to quickly ascend to divine rank, or he wouldn't even be able to obtain a single divine crystal here. Then do you know where the law seeds are? They're here. Are there a lot of them? The law seeds are condensed by beings above the God King level, or the essence of the soul after death, and this place was once a huge battlefield. Legend has it that many main gods participated in the battle at that time, and there were also countless god kings. So in the entire Death God Realm, there are the most law seeds here. It's just that the easy ones have been found, and the ones left now are not easy to find. Are there all kinds of law seeds? All. Wulanguang's answer was very affirmative, which made Kano nod slightly. In this way, it seems that he may be able to comprehend the power of all laws before becoming a god. Who knows what unexpected surprises there will be. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311, Conscription. Since that's the case, let's head towards Death City, capturing Saint-level undead along the way to increase our strength. There was no other choice at this point, only to take things one step at a time. However, one thing was certain, he would need to consume a large amount of soul fire. While Saint-level undead were useless against God-level undead, gathering a large number of them would allow his soul-burning fire to form a larger fire spirit. Even if he failed to achieve any success, returning to his own body would still enhance his strength. No one objected to Kano's decision, especially after witnessing his madness and power. Of course, they also had another goal, to capture magical pets. The Death Realm was vast, with countless undead of all kinds. Many of these were powerful, making them ideal pets. Although they advanced slowly, they possessed immense strength, and their intelligence wasn't high, making them the perfect magical pets. For example, the Black Bull Demon possessed exceptional talent and strength. Both Wulanguang and Kenolite coveted it, but Kano held on tight. The journey to Death City was said to take 4 or 5 years, but if it were slow and unhurried, it would take at least several decades. After all, they couldn't fly at full speed all the way, and they also had to capture undead. Of course, if they encountered anyone, Kano wouldn't give up on collecting money, unless they were even poorer than they were. To facilitate the infusion of the law of blood to enhance the undead strength, Kano had specially constructed a small airship. The space inside was 10 feet wide, containing only spirit gathering and flight magic circles. However, With saint-level undead guarding the area, there was no need to worry about any danger. Ulan Guang and Kenolite were atop the airship, keeping a close eye on everything. If they encountered a gifted undead, they would naturally strike first. It must be said that saint-level undead were truly numerous in Death Realm, and peak level 9 undead were everywhere. With Kano's strength, he spared almost every one of them. Kano's soul fire consumed hundreds daily, most of whom were level 9 undead. While the 9th level soul fire only provided a limited boost to Kano's soul power, it was certainly a work in progress. Especially with the saint level soul fire, Kano felt he was not far from reaching the high saint level. They encountered numerous undead, many with exceptional talents, such as the lightning-born bone dragon and the rare undead beast, the fiery flame spirit. However, Ulan Guang and Kenolite were too discerning, and these familiars simply ignored them. Over the course of nearly a year, Kano's undead army had grown to nearly 3,000, a rate of 10 per day. For the saint level, Kano omitted the blood law upgrades, raising only the peak 9th level undead to the divine level. As for the high saint level, he naturally placed a mark upon them for special treatment. Kano considered them future god-level beings. Beyond the mark, he would not make any changes. Assuming 3,000 per year, by the time Kano reaches Death City, his undead army must have reached at least 60,000. Even if these saint-level undead are ineffective, their combined might and the power of the burning soul fire are undeniable. Huh? Someone's here? Kano opened his eyes, a hint of surprise on his face. Having been here for several years, this was the second time he'd seen anyone else besides Ulan Guang and Kenolite. Within Kano's mental range, a group of 8 people advanced cautiously, 6 men and 2 women, of varying ages. While the weakest among them were mid-level saint level, the strongest were 2 high-level saint level, their law power seemingly reaching the peak of the nascent stage, just one step away from advancing to the divine realm. The law power emanating from them seemed to be primarily composed of ordinary laws. With the exception of one fire-based law that had some restraint on the undead, the others were primarily composed of earth, wood, wind, and water. The 8 men flew cautiously, naturally wary of the presence of powerful undead nearby. Given their strength, the mere appearance of the mid-level saint-level undead that had comprehended the laws would be enough to cause them a headache. After all, ordinary saint-level beings are far more formidable than their own level counterparts. Defeating and escaping is easy, but killing them is much more difficult. Those like Kano Ulan Guang, capable of instantly dispatching a single blow, are considered pinnacle beings in the entire god realm, and their numbers are extremely rare. The 8 men quickly spotted the undead leading the way, numbering over a dozen, including one that had comprehended the laws of Earth. However, they soon spotted the airship behind them. It was obvious that the undead didn't use airships, those who did could only be humans. Soon, they spotted Ulan Guang and Kenolite aboard the airship. The 2 were clearly human, a relief to them. While they couldn't tell if they were friend or foe, as long as they weren't undead, they wouldn't engage them. As for specialized robbers, the Death Realm was actually less common. Anyone able to operate here possesses extraordinary combat experience. The people here are generally poor, so even those with some assets are undoubtedly powerful. If a group of undead arrive during a robbery, or if a powerful undead is alerted, the consequences could be tragic. While 8 individuals are numerous, they won't do anything that would embarrass them. After all, Kano still has over a dozen saint-level undead on his side, who are standard cannon fodder. Your Excellency is a master of that realm, and we wish to meet you. After a slight hesitation, the middle-aged man of the fire element spoke. Ulan Guang frowned and charged forward. Facing the 8 men alone, Ulan Guang remained expressionless. Seeing them hesitate to speak, he spoke. I'm Ulan Guang. I wonder why you stopped us. Don't misunderstand, sir. I'm Mecha. The reason we stopped you is because we discovered a ruin. It's just that there are many undead around it, so we'd like to ask for your help. The ruin is a temple, seemingly very ancient. I don't know if anyone has entered it, but one of the temples seems to have a magic circle. There are a lot of undead around, and many high-level saints. As for any god-level ones, we don't know. Mecha hesitated, seeming hesitant. After all, with such a good offer, many would doubt its authenticity. Another possibility is that they need cannon fodder, and Ulan Guang and his 3 men are perfectly suited. High-level saint-level undead. Kano heard it all in the airship, and in a flash, he rushed over. He stared at Mecha and asked earnestly, how many undead are there? How many saint-level undead? How many high-level saint-level undead? Are there any special undead? Mecha was startled by these 4 questions, but he quickly reacted and said solemnly, I don't know the exact number, as the ruins are so vast. But from what we've seen, there are at least nearly 10,000 undead, mostly level 9. There are also 2 to 3,000 saint level undead, and over 100 high level saint level undead. As for the special undead, we haven't seen any. Some of the undead are hiding, so I don't know. Perhaps there are even more powerful undead, or even special undead. Mecha naturally understood that Keno's question about special undead meant he was trying to capture them as magical pets. If there were any powerful undead, they wouldn't let them go. What surprised him was that Keno's eyes lit up with excitement at hearing this high number. Considering Keno's strength at the mid-level saint level, it was definitely not normal. Little did he know, Keno was already stunned by the sheer number. 10,000 undead, at least level 9, perhaps even more. What a concept. Did that mean his undead army would soon exceed 10,000? Over 100 high-level saints. Once he reached godhood, leveraging the law of blood, that would be over 100 god-level beings. At that point, with quantity over quality, beings like the bone giant wouldn't be a concern. The space around Guang flickered, and under the startled gazes of Mecha and the others, mechanically appeared beside him. With a puzzled look on her face, she said, Keno, you're not really thinking of going over there, are you? Why not? Of course, they're not strong enough. Mechanically glanced at Mecha. It was obvious they weren't strong enough, otherwise, they wouldn't have come with 8 of them. When she first followed Guang, she believed he was the strongest among the saints, even the descendants of the Lord Gods were far behind him. But when she met Keno, mechanically knew what it meant to be strong. He dared to challenge opponents of higher levels, and he didn't care about the number of people of the same level. During this period of time, every day when she saw powerful undead being caught on the airship, she felt more and more that Keno was invincible. In her eyes, the holy level was nothing. In order to increase her combat experience, Guang often asked her to fight high-level holy level undead alone. According to Guang, if she couldn't even beat high-level holy level undead, then she should be prepared to die at any time around him and Keno. However, mechanically's grasp of the laws of space was not very good. She could teleport to protect herself, but she was terrible at destroying the enemy. After hearing what mechanically said, Mecha felt ashamed, and a strong man of the laws of space, an absolute master in the future, no matter what, he had to be won over. Don't worry about our strength, there's absolutely no problem. We've also found some friends this time, 2 of whom are experts in the fire element, offering significant suppression against the undead. HMPH, mechanically snorted. She'd said that out of consideration for them. Facing those ruthless beings like Keno and Guang, they'd be left staring at any goodies they could find. If they truly stood in his way, he'd unleash a few ultimate attacks to annihilate them. Even a high-level saint, or even a god level, wouldn't be too much for Keno to attack. Trust us, there's definitely good stuff out there. If we weren't short-handed, we'd have taken it all. You're not afraid to go, are you? Yes, of course. Let's go, Keno said calmly, and Mecha was instantly overjoyed. He didn't think much of Keno and Guang. After all, they were barely mid-level saints. But mechanically was definitely the perfect supporting ally. Chapter 312, Ancient God Relics. This is it. According to our speculation, this is an ancient relic of the gods, a relic from the divine realm long ago, so old that no one knows its age. Mecha excitedly spoke, his eyes gleaming. It seemed as if he would soon obtain many priceless treasures. However, Keno, looking at the scene ahead, frowned slightly. Not only him, but also Guang and mechanically. Following Mecha, the group spent nearly 6 months reaching the so-called ruin. However, upon closer inspection, they found nothing but a desert. Within this desert, broken stone pillars were scattered everywhere, covered in strange runes that Keno could not recognize. Judging from the appearance, this place was indeed very ancient, at least millions of years old. It was also enormous, with no end in sight, at least tens of millions of miles in radius. Such a vast complex was definitely not an ordinary city, it was definitely a temple. And a temple in the realm of death was naturally the main temple of death. If that were the case, the place would have been turned upside down long ago. Everything that could be taken would have already been taken. Since this was the main temple, the people who came here were definitely not ordinary gods, they had to be at least god kings or higher gods. Once they had searched thoroughly, and only a few unwanted items remained, would the middle gods and lower gods take their turn. As for the saints, it was purely a matter of luck. Countless people had passed through this place over the years. Anyone with a reasonable eye could have seen the ruins of the main god, stretching thousands of miles across. But Kano took a quick look, and the entire ancient ruins were utterly lifeless. No 9th level undead, no saint level undead, no temples with magical restrictions, not even a temple at all. Am I being tricked? Kano muttered nonchalantly. Mechanically, standing beside him, flinched, sensing Kano's wrath. She didn't think Kano had simply muttered and left it at that. Seeing Kano's expression, Mecha revealed a hint of pride. Then, with a strange smile, he spoke mysteriously. Seeing this desert, most people would come up to investigate, but in the end, they find nothing. After all, this place must have been explored by a divine king-level expert in the past, so what good could there be, but who can fully master the abilities of the ancient gods? Some special magic circles are simply impossible to discover. They require special time and conditions. Mecha's words shocked Kino and Wulin Guang. If this were true, then it was likely some precious treasure left behind by the Lord God. This last remaining item, which even the Divine King hadn't discovered, must undoubtedly be extremely valuable. The more this happened, the more greedy these people would become. It's likely they'll have some more sinister plans. What time frame and conditions are needed? Mecha, stop teasing us and tell us quickly. Everyone wants to know, but let's be fair. I'll explain things after everyone's here. I think with your abilities, you should be patient enough to wait. Of course, if you don't, I won't force you to stay. You can leave any time you want. Mecha exuded confidence, unfazed by anyone's departure. Kano could see it, but the others behind him were completely unaware. In this situation, Kano couldn't really attack Mecha for the sake of the precious treasure. As for time, he had plenty of it. Mecha didn't specify how long to wait. So everyone went about their business. Kano first carefully scanned his surroundings, but found nothing unusual. However, considering so many experts had come to see him, his abilities weren't anything to worry about. It would be strange if he could find anything wrong. So, Kano simply waited, sitting down on the desert sand. Grains of sand enveloped Kano, bringing complete silence to his surroundings. Kano's method of understanding astonished those around him. However, they all had their own methods of understanding and didn't want to be covered in dirt. However, to the others, Kano's understanding of the power of the earth principle was considered a significant advantage in this desert. However, as time passed, small groups began to gather here. Most were high-level saints, numbering as many as 500 or 600. These saint-level masters included not only humans, but also elves, dragons, azuris, demons, sea creatures, and even a goblin. This individual, a master of the gold principle, piloted large mechas similar to Kano's mecha warriors, though more purely mechanical. Their power came from divine stones, but from Kano's perspective, these mechas didn't seem powerful. At most, they were equivalent to ordinary saints, albeit a bit larger, a slight advantage in this death realm. Hundreds of mid to high-level saints, all masters who had mastered the laws of nature. For the first time, Kano realized that this death realm was still teeming with people. He simply lacked the means to find them. Mecha was communicating with some of the others, seemingly discussing something about the ancient god ruins. After a long discussion, Mecha finally looked at the group and said calmly, "Everyone has come here to uncover the secrets of the ancient god ruins. I can assure you, I'm not lying. However, as the discoverer, I must take the lion's share. And I certainly can't be at the forefront when things are dangerous." At this point, Mecha paused, and the crowd fell silent, no one questioning. They all knew what Mecha was saying. After all, it was indeed someone else's discovery, and being able to share it with them was a stroke of luck. As for their inner thoughts, no one knew. Of course, even if they were to take action, they would have to consider their strength. The group behind Mecha were all formidable masters. Now, everyone, gather near the massive stone pillar in the center. At nightfall, you'll see the temple you seek. Mecha raised his hand and pointed. Sure enough, there was a massive stone pillar in the distance. It was a bit far away, and if Mecha hadn't pointed it out, no one would have noticed it. After a brief hesitation, someone took the lead and flew towards the pillar. The others, after a slight pause, followed suit. They had 400 or 500 mid to high-level saint-level practitioners within their command. Even if there was any danger, they could flee immediately. The desert was so silent, not even a skeleton was visible. What danger could there be? Kano and Wulin Guang were equally unconcerned. But they stared at Mecha. Mecha remained motionless, showing no sign of leaving. Naturally, Keno and the other two didn't want to be the first to intervene. At this point, there was no need to be tolerant. It wasn't just Keno and the other two who were cautious. Some others, clearly concerned for their own safety, stared at Mecha with an air of uncertainty. By the time everyone had left, only about 50 remained. Mecha's face darkened. He said coldly, "What are you doing, with you?" An elderly mid-level saint smiled flatteringly, and Mecha's eyes flashed coldly. The next moment, he showed no concern and sneered, "If that's the case, then follow us." To everyone's surprise, Mecha flew away, and the others behind him followed. Such an unnecessary move struck Keno as a bit strange. However, he was confident in his strength, and could withstand even a god-level foe, so he wasn't afraid. He had spotted the stone pillar from afar, but the flight had taken nearly a month. This was unacceptable to Keno. The closer they got to the pillar, the larger it grew. But when they finally arrived, Keno couldn't believe his eyes. This wasn't just any stone pillar, it was a massive temple, stretching tens of thousands of feet and reaching the sky, with no visible top. After a month's journey, Keno was filled with disbelief. The fact that he could actually see the temple from such a distance was simply bizarre. After all, human vision is limited, and the temple was more than 100,000 miles away from where he was. The fact that he could even vaguely see it was simply inconceivable. Some of the group looked stunned, as if they had never seen such a towering temple before. Others, however, remained calm, as if they had known about the situation for a long time. However, McKinley glanced around, cautiously approached Keno, and whispered, "Be careful. I feel something's amiss with the spatial fluctuations here." Keno's face darkened at this, as he had also felt something amiss with his space when he had come here before. However, aside from the feeling, he hadn't noticed anything else. Although puzzled, he could do nothing about it. Now that McKinley had said this, it was clear that something was amiss. However, she didn't seem to know for sure, it was just a feeling. Keno looked carefully but found nothing amiss. Using his mental power, he discovered that everything around him was real, not an illusion. But as time went on, he felt something was getting more and more off. It seemed as if some danger was imminent. "We're already here. The temple you're talking about isn't this Tower of Babel, is it? It's the remains of the first generation of the god of death. Almost everyone who's been to Death City knows about it, and most people have been here before. Indeed, my patience is almost exhausted. If you don't give us a satisfactory explanation, you won't end well. The carvings here are beautiful, but I'm not in the mood to see them. Don't test our patience, just tell us the secret." More and more people were becoming dissatisfied, but Mecha remained calm. He raised his hand to silence everyone, then slowly said, "You're right. The secret lies within this Tower of Babel." Chapter 313, Tower of Babel. Tower of Babel, isn't this the main temple? A dragon shouted furiously, his tone thick with irritation. He was a master in Death City and had known about the main temple since his first day there, but he had never heard of the Tower of Babel. The others' faces were equally gloomy, and some had even activated their special rings. A fight was likely to break out below. "Don't get excited. I actually saw the name of this Tower of Babel in a book. At the top of this Tower of Babel, the first generation of the Lord of Death resided. It's just that in a war long ago, the upper part of this Tower of Babel was cut off, and its current location is unknown, and the secret of the temple I'm talking about is actually right here at the entrance. If someone stands at the entrance and spills all their blood onto the steps at the moment when black and white alternate, the moment their soul dissipates, the Tower of Babel will activate again." Mecha spoke solemnly, while the others looked puzzled. This method of opening the Tower of Babel was indeed a bit strange. Without a fight, blood wouldn't have stained the steps at all. If it weren't for her utter reluctance, her soul wouldn't have dispersed. Furthermore, at this moment, things seemed a bit too uncontrollable. "You mean if we activate the Tower of Babel, we can enter?" "Yes, if we activate the Tower of Babel, you can enter." "You've absolutely never been inside the Tower of Babel." "How did you know?" an elf said coldly, her face gloomy. Upon hearing her words, the surrounding saints all looked at Mecha, as if they had thought of the same thing. If they entered the Tower of Babel the moment it opened, they would surely discover something. Judging by their eager expressions, it seemed they didn't even know what lay within. Mecha might have discovered this by coincidence, but he didn't know the exact situation. At the very least, he probably had never entered the Tower of Babel. "Yes, I haven't been there," and I don't know if there's any danger there. But even if there was, would you give up? The path has been pointed out to you. Choose one person to die there. Demika's words immediately caused everyone to gather in small groups. Anyone who was alone and weak at this moment would likely be killed. However, those who could appear here were generally quite powerful, otherwise, they were among the high-level saints. Ultimately, only the three of Kano stood out. The three mid-level saints, looking very young, seemed the best choice. Sensing the gazes of the crowd, Kenolite suddenly burst out laughing. These people, daring to plot against Kano and Wulanguang, were simply courting death. Kenolite's smile was immediately strange to everyone. To be able to laugh while being stared at by 500 saint-level masters was a testament to her audacity. They can't do that. That lady, Kenolite, is an expert in the laws of space, Demika said, and the others immediately realized what was happening. They looked at Kenolite with surprise and envy. The laws of space are among the higher laws. While their initial offensive power might not be particularly strong, their escape abilities were unmatched. Their teleportation speeds were unmatched. With Kenolite as their master, Kano and Wulanguang were safe. For these people, no one wanted to offend Kenolite. The next moment, all eyes converged, searching for a target. They quickly zeroed in on a young, mid-level saint. They chose him because he was the only one of them. He stood there, clutching a rusty sword, his demeanor nonchalant. They had previously chosen him because he was so calm, a fact that made them suspect he was a master. Now, the other teams were either larger or more powerful. With only him, who else could they choose? Sensing the gazes of the crowd, the young man slowly opened his tightly closed eyes. Glancing around, he spoke calmly, "If you want to die, you can. I'll reluctantly help you kill one." The young man spoke with a disregard for the others present, his tone especially betraying his extraordinary strength. If he truly was a master, anyone who approached would die. With a vast treasure hidden behind, no one wanted to die now. For a moment, everyone hesitated. No one moved, no one spoke, only glancing around, as if searching for a suitable target. "It's just killing one person, is it that much trouble?" A high-level saint snorted, seemingly impatient. Flames erupted from his body, and with a roar, he slashed at a nearby mid-level saint. "Touch my brother, you're courting death." At this moment, another high-level saint nearby was furious. The power of the earth principle erupted from his body, and he struck directly with a punch. "Switch," the burly man sneered upon seeing this. His cold gaze swept around, and he saw two mid-level saints step back. Without the protection of high-level saints, they seemed to have no connections, making them prime targets. "You're the one hiding your head and showing your tail." The burly man grinned fiercely and slashed at an old mid-level saint. The people around him stepped aside, fearing they would be implicated. However, just as the burly man rushed toward the old man, a strange look suddenly flashed in his eyes. Then, a flash of light appeared before him, and a fire demon, its body covered in rock and flames, with fiery red wings behind it, suddenly appeared. With a roar, it struck the man within striking distance with a punch. The moment the man was struck, a long sword pierced the wound inflicted by the fire demon. Then, with a flash of wings, the fire demon appeared directly in front of the man, pinning him to the ground and delivering a powerful punch. This situation was completely unexpected, and everyone dodged almost instantly, their eyes filled with deep fear as they looked at the old man. Playing the pig to eat the tiger is a common occurrence. So, Demika was just the first move, and no one actually took action. It was the burly man who couldn't help himself, and that's when he suffered. Those who could appear here were generally masters. Acting alone was even more of a master. Those with less strength were masters among masters. Just like the old man just now, if he hadn't taken action, who would have known he had the power to kill a high-ranking saint? While this was primarily due to a sneak attack, he certainly had the ability. With his skull shattered by the flame demon's full-strength blow, the man had little chance of survival. Unless he reached a god level, such a severe blow would only result in death. The man lay dead at the entrance to the Tower of Babel, his blood streaming down the stone steps. His soul, naturally, dissipated upon death. He tried to struggle, but the flame demon was too powerful, shattering his spirit. It was exactly midnight, the moment of daylight alternating between black and white. As blood stained the 9 steps, a strange aura emanated from the Tower of Babel. Boom! The entire Tower of Babel trembled violently, emanating a powerful aura. Then, a vast light shield enveloped it, and a vast, swirling nebula appeared at the entrance. It looked like a dimensional tunnel. The moment Kano stared at the tunnel, he felt the spatial laws within his soul rapidly energize, and a flash of enlightenment suddenly dawned on him. It was obvious that the nebula at the entrance was related to the laws of space. Naturally, Kano didn't want to pass up this rare opportunity to comprehend this. Upon noticing the changes at the entrance, a high-level saint-level figure, radiating a brilliant earthy yellow light, flashed and charged forward. The others hesitated only briefly before following closely. However, just as the leader neared the entrance, his entire body suddenly froze. Then, his pupils constricted, and he exploded. The faces of those charging behind him dropped drastically, and they retreated, staring at the entrance with fear in their eyes. Just then, a rustling sound echoed through the desert. Something seemed to be about to burst forth from below. A painful cry erupted, followed by a sharp arrow piercing the body of a saint-level expert, striking upwards with a fatal blow. The next moment, figures emerged from the ground one after another. Some were skeletons, some zombies, some death knights, some undead giants, and even liches. Their strength was at least level 9, and a third were saint level. However, the total number was quite high, exceeding 10,000. Mecha, is this the over 10,000 undead you mentioned? Yes, but it seems like there are a bit too many saint-level beings today. Damn it, with so many powerful beings, how can we defeat them? Most people looked terrified, while some took to the sky. Mecha sneered at this. The saint-level had just been killed by an arrow, so how could they fly so far? Sure enough, before they had gotten far, the archers below fired a volley. The dozen or so people who flew up afterwards were instantly reduced to a hornet's nest without a trace of hesitation. Kano was forced to wake up at this moment, because the situation here was far beyond his expectations. He was shocked to discover that most of the saint-level undead here actually possessed the power of the law. This was absolutely abnormal, unless there was something here that could help them comprehend the power of the law. Don't even think about escaping. The only way to survive is to fight. They only appear for half an hour. Whoever survives that time will enter the Tower of Babel. Trust me, holding out for half an hour is your only option. Mecha laughed excitedly, his entire being surging with fiery energy. His body instantly expanded to 10 feet, transforming into a fiery demon. In this situation, escape meant certain death. With only a moment's hesitation, the men gathered together and began to defend. They only hoped Mecha's words were true, that they still had a chance of survival, otherwise, they would be doomed. Kano glanced around, then closed his eyes. The sand around him swirled, enveloping Kano's body. He was now intent on continuing his comprehension, with no intention of joining the battle. Chapter 314, Lower God Clone. 500 saints were a significant number, all masters of the law. They were a formidable force anywhere. However, when they encountered 10,000 undead, a small number of them saints, and even more who had comprehended the power of the law, the result was a one-sided massacre. The undead's attacks were simple, their weapons imbued with the power of the law. They might be able to withstand 1 or 2 attacks, but against 1,000 undead, a high-level saint would be vulnerable. Mechanically clutched Wu Guang and teleported continuously. Short-distance teleportation to evade physical attacks was no big deal for Mechanically. She had spent the previous year practicing teleportation. Of course, there were also true masters among these men, and there were quite a few of them. Even amidst the dense undead horde, they were able to maneuver with ease. The first wave of undead attacks had decimated nearly all who deserved death. As the bodies fell to the ground, their blood pooled on the steps, seemingly drawn and consumed by them. Mecha had summoned so many people simply to seek their blood, and it seemed only blood imbued with souls would do. The young man clutching the broken sword stood silently, seemingly devoid of any presence. Undead passed by him, seemingly oblivious. The old man with the fire demon wore a tattered suit of armor, emitting a faint ochre-colored aura. Yet, this unremarkable armor blocked all attacks. However, as time went on, his face paled. It seemed the armor consumed a great deal of the power of the laws, making it a defective product. Mecha, transformed into the fire demon, soared through the air, his speed so swift that the undead could barely react. Furthermore, an elf transformed into countless figures, attacking the undead one by one, but always in vain. The goblins, cowering, retreated into a massive metal shell. However, it was true that the shell offered formidable defense. The undead attacked it for a long time, but only managed to dent it, not break it. Experts from the demon, Azura, dragon, and giant tribes naturally disdained to cower or dodge. They drew their weapons and attacked the surrounding undead. Their ferocious attacks actually resulted in a number of casualties, but facing the endless horde of undead behind them, they could only passively defend. Originally numbering over 500, they were quickly reduced to just over 20, each exhausted, some barely able to hold on. Undead knights wielding long swords lashed out, sending a barrage of sharp arrows cascading down. The defending demon and endurance experts' expressions suddenly changed, and they immediately activated their defensive shields. However, some of these arrows were imbued with the power of the law. How could their makeshift shields stop them? As a result, most were severely wounded by the onslaught. This was a testament to their physical strength, otherwise, they would have perished long ago. However, to have held out for so long, they must have had some skills. When they seemed on the verge of collapse, they all drew their weapons from their special rings. As it turned out, the individuals unearthed a uniform array of divine artifacts. While they were only lower-tier artifacts and didn't look particularly powerful, they were nonetheless divine artifacts. They charged relentlessly, their effects impressive. In a matter of moments, they had already brought down over a dozen saint-level undead. However, the remaining undead were simply too numerous, especially the archers, who could attack from a distance. A volley of fire dealt them a heavy blow. Simple-minded, strong-armed, useless, truly useless, Mecha said in the air, disdainfully dismissing the fray. After all, if they had opted for defense from the outset, they might have been able to hold out for an hour. However, their initial engagement had completely drawn the undead's attention. Continuing a fight like this would only result in their annihilation. With a massive depletion of their law power, both their defense and speed were significantly reduced. The ultimate outcome was utter annihilation. With a sweep of his spear, several saint-level beings were sent flying. A death knight, remarkably advanced saint level, stood among them. His comprehended principles were still of the fire element, and he had already reached the pinnacle of the beginning path. Shura casually swung his short blade, his expression changing dramatically. Before he could react, a sharp sword pierced through him. Behind him, a skeleton soldier radiated golden light. Unbelievably, he was also a high-level saint-level being, and his comprehended principles of the gold element had also reached the pinnacle of the beginning path. Damn! Can the undead sneak attack? A nearby dragon exclaimed in fury. But before he could finish, a golden light shot forth from below, piercing him directly through his body. Disbelief filled the dragon's face, and in the back of his mind, he realized it was a golden arrow. The Death Knight's spear radiated a brilliant black light, and he thrust forward without hesitation. The nearest demon dodged quickly, only to find, horrified, that he couldn't dodge. The spear's swift speed locked onto him, then pierced through him, a single, flawless strike. A zombie archer, a skeleton warrior, and a Death Knight stood at the entrance, their deep eyes pulsing with captivating soul fire. The weapons wielded by each of them were, surprisingly, divine artifacts. The only survivors were the old man, Mecha, Wulen Guang, Kenolite, and Kino. However, the old man's face was pale, as if he could no longer hold on. At that moment, a strange ripple echoed through the desert. A giant hand, transformed from sand, suddenly rose from the sky and, with a single grasp, seized the old man. With a snap of its fingers, the old man was crushed to pulp without a single scream. The flame demon, having lost its master, clutched its head and screamed, its soul instantly dissipating. It then plummeted from the sky, and before it even reached the ground, it was seized by the giant hand and crushed into pulp. God level, the young man, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened them, a burst of golden light emanating from him. His gaze, solemn and fearful, shone through his surroundings. Not only the young man, but also Mecha Wulen Guang and Kenolite, were horrified. To be able to transform sand into a giant hand and crush the old man with a single blow, this strength was most likely divine. Even more alarming was the fact that this divine showed no intention of surfacing. It seemed to be hiding in the sand, intent on annihilating them all. Just as they were wary of a sneak attack, the giant hand transformed from sand reappeared, this time grasping at the void, followed by a burst of sword energy. Though powerful, the giant hand was instantly crushed by the sword energy. Then, a flash of light and shadow appeared in the void, revealing 17 or 18 individuals. These individuals were all high-level saints, radiating pure principle power. This included not only ice principles, but also lightning and wind principles. The reason they had been hiding was that they were using the principle of space, which was already approaching the elementary level. Their strength wasn't limited to this. Each of them, with their proud demeanor, carried a divine weapon, one for attack and one for defense, seemingly belonging to a certain faction. War god suits, are you from the Ares family? You're Ares, Komori. Demika's face darkened upon seeing these people. They snorted in disdain. A middle-aged man, leading them, swept the undead below and sneered, "Destroy them all." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone rushed forward. The divine weapons in their hands radiated a powerful pressure, slaying the primary holy level undead with a single blow. The middle-aged man, known as Komori, stared at the sand dune where Kino lay. He could clearly sense the dissipated soul fires around him converging into the dune before vanishing completely. But before he could make another move, a massive sand giant slowly rose from the ground. With a roar, it struck Komori with a fist. Komori snorted in disdain and struck with his sword. A flash of golden light flashed across the air, and the sand giant was cleaved in two. The sand giant then dissolved into dust and fell to the ground. At that moment, the Death Knight hurled his spear, his target clearly at Komori. The zombie archers and skeleton warriors around him also attacked at top speed, firing arrows and sword energy, as if they too saw Komori's formidable opponent. "You unintelligent piece of shit. Die!" Komori, unfazed, swung his sword. A stream of golden energy shot through the air, striking the three undead. The three were instantly sent flying by the golden energy. While the damage wasn't significant, the 1 versus 3 situation clearly revealed a difference in strength. Komori's strength moved Wulin Guang. He believed he could defeat 3 undead with a single blow, but he certainly couldn't do it so casually. Komori didn't seem to be using his full strength, which shouldn't be the case even with a divine weapon. "Be careful, he's a lower god clone," McKinley whispered quietly, and Komori immediately looked over. The next moment, his brow furrowed, and a hint of a sneer appeared. "So it's a girl from the Morgana family, coming here alone? It seems your training has paid off, Uncle Komori, with your strength, coming here seems." "I'm a clone." The two looked familiar, surprising Wulin Guang. However, he didn't expect Komori to be a lower god clone. That made sense of his strength. A lower god clone is essentially a lower god, it's just that their spiritual energy and the power of the laws can't keep up. However, they can control divine artifacts up to 90%. A normal saint-level being can only exert about 30% of their power. This disparity naturally makes them the pinnacle of the saint level. Unless they encounter the elite of a major power, they are the most powerful of the saint level. Of course, Wulin Guang is quite powerful. If he really faces this Komori, he has more than 50% chance of killing him, but if he does so, he will offend a lower-level god, which is not worth a loss. Chapter 315, Momentum of Oppression. Upon learning that Komori was a clone of a lower-level god, the others felt relieved. After all, compared to true geniuses, clones of lower-level gods were easier to accept. When lower-level gods struggled to improve their strength, they would cultivate clones based on a different set of laws, hoping their clones could also reach godhood, which would be like having an extra life. However, comprehending one law was already difficult, and comprehending two was even more challenging. While clones could comprehend independently, their progress was slower than that of the original body, and it took time. Therefore, aside from some god-level powerhouses who had reached a bottleneck, cultivating clones was generally only considered feasible by those who had reached the upper-level god level. Because they all began their cultivation at the saint level, it was common in some factions for those in high positions of saint rank to be addressed respectfully as sir by even god-level figures. Although clones were new beings, they could only function autonomously after the original body died, otherwise, they were merely self-cultivating puppets. Komori's presence rendered the three undead below vulnerable. And for some unknown reason, the god-level undead beneath the sand had yet to emerge. At this point, the three saint-level undead retreated to the side, and Komori had no intention of destroying them. After all, the three undead were quite powerful, and destroying them would be a real problem. Meanwhile, the remaining undead, as if receiving some order, all retreated, seemingly unwilling to continue the attack. Komori glanced around, snorting disdainfully. He fixed his gaze on Demika, hovering in midair, and said coldly, "Except for this little girl from the Morgana family, kill them all." "Wait, they're my friends. You can't kill them, I'm already giving the Morgana family a break. You have no right to spare the other two." If they were strong enough to pledge allegiance to the Ares family, perhaps I would spare their lives. Komori acted nonchalant. The loyalty he meant was, of course, the implantation of a soul mark. Any violation would result in immediate death. The soul mark of the divine realm is not the same as that of the divine and demonic continents. Once implanted, there's no way around it unless the owner removes it. Such an arrogant tone. He's just a lower-level god. I, Anric, have never been afraid of him. Don't blame me if you're looking for death, the young man spoke coldly, his tone filled with hostility. He hadn't attacked from the beginning, his strength truly mysterious. Since that's the case, let's work together and kill them all, Wu Linguang sneered, paying no attention to Komori. Mecha, in mid-air, was startled, then flew away without hesitation. However, Komori didn't attack, as the giant sand hand suddenly appeared, flashing and grabbing Mecha. Mecha's expression changed drastically, and he slashed with his sword. With a strike, he actually broke the giant sand hand. However, before he could show any surprise, countless giant sand hands emerged from the ground, numbering hundreds. Mecha's face was filled with fear, followed by despair. After a few swings of his sword, he was seized by the giant sand hand. With a scream, he was completely crushed into pulp. It was obvious that the god-level masters below were exceptionally powerful. They simply hadn't made a move against Komori for some unknown reason. The outcome of Mecha left Wu Linguang and Anric grimace. They vaguely sensed that a god-level undead below seemed to be collaborating with Komori. Clear the area, Komori declared coldly, and the surrounding saint-level masters immediately gathered around him. Wu Linguang snorted disdainfully and launched a powerful sword attack. His black and white sword energy instantly struck a high-level saint level, which then detonated itself. The powerful explosion sent the saint-level saint flying backwards. However, what grimaced at Wu Linguang was that the saint-level saint merely dimmed the light of his armor before completely blocking the attack. For the first time, his sword energy explosion had no effect on a saint-level saint. The others around him were immediately surprised by Wu Linguang's prowess, and even Komori was no exception. Meanwhile, on the other side, Anric drew his sword. A golden sword energy swept across, and the high-level holy great armor was struck by the sword energy, its light instantly dimming, and the person was sent flying 10 feet away. Such a powerful attack made the others look fearful, and Komori, once again startled, raised his hand to block the attack. The law of black and white, the law of the fusion of light and darkness, golden sword energy, the law of gold. But your sword is not bad, it seems you have had a chance, you two are good, but unfortunately, my subordinates all have god-level armor. With your talents, you can definitely join my Ares family. Consider it. Don't pin your hopes on that girl from the Morgana family, it's useless. Komori's eyes flashed, and he spoke with a hint of excitement. He hadn't expected such good luck this time, to encounter two extremely talented people. If he could bring them back, it would be a great achievement, and it wouldn't be long before the Ares family would have gained two more powerful generals. Although they hated to admit it, both Wu Linguang and Anric knew what Komori said was true. These men possessed defensive artifacts, making it impossible to capture them quickly. Even if Komori attacked, they might be captured. As for escape, that seemed unlikely. Becoming your retainer is fine, but I have to listen to my eldest brother. If you make him your retainer, I'll follow you. Wu Linguang pointed at the dunes, referring to Kino. Kino was still comprehending, but his senses of the outside world remained undimmed. As Wu Linguang spoke, he instinctively regained consciousness. The sand dunes on his body cracked and then turned into sand. Kano looked at Komori casually and said lightly, "To be honest, I don't want to be a retainer of your Ares family. If there is nothing else, you can go back. It's too dangerous here, even if you are wearing artifact armor." "Are you provoking me? You misunderstood, I was warning you." Kano raised his eyebrows and a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. The person in front of him was just an avatar of a lower god, not a lower god. Even if he was wearing armor, what could he do? Komori looked at Kano with a murderous look on his face. Then he clenched his fists and said coldly, "It seems that you are very confident in your own strength, so much nonsense." Kano's face suddenly turned cold and his figure disappeared in an instant. Kano paused, and before he could react, Kano had already appeared in front of him. "Asshole, you're courting death?" Komori was enraged. Realizing only then that Kano was a master of the law of space. His speed was remarkable, and a stream of sword energy emanated instantly. However, Kaner sneered, grasping Komori's neck with one hand. A stream of metallic liquid gushed out from Kaner's hand, enveloping his head. More and more metallic liquid rapidly enveloped Komori's entire body. No matter how Komori struggled, the stream of sword energy hammered at Kaner, even piercing his chest with a longsword, offering no remedy. This golden liquid was, of course, a transforming mecha, its strength far beyond the reach of a lesser god's avatar. Kaner's attack was complete in an instant, and his wounds healed in a fraction of a second. The rest of the Ares family was stunned. They hadn't expected that Komori, a powerful member of their family, could be trapped by a mid-level saint. It looked like he wouldn't be able to escape anytime soon. The transforming mech unleashed a soul-burning fire, sending Komori screaming in agony. Only then did the others react and attack Kaner. "You're courting death. Grant your wish," Kaner sneered, waved his hand, and summoned 3,000 saint-level undead. Then, in a flash, he appeared before a high-ranking saint and launched a sweeping mental attack. Seeing Kaner summon 3,000 saint-level undead, the high-ranking saint knew he had hit a wall. With a grimace, he immediately tried to unleash the power of the law to strengthen his defense. However, under Kaner's mental attack, his head ached, and the radiance of his armor dimmed. Kaner's punch, surprisingly shattered the armor, and then pierced the opponent's neck. The other saint levels, horrified, gathered around him at top speed. Meanwhile, the appearance of the 3,000 saint-level undead energized the undead, and they rushed forward to engage the 3,000 saint-level undead. Wulin Guang's expression was grim as he attacked one of the high-ranking saints without hesitation. If he couldn't kill even one of them with his strength, it would be truly shameful. Kino's tactics frightened Enrique. Summoning 3,000 saint-rank undead at once was not something a typical saint could accomplish. Camrli was restrained by Kino in a single round. While not dead yet, his struggling appearance clearly showed he couldn't hold out much longer. Enrique hesitated. He considered himself quite capable, but facing Kino, he was no match. He didn't know whether to fight or flee. Either option would result in friend or foe, and there was a chance Kino would attack him even if he fled. "You bastards, damn you. I won't let you go, just wait. I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death." After struggling for a long time, Camrli finally calmed down. His body and soul were completely consumed by the burning soul fire, even the marks of his armor and sword were completely erased. Although Kaner had 3,000 saint-level undead, the undead and the members of the Ares family were also masters. After fighting for a while, he didn't gain much of an advantage. Enrique still didn't make a move, as if he wanted to see the result. Kaner's figure kept flashing, attacking the members of the Ares family. The entrance to the Tower of Babel trembled violently, and a strange aura emanated. Then countless wind blades shot out from it, and countless cracks appeared in the surrounding space. A powerful aura emanated from the entrance. And everyone present felt their legs weaken and were directly pressed to the ground. Then, there was a roar of extreme excitement. "Ha ha ha, I'm finally out. I finally see the light of day again." Chapter 316, Devouring the Son of the Wind. With a roar of excited laughter, a cyan figure appeared before the crowd. A cyan white force of laws swirled around him, yet his strength was only at the peak of the saint rank. The figure, in his excitement, scanned the surroundings and was soon stunned. Kano, below, was equally astonished. "Kano, son of the wind," the cyan white figure exclaimed in disbelief, while Kano's face darkened and he exclaimed in surprise. This figure was none other than the son of the wind whom Kano had encountered in the god-destroying dimension. However, something seemed to have changed in the son of the wind this time. His law power now possessed the power of ice. Even more surprising to Kano was the fact that this Tower of Babel was connected to the god-destroying dimension. If so, could the other sons of the Lord God also escape? However, when Kano looked toward the passage again, he found it had vanished. The Tower of Babel had returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. For a moment, the scene was completely silent. You could hear a pin drop. Only the son of the wind and Kano exchanged glances, their eyes filled with hostility. "Die, everyone. Ice explosion, don't hold back. If we don't kill him, we'll all die." After a brief silence, the son of wind gave a sinister smile. Then, with a roar, countless transparent wind blades shot out from the heavens and earth. These blades radiated an icy chill, creating tiny cracks in space wherever they passed. However, Kano reacted quickly, almost instantly releasing the dark lightning rat, the black spirit bull demon, and the earth demon. This time, He absolutely had to spare no effort, or he would likely be annihilated by the freed Son of Wind. Freed from the god-destroying dimension, the previous constraints would undoubtedly disappear. The Son of Wind's power would skyrocket, potentially ascending to the rank of lower god or even middle god in a short period of time. The Son of Wind and Kano had a feud here, and he would undoubtedly pursue him. Being pursued by a powerful god-level expert, powerless to resist, was something Kano had no desire to do. Countless wind blades descended, piercing the undead's body almost instantly. The entire undead was instantly frozen, and with a resounding boom, it exploded into a block of ice. In a flash, all 3,000 of Kano's undead were wiped out. However, he showed no remorse, instead rapidly condensing his soul-burning fire and summoning all his mecha warriors. Unfortunate it wasn't just Kano's undead, the surrounding undead were also attacked. Aside from 3 peak-level undead who managed to hold their own, the others were killed almost instantly. The Ares family members clearly weren't very lucky. Despite possessing divine artifacts, they were immediately frozen in place by the icy cold. The sheer force of the cold froze them to death. Furthermore, the artifacts themselves were completely devoid of their spirituality, their recognition marks within them also being instantly obliterated. The sand on the ground trembled, and countless giant, sand-like hands rose into the sky. The god-level beings below seemed unable to resist and decisively attacked. A mere lower-level divine lich dares to stop me. Get out, Wind Sun sneered disdainfully. With a swift grasp, a transparent, azure hand 100 feet long condensed. It passed through the dense mass of sand-like hands, instantly freezing them, and then snatched them down. Sandstorm, a deep voice echoed, and the frozen sand-like hands instantly exploded. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with sand, and his spiritual power was surprisingly suppressed. Huh? A sand spirit has become a god. Interesting, Wind Sun exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, he pointed at the void, and a gust of wind whistled away. The wind blew away the surrounding sand and dust. Before Wind Sun could even smile, the sand particles surrounded him, unexpectedly enveloping him. Thus, Wind Sun was trapped by the sand. Although formed from sand particles, its hardness was no less than that of a divine artifact. After all, the earth element is primarily known for its strong defense, and being in the desert, it was not surprising that it possessed such power. The earth demon, who had been preparing for half a moment, was overjoyed and immediately aimed his quantum cannon. With Wind Sun's speed, he had no chance, but now was the perfect time. Ignorance, Wind Sun sneered, a chill emanating from his surroundings. In a matter of moments, the surrounding sand was frozen solid. Hundreds of wind blades shot out, shattering the sand. Come out, Wind Sun, enraged, launched a figure from the midst of the attack. It was a cocky figure, clad in a gray robe, making it appear as if it were made of sand. Since you're a god-level being, I'll give you my ultimate move, Ice Storm. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive tornado coalesced around the Sandman. Countless wind blades swirled within it, and the chill within was so intense that it threatened to solidify the very void. The Sandman was instantly frozen, and then countless wind blades pierced his body, shattering even the death god's soul in an instant. A god-level master was easily strangled, and the faces of the people below instantly turned extremely grim. By this time, Kano, Ulan Guang, Kenolite, Anrik, the Black Bull Demon, the Dark Lightning Rat, the Transformer Mech, and the Earth Demon had already been injured by the first wave of attacks, with Kenolite even severely wounded. After all, dodging so many wind blades was extremely difficult. The Son of Wind easily broke free from his sand prison and immediately killed the god-level master. Meanwhile, the Black Bull Demon and the Dark Lightning Rat had already rushed in front of the Son of Wind. The Dark Lightning Rat's black lightning and the Black Bull Demon's black rays struck the Son of Wind almost instantly. The Son of Wind paused, a hint of surprise on his face. He had clearly not expected that Kano had these two special beings, the Dark Lightning Rat and the Black Bull Demon. Despite the Son of Wind's formidable strength, he was still frozen for a moment. Meanwhile, the Earth Demon trembled all over and launched a quantum cannon attack at the Son of Wind. A 10-foot wide beam of light shot out, exploding the moment it struck the Son of Wind. The powerful impact created a massive wave centered on the Son of Wind, sending Kano and his companions flying. At this moment, everyone held a glimmer of hope, hoping the quantum cannon could inflict a heavy blow on the Son of Wind. While the chances were high, they were not great. You all deserve to die, an angry voice rang out from the side of the quantum cannon's explosion. Countless wind blades shot out immediately. The smallest of these blades was 10 feet across, more than 10 times larger than the previous ones. Furthermore, both their sharpness and the chilling aura they emanated were far more potent than the previous ones, causing Kenolo's face to darken. With so many wind blades barreling down, everyone around them dodged without a second thought. Defense was impossible, they could only dodge. As for Kenolo's burning spirit flame, it had already been severely damaged from resisting the first wave of attacks. As a last resort, Kenolo withdrew it. Against the Son of Wind, numbers were no threat, all that was needed was strength, absolute strength. The Black Bull Demon, vastly oversized, sensed the power of the surrounding wind blades and instantly shrank to the size of a mouse. This greatly increased its defense and speed, naturally increasing its resistance. As the 10-foot-wide wind blades approached, the surrounding air temperature plummeted. Even with their strength, their bodies gradually stiffened, their speed slowing. Almost instantly, the surrounding wind blades swung sharply, shooting towards them all, seemingly completely locked onto them. Facing mortal danger, Kenolo's pupils shrank sharply. Then, a flash of inspiration struck his mind, and he unleashed the Holy Dragon. Roar! A slightly excited roar echoed, and Kenolo was taken aback. He had hoped the Holy Dragon would provide a layer of legal defense, but he didn't expect the Holy Dragon, once released, to stare at the Son of Wind, his eyes filled with excitement. Upon catching sight of the Holy Dragon, the Son of Wind was also taken aback, but the next moment, his expression changed drastically, a look filled with disbelief. Almost instantly, Kenolo felt the wind blades lock disappear, and with a flash of his body, he barely dodged the central attack. Mechanically reacted quickly, vanishing instantly, along with the Wuling Guang. Anrik's expression shifted, and he plunged his broken iron sword into the ground. A golden light enveloped his entire body, and just like that, he had actually blocked all the wind blades' attacks. However, after the attack, Anrik's face paled instantly, and his body went limp, and he fainted. With so many earth demons, the dark lightning rats and black bull demons were no match for him, simply retreating underground. There was nowhere safer than underground. Impossible, 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 how could it be? The Son of Wind was terrified and was about to flee, as if the Holy Dragon were his nemesis, rendering him powerless to resist. But the next moment, the Holy Dragon flashed, appearing before the Son of Wind. A single claw extended, effortlessly piercing the Son of Wind's body. Despair filled the Son of Wind, yet he didn't even bother to mobilize the laws of ice and wind. He watched helplessly as the Holy Dragon poured the power of 10 laws into his body, then opened its mouth, ready to devour him. No, I don't want to die. I want to become the God King, I want to become the Supreme God, the Son of Wind roared continuously, his voice filled with resentment. But all he could do was to slow the Holy Dragon's engulfment, completely ineffective. Roar, the Holy Dragon roared, sending a wave of sound waves through the Son of Wind's body. The next moment, the Son of Wind's body vanished, and he was swallowed directly into the Holy Dragon's mouth. Burp, the Holy Dragon burped, looking very pleased. Then a strange light flashed in his eyes, and he opened his mouth and spat out a space ring. Then the Holy Dragon narrowed his eyes, looking very satisfied, and staggered to Kenolo's front, staring at Kenolo's pet ring. Everyone else stared at the Holy Dragon in disbelief. Even Kenolo was blank, holding the ring the Holy Dragon had handed him, at a loss. The Son of Wind, a mid-level master of the law, so powerful, was powerless against the Holy Dragon, he was simply swallowed. Kenolo found this reality difficult to accept, no matter how he thought about it, it seemed too unreal. Chapter 317, Sky-Splitting Sword and the Power of the Ice-Wind Law. At this moment, Kano sensed that the Holy Dragon had benefited immensely from devouring the Son of Wind. Its power seemed poised for a breakthrough, and not just to the intermediate saint rank. While leaping directly from the primary saint rank to the advanced saint rank was somewhat unbelievable, the Holy Dragon was clearly a special being. Most importantly, Kano couldn't understand how it had so completely suppressed the Son of Wind. In front of the Holy Dragon, the Son of Wind seemed completely subdued, practically devoid of any offensive power. Kano quickly led his men away, fearing the Tower of Heaven might summon another. With the Holy Dragon still ascending, they wouldn't be able to counter it. Without stopping, Kano and his men journeyed thousands of miles from the ancient god ruins before finally stopping. At this point, he felt a sense of peace. Everyone entered a state of recuperation, and Kano deployed his transforming mechas to monitor their surroundings. As for his mech warriors, save for a few god-level ones, almost all had been destroyed. The result was merely a way to prolong the burning spirit fire. Overall, the effect was insignificant. Wulan Guang and Kenolite were seriously injured, and Enrique fainted. Even unconscious, Enrique still clutched his broken iron sword. Anyone with a clue could tell. That iron sword was extraordinary. However, Kano didn't examine it. According to his mental perception, the broken sword didn't seem particularly remarkable. Perhaps it could only unleash its full power in Enrique's hands. The haul was quite substantial, several offensive and defensive artifacts. Though frozen, their marks were merely broken. Once they were recognized and nurtured for a period of time, they could be reused. There was also the Son of Wind's special ring. He didn't have one the last time I saw him, and judging by its design, it looked like he had stolen it. Something the Son of Wind valued must be extraordinary. Ordinary, lower-tier artifacts wouldn't even catch his eye. He hadn't even bothered to glance at the artifacts scattered across the floor. As his mental power entered the special ring, Kano's expression froze, then a look of surprise. The space ring contained only 3 items, but these 3 were enough to make everyone scramble for them. A longsword, constantly radiating the laws of light, held an incredibly powerful aura, at least, significantly more powerful than a lesser divine artifact. However, Kano sensed that it wasn't the primary divine artifact used by the Lord's descendants. Kano could only assume that it was an artifact from the god-destroying dimension. If it wasn't the primary divine artifact of the Lord's descendants, then it must have been brought in by someone else, or perhaps it belonged to the god-destroying dimension itself. Regardless, Kano sensed that this sword was extraordinary, and the method for divine artifacts to recognize their master seemed to be a drop of blood. Thinking of this, Kano eagerly grasped it, then sliced his finger and let a drop of blood drip onto it. The next moment, Kano felt the world shift instantly, and he appeared in a void. A 10,000-foot figure soared in the air, a longsword hovering overhead. However, the sword was only 3 feet long, a mere trifle insignificant compared to the 10,000-foot tall figure. Suddenly, the 10,000-foot giant erupted with a powerful aura. And then the white power of the law was channeled into the longsword. With this influx of power, the longsword instantly grew in size. In a matter of moments, it had expanded to a length of 10,000 feet. Slash, a voice devoid of emotion echoed, and the 10,000-foot lightsaber slashed down in an instant. Immediately, the space before them shattered, and the lightsaber pierced into the void. Without a sound, it shattered space and slashed into the void. Kano could clearly sense the power of the laws of light and space contained within the sword. Based on these 2 attack methods alone, this sword was definitely no ordinary divine weapon. Sky-splitting sword, a top-grade divine weapon, shatters space, ignores defenses, and attacks the main body. A message entered Kano's mind, causing him to pause. A top-grade divine weapon. Discovering it was only a top-grade artifact, Kano felt a slight disappointment, but he regained his composure in a moment. With the power of both the laws of light and space wielding him, this sky-splitting sword seemed perfectly suited. Kano felt only a flash of light before his eyes, and then he retreated from the illusion. It seemed that all this was just for him to know the name of the sky-splitting sword and witness the power of that glow. But soon, Kano was completely excited, because the other 2 things were the power of law, and they were the power of ice law and the power of wind law. Green was transparent to white, and cyan was rolling. These 2 powers of law were exactly what he lacked, and at the same time, they were also the power of law that the Son of Wind already possessed. The Son of Wind suddenly had the power of ice law. Did he devour the Son of Ice? And could it be that these powers of ice law and wind law were obtained in the god-losing space? However, after careful observation, Kano found that these 2 powers of law were a little special. He couldn't say what was special about them, but they gave him a special feeling. Wulan Guang, release the mecha frigates. I need to retreat for a while. Have them advance slowly and capture more undead for me. We've captured over 3,000 undead in 2 rounds, and only a few high-level Saint rank ones are left, Kano muttered, venting his frustration. They were Saint rank after all, so why were they so vulnerable? Especially with the Son of Wind's icy blast, which killed Saint rank undead like cabbage. His understanding of the power of the laws was indeed high, but it shouldn't have been so easy. If it weren't for their superior strength, they would have been wiped out in a single round. By the way, keep that guy who became Enrique for me. If you can't keep him, let him go. But don't let him know about my dragon pet. At Keno's mention of the dragon pet, Ulan Guang and Kenoli's expressions suddenly changed. That dragon pet was undoubtedly Keno's trump card, having instantly annihilated the Son of Wind, a powerful being comparable to a mid-level god. It's worth noting that when Keno was dealing with a lower-level god, the Bone Giant, he didn't release his dragon pet. His motive was likely to keep them in the dark. Keno entered seclusion, while the Dark Lightning Rat and the Black Bull Demon were released for a stroll. They captured any undead spirits above level 9, waiting to devour them upon their awakening. However, not long after Keno's realization, the Mecha frigate once again became the center of a vortex. A powerful aura was released, and the surrounding death magic swarmed in again. This time, the movement was even greater, surprising both the Black Bull Demon and the Dark Lightning Rat. They sensed a rich principal power within, which would greatly benefit them in increasing their strength and increasing their principal power. Even Wulan Guang benefited greatly. After all, he had also comprehended the power of the Dark Principle, and in the Death God realm, the power of the Dark Principle predominated the most. However, Keno was in a precarious situation. Countless principal powers converged, and he was trapped within a spirit-gathering array. Even with his physical strength, it was gradually crumbling as a flood of principal power surged into him. Keno didn't know how others comprehended the power of the laws, but it definitely shouldn't be this way. Could it be that he'd comprehended too much? The tearing pain made him roar incessantly, and the healing of the blood law eased the pain a bit, but the constant tearing and healing was a bit too much. The two laws merged directly into Keno's soul, without the slightest resistance. Then, all the laws intertwined, and Keno felt as if his burning spirit fire had suddenly undergone some kind of transformation. The fusion of the two laws solidified Keno's soul, and at the same time, his mental power more than doubled. However, with the transformation of the burning spirit fire, Keno's soul underwent another qualitative change, his mental power amplifying fivefold. That's right, he clearly felt it, the amplification was fivefold, and no less. Comprehending the power of the ice wind law had doubled his mental power, the transformation of the burning spirit fire had magnified it fivefold. This time, his mental power had increased tenfold. Keno was incredulous at his tenfold increase in spiritual power. Although he hadn't yet reached the divine realm, he felt his spiritual power only growing stronger. He could no longer feel the pain in his body, as if his soul had completely freed itself from the constraints of flesh. He felt a subtle sense of unity with the universe. The next moment, Keno was back in reality. The dense spiritual energy surrounding him instantly dissipated, yet Keno's strength had reached the advanced saint stage. Keno now possessed the following laws: the law of time, the law of space, the law of light, the law of darkness, the law of wind, the law of thunder, the law of ice, the law of blood, which was a variation of the law of water, and the law of fire and the law of earth contained within the burning spirit fire. 10 laws, only 2 short of 12. Adding the laws of metal and wood, he had comprehended all 12. Keno felt his soul becoming materialized, and an indescribable feeling filled his soul. He could especially sense the surrounding laws, which he could clearly sense. With a casual flick of his hand, a wind blade several feet wide shot out. Its speed was so great that it traveled 100 feet in an instant, though it seemed far inferior to the Son of Winds. An idea flashed through his mind, and Keno unleashed another wind blade, this time imbued with an icy chill, naturally mimicking the Son of Wind's ice explosion. The result, however, left Keno somewhat frustrated. After the ice element was infused into the wind blade, its freezing power wasn't as strong. More importantly, its speed was significantly reduced. At this moment, Keno suddenly remembered the Holy Dragon. Upon communicating with it, he discovered that the Holy Dragon was awake. With a frown, Keno unleashed it. Send an ice explosion, roar, the Holy Dragon roared, and a wind blade several feet long shot out. It struck the side of the Mecha frigate, instantly sinking several inches into the air before a white frost covered the entire area. In a single breath, a 10-foot area was frozen. This attack left Keno stunned. It was incredibly powerful, 10 times more powerful than the wind blade he'd unleashed. It was like a miniature ice and snow explosion, identical to the attack unleashed by the Son of Wind. Another one. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, Learning and Understanding. As the mecha frigate advanced, Kano continued to learn. He let the Holy Dragon launch its attacks while he observed the changes. He also took time to devour captured undead, infusing them with a burning soul fire. The changes in the burning soul fire strengthened his soul, allowing him to use it almost unlimitedly. As a result, he could possess even more undead. Whoosh, a wind blade, about a foot long, shot out, striking a saint-level undead. It then pierced its body, and frost began to envelop it. As time passed, the undead's movement slowed. Within moments, it was frozen solid, its entire body frozen and motionless. Though motionless, the undead soul fire continued to pulse. It only needed time to recover. The attack methods are similar. What's wrong? Kano frowned, staring intently at the spinning wind blade in his hand. In appearance and aura, his wind blade was indistinguishable from the Holy Dragon's. But the power is a bit too low. In comparison, it is even lower than simply emitting wind blades or ice power. Staring at the Holy Dragon next to him, Kano seemed to be thinking, could it be that there is some essential difference between their attacks? The Holy Dragon opened its mouth, and a wind blade about a foot long hit the undead, then it went straight through its body, and the undead's body was immediately covered with frost, and the fire of its soul was extinguished in an instant. The next moment, the skeleton fell to the ground, smashing into a pile of broken bones. At this time, Kano could clearly feel that this holy level undead was dead. The power is more than 10 times different. Looking at the holy level undead on the side, Kano shot out a wind blade about a foot long. This time, he did not attach the power of ice. As a result, the wind blade instantly passed through the skull's head, shattering the burning soul fire. Just like that, the holy level undead was killed with one blow. The power of the ice and wind laws combined seemed to have reduced its power by more than half. What was the problem? Kano pondered for a moment, then sighed. Then, reaching into the void, he retrieved the 9 sacred artifacts he had obtained from the Lost Soul dimension. These 9 artifacts possessed the secret attack techniques of all the laws except those of time, space, and darkness. Each holy sword bore a rune, imbued with the secret attack techniques of the laws. Kano's attacks were so powerful because he had mastered these runes. Each rune imbued a unique aura, and when the 9 swords gathered together, the eerie aura intensified. It seemed as if they held a secret. However, Kano's abilities were currently incapable of comprehension. He could only focus his mind on the runes, and his mind would enter a special dimension. The law of light. Light dominated the entire universe. In this luminous world, Kano could not open his eyes. He felt the white light surrounding him was too dazzling, a powerful, overbearing light that he found distasteful. Yet, within this overbearing power, there was a gentleness, a powerful restorative force. While restorative, it was also incredibly overbearing. The law of thunder and lightning, wisps of lightning power flickered, and Kano felt numb all over, numb. Flashes of lightning repeatedly shuttled through, leaving only thunder and lightning, flashes and disappearances, ghostly and unusual. The law of ice, silent and extremely cold, freezing everything, freezing life, freezing time. In this world of ice and snow, Kano felt only the cold, even his soul felt that extremely cold feeling. The law of wind, silent and motionless, in an instant, it shuttled across thousands of miles. Wherever the wind passed, everything turned to dust. Kano's wind blade, which he excelled at, seemed so insignificant under the law of wind. The nature of this wind seemed like a huge wave, continuous and destructive. The law of water, soft and all-embracing, continuous and endless. But within this, Kano felt more of a sense of recovery. In the world of water, any life could be quickly restored. The law of fire ignited the heavens and the earth. Within the boundless sea of fire, there was no other special meaning other than burning, and constantly burning. To Kano, the law of fire was destruction, the destruction of all things, the destruction of life. The law of earth was profound and vast, its defense was endless, its power unceasing. Stepping upon the earth, Kano felt a surge of power throughout his being. The boundless, constantly filling him with energy left a lasting impression. 9 sacred artifacts surrounded Kano, emitting a 9-colored light. As if possessing spirituality, the 9-colored light continuously emanated from the holy swords, penetrating Kano's body and even his soul. Kano, now possessing a divine-level mental power, was drawn in by these secret techniques. The sensation became more real, as if he were there himself. Perhaps the only difference between this kind of comprehension and the fusion of the laws was that he could enter and exit at any time, and this comprehension had consumed him for 20 years. 20 years is a long time, even for an ordinary person. Keri, however, simply sat there motionless, devouring the soul fire of the undead. Perhaps even Keri didn't realize that his very presence was a disaster. While he devoured undead above level 9, the Dark Lightning Rat and the Black Bull Demon annihilated nearly every undead they encountered. The Black Bull Demon's strength was already at the high saint level, and his understanding of the Dark Law had reached the peak of the beginning path. Therefore, his constant devouring hadn't shown any noticeable change. But the Dark Lightning Rat was different. It had only just advanced. Harnessing the power of the laws of the Death Realm and constantly consuming soul fire, its strength skyrocketed. In just 20 years, it had ascended from the low saint level to the high saint level, a speed even faster than Keri's. However, like the Black Bull Demon, its advancement to the god level required a heavenly slash. Further advancement required opportunity. Wulan Guang and Kenolite had spent their days grappling with endless comprehension. After witnessing the Son of Wind's power, they were filled with a thirst for power. Being powerless, only able to slowly wait for death, was a terrible feeling. With their talents, how could they accept such humiliation? Especially Kenolite, whose strength was far greater than they had imagined. Compared to him, they felt utterly inferior. Enrique naturally came to his senses early, and once he knew he was safe, he decided to leave. He explained that this meant he would forever be a wanderer. He would find the time to repay Kenolite for saving his life. Perhaps one day, Kenolite would need his help. Enrique ultimately left, and Kenolite didn't even offer to stay. Perhaps from the beginning, Enrique hadn't given Kenolite a chance. Perhaps Enrique, like Luo Ling, always wanted to prove himself superior to others, but sometimes, fate wasn't on your side. Wulan Guang and Kenolite hadn't had the best luck. In 20 years, they hadn't encountered a single powerful undead. All the undead who faced the Dark Lightning Rat and the Black Bull Demon were lucky to survive a single round. If they took such an undead pet, they'd probably feel humiliated. While they were still searching, their enthusiasm had noticeably waned. Keno's target was Death City, and they'd covered a small portion of it. Their pace was incredibly slow, almost like a tortoise's crawl. It's difficult, truly difficult. How on earth did the Son of Wind and the Holy Dragon manage to fuse two laws? Keno's repeated failures irritated him, but he soon realized the key. Blending laws, a fusion attack between laws proved that 1 + 1 never equaled 2. Even the weakest laws combined would double their power. For example, Wulan Guang's fusion of light and dark laws would at least triple its power. With a combined power of two laws tripled, how could an average opponent withstand it? The Dark Lightning Rat's laws of darkness and lightning, and the Holy Dragon's laws of ice and wind, were at least 5 or 6 times more powerful than Keno's single laws alone. However, comprehending the law of fusion is extremely difficult, and is generally innate. While it's not impossible to master it later in life, it might take only one person a million years. Kenolite possessed considerable talent, but to be honest, he lacked the confidence to master the law of fusion. D-Model, how's the development of the quantum gun going? It's been 20 years, and there's been no progress. I know too little. Take me to see the results. During these 20 years, D-Model had naturally been busy, constantly focusing on the quantum cannon, constantly improving and innovating. The quantum cannon's power increased, and its size shrunk to 10 feet. However, he still couldn't produce a quantum gun. According to D-Model, this was because he knew too little about the divine realm. Perhaps there were too many secrets that could be easily revealed, but no one had shared them. A 10-foot-sized quantum cannon was more than enough for Kenolite to equip a mecha frigate and mecha warriors. So, upon arriving in Death City, his first priority was to quickly build a mecha frigate. The holy level undead were powerful, but with a defensive magic array, they were no match for the mech warriors. While they lacked quantum guns, Keno equipped each mech warrior with Ares clan armor and long swords. With the armor's defensive power, the mech warriors became even more formidable. While not quite on the level of a god-level warrior, they were not far behind. Something's not right up front. It seems something's about to happen. It was D'Amato who spoke, and Keno was taken aback. After all, he and D'Amato weren't on the same level in terms of mental power. There was no reason why D'Amato would notice it while Keno didn't. Boom! A massive shockwave echoed, sending the mech frigate tumbling violently. If it weren't for its formidable defenses, it would have disintegrated long ago. Roar, an angry roar echoed, accompanied by a resounding roar. It seemed as if some enormous creature had appeared ahead, engaged in combat. While its roar wasn't overpowering, it definitely didn't sound like a god-level force. But it certainly wasn't far behind. Chapter 319, Death Crisis. Roar. Ouch! The roar quickly turned into a wail, as if the behemoth had suffered a great loss. Sensing something amiss, Keri immediately emerged from the mecha frigate and fled. Upon arrival, however, he discovered that the source of the roar and howl was a black bull demon. However, this time, a massive wound etched itself between its brows, emitting a faint emanation of the law of light. As for the black bull demon, it was practically dead. This black bull demon has reached the high saint level. While it hasn't mutated, its strength is considerable. Whoever killed it seemed needless, Wu Langguang said, his face thick with confusion. Black bull demons are considered rare beasts, usually subdued upon encounter. If they could easily kill them, they could surely be subdued. And within the death realm, the law of light is undoubtedly the least cultivated. Because it is suppressed there, it's difficult to comprehend and recover. As for Wu Langguang, that's because he cultivates the law of fusion, which allows for mutual transformation, so he doesn't have to worry about this issue. Something's amiss. The law of light alone can't kill the black bull demon with a single strike. After all, he's not an undead. Therefore, he's definitely not a saint-level being. But if he's not, how could he be running rampant here? If he's not a saint-level being, then this is troublesome. Keno's heart sank, as a possibility suddenly occurred to him. If that were the case, it would be disastrous. There are masters who aren't at the god level, yet can easily kill saint-level beings. Such masters exist, but they're rare, especially since he just happened to run into one. The Son of Light. Keno's mind instantly shifted to the Son of Light. Besides him, not even he or Wu Langguang could easily kill a black bull demon. At least, it wouldn't be a one-shot kill, as seemingly effortless as it seems. But if it truly was the Son of Light, his actions were far too reckless. At that time, the Son of Wind had escaped, and the magic circle of the Tower of Babel had been destroyed. How did this Son of Light get out? Could there be other exits nearby? If so, then did the other Holy Spirits also come out? If they did, then, as far as he knew, the Son of Gold, the Son of Wind, the Son of Thunder, and the Son of Ice were all dead, leaving only 5 Holy Spirits. Although there were only 5, their strength was unquestionable. If they encountered one, even Keno wouldn't be sure of victory. In fact, he could only run away. To be more precise, he might not even be able to escape. His only trump card was the Holy Dragon. He just hoped that the Holy Dragon could really restrain the Holy Spirit, otherwise it would be really dangerous. The mecha frigate was too noisy, so Keno gave up riding it. He was afraid that he would really encounter a Holy Spirit and be killed by a single ultimate move. As a result, Keno and his companions flew all the way and found that they didn't encounter a single active undead. No matter what level of undead, they were all killed by a bright sword energy from the forehead. The soul fire didn't consume it, but it did collect many undead souls. Meanwhile, Keno had another thought: if the Holy Dragon could truly devour the Son of Light, would its power surge once again, reaching god level? Of course, there was also the possibility that the Son of Light could ascend to god level. At that point, would the Holy Dragon still be able to devour him? Isn't it dangerous for us to follow it like this? What if it strikes back? We'd be in danger, Kenolite said, a hint of fear in her tone. Even a god-level expert wasn't too frightening to her, but she feared the possibility that this being might be a mid-level god. Especially since Keno suspected that this being might be on par with the Son of Wind. Even Wu Langguang felt a sense of trepidation, not just mechanically. Don't worry, he won't come back to kill us. The bright sword energy at the wound has dissipated for some time, which means he's not very close to us. Also, have you forgotten where the road ahead leads? Death City. Wu Langguang reacted instantly, then said in disbelief. If the Son of Light really was going to Death City, he would have left via the teleportation array. As for paying the money, he must have forced his way in. After all, Death City was ruled by only lower-level gods. Keno didn't believe that a mere lower-level god could stop the Son of Light. Actually, there are 9 beings like the Son of Wind, and only 4 are dead. If the remaining 5 escape and head for Death City will be turned upside down. There's no doubt about the several god-level masters there, they'll be killed the moment they show up. And from what I know, there are only 5 god-level masters in Death City, so I don't think they'll survive. Of course, if the Son of Light doesn't attack, that's another story, but we won't suffer any loss if we go all the way there. We could even make a killing in Death City. Why not? Kano said with a calm smile. Although he still felt a tinge of worry, isn't life all about taking chances? If he was lucky this time, he could get a free ride in Death City. At the very least, Kano could find a mecha frigate with a search, and that would definitely lead to a location. Metro warriors, of course, wouldn't be necessary either. He'd need at least 10,000, or he wouldn't be able to leave with dignity. Kano's target wasn't the lower gods. If he could hold off the mid-level gods, that would be even better. He would need at least 10,000 mech warriors to fill in and hold off the mid-level gods. After all, this was the divine realm. While mid-level gods weren't common, they weren't unheard of. Encounters weren't impossible. Furthermore, Kano had improved his mech warriors, now nearly 10 feet tall. Equipped with a self-destruct system, a detonation would undoubtedly be formidable. This self-destruct system, based on quantum cannons, should be capable of damaging lower-level gods. If one self-destruct could harm a lower-level god, what about 10 or 100? Kano's goal was to wipe out all the lower-level gods. Oh my god, what's that? Kenolite exclaimed, and Kano and Guang looked over. They saw a figure 100 feet tall lying on the ground, its body covered in sword scars, completely destroyed. When an undead reaches the divine level, divine crystals form within their bodies. Similarly, their souls gather within them. This undead was clearly god level, its divine crystal taken away. Even its battered body was so severely damaged that even the application of a soul ignition, fire, had no effect. However, upon seeing this god-level undead, Kano seemed thoughtful, his expression tinged with a hint of excitement. It's that guy again, capable of slaying even lesser god-level undead. Are you sure we should follow him? Look at the wounds, the power of the Law of Light hasn't dissipated yet. It looks like it was only a day ago. I think we shouldn't follow him. This guy is too powerful. He can slay even lesser god-level undead. If we go after him, we'll be instantly killed. Guang's expression was sullen, while Kenolite was terrified. After all, she vividly remembered her previous encounter with the Son of Wind. If it weren't for the Holy Dragon's unleashing of divine might, she would have been dead. But then, both of them noticed that Kano's eyes had brightened with excitement. He then stared ahead, his eyes filled with determination. With a day's time left, his speed has clearly slowed. It takes that long to kill a lower-level undead god, so he must be seriously injured. Now is the perfect time to kill him. You two can stay, but I'll go first. As Kano finished speaking, the laws of lightning and wind energized his body, transforming into a streak of purple-blue light and shadow as he shot away, his speed reaching nearly his limit. While his mastery of these two laws wasn't complete, he could still easily use them to escape. Kano was gambling. The Son of Light would be injured, seriously injured. He remembered that the Son of Wind had killed the god-level Sans man with a single blow. It was as easy as killing a saint-level being. The Son of Light was about the same as the Son of Wind, or perhaps slightly weaker, but he wouldn't need to pulverize a mere god-level undead, unless he was already seriously injured. In the current battle, injuries were naturally compounded, making it the perfect time to attack. As expected, along the way, Kano saw some low-level undead still alive. However, all those above level 9 had been slain. The same radiant sword energy, blasted from his brow, was a single strike, leaving no trace of wounds. Naturally, Kano would not spare any of these corpses. A single igniting soul fire could imbue them with even greater combat power. This time, Kano flew at full power for half a day, but the number of undead he encountered was significantly fewer than before, nearly double the number. And half a day later, he made a new discovery. 2 corpses lay on the ground, seemingly recently deceased. They wore identical standard armor, but their weapons were broken in two. The front of the armor was practically ripped to pulp, lingering traces of the power of the Law of Light. If that alone weren't enough to surprise Kano, what surprised him was the aura emanating from these 2 corpses, which was truly divine. Kano couldn't imagine 2 divine beings wearing standard armor other than the patrolman from the Death Realm. But the fact that 2 such masters had perished proved the Son of Light's immense power to be beyond the reach of the lower gods. Of course, there was also the possibility that the Son of Light would suffer even more damage. While it was uncertain whether he could continue to unleash his law-based secrets, now was definitely the most advantageous time for him. He was only slightly disappointed that the two god-level masters lacked special rings. Naturally, nothing else could be found. Without pause, Keno devoured both corpses with his spirit flame before pursuing them once more, this time accelerating by an additional 3 times. He had a vague feeling that the Son of Light was not far behind, and this time, he was sure to gain something. Chapter 320, Light Explosion. As Keno flew, he quickly sensed a strange disturbance. It seemed a battle was taking place just ahead. A fight so close, a coincidence? After a moment's contemplation, Keno quickly produced a saint-level undead. Its strength had reached a high saint level, and it had only been marked with a mark, with no other treatment. At Keno's command, the high saint-level undead immediately rushed forward, its speed only slightly slower than Keno's. Keno instructed him to observe who was fighting ahead. If it was an ordinary saint-level expert, the high saint-level undead's strength wouldn't pose any problem, but if it was the Son of Light, he would definitely be able to see a scene. Anyone who could fight with the Son of Light was definitely no ordinary character. Keno needed to consider whether he was about to take advantage. Thinking this, Keno focused his mental power on the undead's gaze. That way, he could see what the undead saw. However, when the high-level saint-level undead arrived at the battle site, they were greeted by a sky filled with white light. Countless sword energies descended with such force that even Keno, thousands of miles away, was startled. A figure, radiating a blazing white light, soared into the air like a god or demon. Surrounding it were 5 figures wearing the same armor as the corpse Keno had just encountered, radiating the 5 colors of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. It was unknown how long the battle had lasted, but it appeared to be a draw. Judging by their aura, the Child of Light was saint level, yet his lock power was immense, seemingly reaching the intermediate level. However, the 5 figures surrounding him were all lower gods, their laws at the elementary level. The appearance of Keno's high-level saint-level undead naturally attracted the attention of the 6 present, but they held little interest in a mere saint-level undead. Perhaps their only frustration was the high-ranking saint-level undead controlled by Keno, who kept circling them, seemingly preparing to take advantage. Under normal circumstances, they would have killed the undead immediately, but now they simply didn't have the time. The 5 inspectors seemed to have formed a magical circle, pooling their strength. Even so, they could only manage a draw with the Son of Light. The Son of Light, just like the one encountered in the god-destroying dimension, had no other aura and seemed to have devoured no other holy spirits. However, even with the aid of the saint-level undead's observation, Keno felt that this Son of Light was even more powerful than the Son of Wind. It seemed to have comprehended greater principles of power. Keno was surprised that even such a powerful Son of Light was blocked by the inspectors, demonstrating the extraordinary methods of the god realm. He would have to be cautious if he planned to seize the Death God City. He didn't want to attract a group of inspectors by stealing something. If he killed one, another would appear, which would be a serious problem. Despite the prime opportunity, Keno wouldn't strike. Killing the Son of Light would pose a threat to the other 5 patrols. If he killed them, and a mark fell on him, and he couldn't remove it, then he'd attract a whole bunch of patrols. That would be a disaster. While the 5 patrols looked formidable, if they could have taken down the Son of Light, they would have done it long ago. Their current standoff was likely a stalemate. Waiting for reinforcements. Keno anticipated this, and so would the Son of Light. Therefore, the Son of Light would likely unleash his ultimate attack, which would naturally make him easier to deal with. I admit that you have trapped me now, but if you think that you can trap me like this, you are totally wrong. I don't want to kill you all. Let me go and I will let you go, the Son of Light spoke, his tone full of threats, while the 5 inspectors had gloomy faces and said coldly, "Don't forget to think about it, as long as we open a gap, the magic circle will be broken. Then it will be easy for you to kill us. We don't want to kill you, we just want to take you back. The Lord wants to see you. Do you think you can run away? Moreover, a forbidden array of laws has been set up outside the god-losing space, and you have no way to leave. At the other end of the teleportation array, the Lord God King is waiting for you. Do you think you can run away? Even if you return to the main god plane, your strength can be rapidly improved. However, it is easy to be promoted to higher god, but it is a foolish dream to want to become a main god." The 5 men looked unmoved, and naturally wouldn't be persuaded by the Son of Light's simple words. The Son of Light was furious. If he could have used a killer move, he would have done it long ago. He had been severely injured when he escaped from the god-destroying dimension. After venting his anger, he felt much better. But soon, a god-level undead blocked his path. The Son of Light, naturally, attacked without hesitation. However, he wasn't prepared for the god-level undead's strength. It took considerable effort to destroy it, which only exacerbated his existing injuries. Not long after he flew out, he encountered 2 inspectors. Sensing something was amiss, he killed 2 more with lightning speed. But soon, he was blocked by the 5 inspectors. The 5 inspectors were quite ruthless, unleashing their ultimate moves right from the start. With their god-level defensive armor, they withstood his attack and trapped him. "I'll give you one more chance. If you don't let go, you'll die." This time, the 5 men didn't answer him. Their meaning was clear: they wouldn't let go, even if they killed them. "Since you're seeking death, I'll grant your wish. I'll show you the ultimate secret technique of the Law of Light, light explosion." As the Son of Light finished his words, the surrounding space instantly plunged into darkness. 5 screams followed, seemingly from the 5 inspectors. The next moment, Keri felt the burning flames of the high-level undead energies flicker violently. With a barely audible explosion, even his mark vanished completely. "Light explosion," Keri muttered to himself, then charged forward instantly defeating all 5. If the Son of Light could use it casually, he would have used it long ago. This was definitely a sure kill move, and a very powerful one at that. While its name wasn't as impressive as Icewind Explosion, its power was certainly formidable. The surroundings were instantly plunged into pitch black. Keri wouldn't dismiss this as just a darkness descent spell. Keri's speed was impeccable, and he soon spotted the Son of Light from afar. However, he also noticed that the 5 inspectors were all dead. The Son of Light shifted his gaze and naturally spotted Keri charging straight at him. Initially assuming it was someone blind, he was immediately surprised to see it was Keri. Keri had unsheathed his 9 sacred weapons, forcing some of the group to leave the temple. Consequently, the object he sought was lost. However, the 9 sacred swords also broke the restrictions of the god-destroying dimension, expending some of their primal force and allowing them to escape. Although they were severely injured and had lost their immortality, freedom was naturally more important than anything else. Furthermore, with gradual cultivation, their breakthroughs to lower, mid, upper, and God King levels would be no problem. Even the Lord God would be similarly capable of the same feat once the opportunity arose. How could he not be excited? With anyone else, he would either kill or flee. But with Keri, he had to be cautious. He sensed a sense of danger from Keri, who was also seriously injured. But he had to get his hands on Keri's 9 sacred artifacts, even if it meant paying a price. It was worth it. Watching Keri fly towards him, the Son of Light acted calmly, his eyes filled with disdain as he sneered, "Are you here to die? Who gave you the confidence to be so arrogant? I'm also surprised you didn't leave immediately, even though you're seriously injured. You're not even afraid of the inspectors. Are you trying to catch up with me?" Keri stood there in the air, looking completely unconcerned. This was a typical empty city tactic. After all, his shield exploded instantly, and if the Son of Light really attacked, he would immediately block it with his holy dragon. Upon hearing Keri's words, the Son of Light's eyes darkened. Then, still with disdain, he spoke again, "Are you worthy enough to reminisce about the past? Hand over the 9 holy swords, and I'll spare your life." 9 holy swords, their attacks are quite ordinary. But now that you've come out, what do you need them for? Could it be that those 9 holy swords hold some secret? Keri raised his eyebrows, a look of intense interest. He had originally taken the 9 holy swords simply because they bore divine patterns, allowing him to comprehend the laws and mystical arts. But the Son of Light didn't seem to need to comprehend the laws and mystical arts, and he wanted all 9 at once. Keri didn't believe the Son of Light wanted to return to the destruction dimension. Mingaya Arsenio had said that the destruction dimension held no secrets, it was simply a trap, and Keri believed that. "You talk too much? Go to hell." The Son of Light's face instantly darkened, and the laws of light surged around him. Keri's heart sank, and he unleashed the holy dragon without hesitation. "I've got a gift for you." "Huh? This aura is impossible." Roar. An excited dragon roared, followed by a flash of lightning. A gentle breeze blew, and a figure several feet tall appeared before the Son of Light. In that instant, the Son of Light froze, unable to move. His eyes were filled with disbelief, unable to believe what he was witnessing. The next moment, the holy dragon opened its mouth and inhaled, and the Son of Light's body instantly became ethereal. He then inched closer into the holy dragon's mouth, seemingly unable to hold out for much longer. Help him stop, make him stop quickly. I can tell you the secrets of the law of light, just like the explosion of light you just saw. I can tell you the secrets of the 9 holy swords. With them, you'll have the credentials to challenge the Lord God. Trust me. I'm your equal. Roar. The holy dragon roared, and a bolt of lightning shot out. The next moment, it struck the son of light. With a scream, his body instantly became ethereal before being swallowed by the holy dragon. It's really tempting, but why don't I believe you? Kano looked up at the sky with a worried look, then he collected the holy dragon and flew towards the city of death. Chapter 321, Archer Undead. The son of light's easy defeat, and his final fear, fully demonstrated Kano's assumption that the holy dragon could subdue the Holy Spirit. But what exactly was that impossible? What secret lay within? It wasn't that Kano didn't believe the 9 holy swords held secrets capable of defying the Lord God, it was simply that he didn't trust the son of light. Courting danger with a tiger was too dangerous. If the son of light were weaker, he might have considered it. But the son of light was too powerful. If he were to deliver a fatal blow, he would be finished. What surprised Kano was that after devouring the son of light, the holy dragon quickly merged with all of it, naturally unleashing its ultimate light explosion move. This so-called light explosion actually detonated all light within its control area. In short, wherever there was light, there would be an explosion. It ignored defenses, space, restrictions, and everything else. The only flaw was that if there was no light around, the attack would be completely ineffective. Is it possible without light? Although the light blast cast by the holy dragon has a range of only 100 feet and its power is not great, it is absolutely easy to casually break restrictions or injure people's eyes. Even for god-level masters, the eyes are the most vulnerable. Although they can recover, temporary blindness is still inevitable. Especially when it comes to breaking defenses, it is simply invincible. Moreover, to increase the power of the light blast, all you need is a flash spell, and then another light blast. After all, light does not attack in the first place and ignores defense. Once mastered, this secret technique is simply a killer move. However, it is easy for the holy dragon to release, but it is too difficult for Kano to learn. It took a lot of effort, and Kano's mental energy was severely depleted. Only then did he comprehend a little bit of the light blast, and its power was only within a range of 10 feet, and that was 10 feet centered on himself. Although the power was acceptable, it was 100 times worse than that of the holy dragon. Kano would feel embarrassed if he told others about it. What Kano didn't know was that the light explosion he'd mastered wasn't just any ordinary secret technique. If an ordinary person were to learn it, even a lower-level god wouldn't necessarily be able to master it. Since the Son of Light was targeting Death City, the other holy spirits were likely headed there as well. Knowing the benefits of the holy dragon devouring them, Kano couldn't possibly let them go. So, he unleashed the Black Bull demon, riding it and letting it clear the way. He continued to comprehend the power of the laws. Amidst the sounds of a fight ahead, the intensity was muted, seemingly consisting of only a few low-level undead and a few saint-level masters. Kano casually retracted the Black Bull demon and headed over. He saw 3 high-level saint-level demons besieging a skeleton archer. These 3 high-level saint-level demons all possessed the laws of Earth. While their defenses were formidable, their attacks were lacking. The skeleton archer, on the other hand, mastered the law of death. He quickly dodged, unleashing a barrage of sharp black arrows. While these sharp arrows looked ordinary, they were standard death law attacks. The accompanying dark erosion could even slightly damage the soul. Unfortunately, the skeleton archer was only at the beginner saint level. Even if he mastered the advanced death law, it seemed impossible for him to kill the 3 demons. If he hadn't been constantly dodging and moving, he would have been captured by the 3 demons. Meanwhile, the 3 demons were furious, but they didn't resort to ruthless action, seemingly intending to take the skeleton archer as their undead pet. Kanner's arrival brought the battle to a halt. The sudden appearance of a saint-level expert cast a grim shadow over the 3 demons. They were naturally worried that Kanner would seize their undead pets. They were well aware of the despicable nature of humans. If you don't leave here, don't blame us for being rude, brother. Why waste time talking to him? Let me go and kill him directly. The older demon tried to dissuade Kanner, but the other demon seemed to have a strong prejudice against humans. In his rage, he charged forward, leaving no room for negotiation. At this moment, Kano stared at the skeleton archer, lost in thought. At that moment, He felt a strange familiarity. The slender fingers, the petite body, all these factors combined, made it seem like a woman. It reminded him of Ellie. However, if it were Ellie, she wouldn't have reached the saint level in such a short time. Kano wanted to leave, but his longing for Ellie weighed on his mind. His brow furrowed, lost in thought. The demon appeared before Kano in a flash, then threw a punch at him, its fist shimmering with an earthy yellow light. Looking for death, Kano snorted disdainfully, unleashing his gravity spell instantly. The demon's expression darkened, and he cried out inwardly, "Oh no!" But then, Kano launched a punch, seemingly careless and devoid of any force. Seeing Kano's punch, the demon suddenly felt confident. In terms of physical strength, his demon clan was ranked among the top 5. However, the blow was met with a cracking sound, and the demon's face instantly turned grim, almost sending it careening backward. Kano sneered, lunging forward. His fist pierced the demon's body, sending it rapidly shrunken as Kano devoured its essence and spirit. The two exchanged blows for a moment, and the demon was instantly slain. Such strength, even if not god level, was certainly not far behind. The two demons exchanged a look of horror, then, without a glance back, flew off at top speed. Go to hell, Kano waved his hand, and 2 streams of burning spirit fire condensed, transforming into 2 flaming birds that swiftly pursued. The 2 demons were fast, but the burning spirit fire was even faster. It caught up in a split second, enveloping them. Terrified, the 2 demons cast out protective shields at top speed, only to be enveloped by the burning spirit fire in the next moment. The 2 demons tried to resort to further tactics, but their shields were quickly destroyed. Without the slightest resistance, they were reduced to ash in a matter of moments. Ever since its transformation, the burning soul fire had become Kano's most powerful attack, possessing powerful attack power against both souls and laws. Even more powerful than the dark lightning rat's black lightning, it was more potent. Retracting the 2 balls of burning soul fire, Kano stared at the skeleton archer. The skeleton archer stood there, a stunned expression, neither attacking nor defending, not even moving. The burning soul fire in its skull pulsed continuously, and flesh had already begun to grow on its body. However, if left to its own devices, reincarnation would take tens of thousands of years. The skeleton archer showed no fear of Kano, as if they had known each other before. Facing the skeleton archer in this way, Kano's heart grew darker and darker. Suddenly, Kano extended his hand, and the blood law shot towards the skeleton archer, enveloping it and slowly invading it. Seeing Kano's attack, the skeleton archer retreated only slightly, then, sensing the law of blood, he froze in place. Continuously infused with a law of blood, the skeleton archer's aura rapidly rose, and his physical form naturally condensed. Originally at the elementary saint level, Kano's infusion elevated him to the intermediate level in a matter of moments, and then slowly ascended to the advanced saint level. The moment he broke through the advanced saint level, Kano's law of blood could no longer infuse him, and the original skeleton archer transformed into a living, breathing beauty. Her petite and adorable figure was even more stunning than even the scripture treasures, possessing a unique elegance that beckoned him. The mere sight of the other's face filled Kano with bitterness. He casually produced a black robe and shrouded the archer. "Too bad, you're not Ellie." Kano shook his head, turned, and flew away, without acknowledging his master, leaving no mark, or consuming the soul fire. Perhaps the reason was his thoughts of Ellie. He knew full well that even if Ellie had entered the death plane, she wouldn't have possessed the strength of a junior saint. He simply transferred a trace of guilt onto the skeleton archer, thereby allowing him to ascend to the heavens. "Ellie," a hoarse voice emanated from the skeleton archer's mouth. Though its voice wasn't clear, it was clearly referring to Ellie. Kano would surely be surprised to see this. How could a skeleton, newly reincarnated through the law of blood, speak human language? A flicker of light in its eyes suggested intelligence, and it seemed quite intelligent. But after a brief moment, the skeleton archer turned and departed, seemingly unconcerned with Kano's actions. Kano flew swiftly. After all, with his current law power, even exhausting a single law wouldn't be a major issue. The law of blood was powerful enough to keep him intact. Years later, Kano finally saw a vast city from the horizon. It stretched for tens of thousands of miles, its towers towering hundreds of feet high. Densely packed with skeletons, each one a saint-level figure, adorned the walls. As Kano approached the walls, he was overwhelmed by the aura emanating from them. These skeletons seemed to form a unified magical circle, concentrating their aura. Kenolite couldn't possibly take in the entirety of the vast wall, but even the towers at the main gate alone held thousands of skeletons, each one a high-level saint level. He considered his decades of hard work, having only managed to capture 20 or 30,000 undead, with fewer than 1,000 of them being high-level saints. This place seemed like the perfect place for his own cultivation. From the towers, a ray of light occasionally paused at the entrance. Then, a divine stone was handed over, receiving a small wooden plaque, or perhaps an iron plaque, and they walked right in. Kenolite had quite a few divine stones on him, all obtained from the dead saint-level space rings. He also had the plaque from earlier, but he didn't know what it was, and since it didn't have a particularly unique aura, he simply threw it away. Even now, knowing he could enter the Death City, Kenolite wouldn't have taken any. If each one had a special mark, that wouldn't be a problem. Chapter 322, City of Death. Kenolite came to the entrance quickly without the slightest hesitation. At this time, the two high-level saint guards at the door glanced at Kenolite and said casually, "New here?" "Yes, I really just came to the City of Death. Hand over a divine stone, and you can live in the City of Death for a year. If it's just one day, it's also a divine stone. If you want to live there for a long time, a divine crystal can last for 1,000 years. We will give you a token with a special mark, and the mark will disappear when the time is up. If you don't leave, you need to renew it, and the penalty for breach of contract is to pay an extra divine stone." The high-level saint guard looked impatient and didn't care about Kenolite's strength. Indeed, in terms of his strength and background, he didn't need to care about Kenolite, a rookie who knew nothing. "Then I'll pay a divine stone and stay here for a year. Here's your wooden sign. The number on the back is your address. No fighting in Death City. No summoning pets for battle. No one larger than 10 feet. No loud noises. If discovered, they will be killed." The guard casually produced a wooden sign and tossed it to Kenolite. It contained nothing but the words Death City and the number 352 on the back. However, Kenolite had no intention of staying long and entered Death City. Upon entering, he encountered a vast avenue 100 feet wide. On either side stood 10-foot-tall shops, a row so long that the end seemed impossible to see. On this broad street, all he could see were thousands of people milling about in groups of 3 or 5, each one casting a wary gaze upon the others. Almost 90% of these individuals were high-level saints, cultivating different principles, though still primarily based on wood, water, fire, and earth. No wonder the guard looked so nonchalant upon seeing him. It turned out high-level saints were so common here. And since he looked so young, the guard looked down on him, a rookie, even more. "Sir, do you need any help? I'm Potter, and I'm very familiar with Death City. Just hand over a saint-level magic core, and I'll explain it in detail." An old man appeared from behind him, his face full of flattery. His strength wasn't very high, only at the junior saint level. A saint-level magic core explanation was a good deal for Kenolite. If the undead here didn't have magic cores, he'd probably have a mountain of saint-level magic cores by now. "Then tell me some basic knowledge about Death City. If it's good, I'll give you a saint-level magic core. If you answer my questions to my satisfaction, I'll give you another." Kenolite already knew the value of a saint-level magic core. It was merely a small increase in the power of the laws. For those lingering at the junior saint level, even a small amount was a significant amount. And the price wasn't bad at all. Back in the demon realm, Kenolite had been tricked out of 10 saint-level magic cores. Death City is the only city in the Death Realm. While it's not as prosperous as other cities, it's truly a city. Death City belongs to the Dark King, one of the 12 great divine kings, and he's considered the largest of them all. Aside from a few descendants of the city's founder, who possess permanent residency, everyone else is just a passing visitor. The Death Realm is very dangerous. Although the undead are merely lower-level undead, encountering one with bad luck means certain death. However, many come here for trials, which means many guilds of commerce have gathered here. Each city shares the chamber of commerce of all major divine planes. Selling the best items from this plane to other planes can increase their value several times over. It's naturally the best option for masters unable to leave their own planes. Death City also has guilds of commerce from various planes, but they are only for saint-level players. And most items are very expensive. After all, ordinary saint-level players don't have the divine stones to afford them. The Death City covers an area of 10,000 miles, with 4 entrances connected in a cross shape. There are shops beside the 100-meter avenue, and except for a small number of shops belonging to local business alliances, the others are opened by the masters of this session. There are also some small shops selling some small items, although they are not valuable. The number is not small. After all, this death space still has some specialties. There are 5 major family forces in the Death City, and each has a god-level strongman in charge. These 5 major families are the heroes who built the Death City. And each family is only allowed to have 1 lower-level god. In addition, there are inspectors. They are temporarily staying in the Death City. There are 100 of them, and the leader is a mid-level god. The 5 major families have the strongest saint-level strength in the Death City. With Kano heard a lot more afterwards, but it was of no use. Most of it was just gossip. Won't the 5 great families in Death City be replaced? Impossible. Although the 5 great families only have 1 lower god on the surface, they are subordinate families of the Dark God King. They even have elders of upper gods in the main god city. Elders of upper gods, I see. Kano pondered for a moment, then smiled bitterly. He hadn't expected Death City to have such a background. Then if Death City is attacked by a powerful being, how could these lower and middle gods possibly withstand it? Impossible. The entire god-destroying dimension is enshrined in a super-forbidden formation by the main god. Even a middle god is merely an avatar. Any being above lower god who appears here will be slain by the direct force of the rules. No one is exempt, not even the God King. Potter spoke with pride. After all, to receive the exclusive care of the main god meant they were extraordinary. But Kano was puzzled after hearing this. It was just a mere trial ground. Was there any need to go to so much trouble? If nothing else, it would be fine. However, the Son of Wind and other holy spirits appeared here. This meant that the restrictions of the god-losing space would be a significant disadvantage for the Death God realm. This led Kano to speculate that this wasn't a restriction imposed by the Lord God at all. It was likely imposed by the so-called first-generation Lord God, whose purpose was to protect the Holy Spirit. If that were true, then the first-generation Lord God was incredibly powerful. A restriction that even the Lord God couldn't break for so many years. Kano didn't pay attention to Potter's talk, until Potter realized that he had said too much and stopped. Kano asked again, among the lower gods, there must be some extremely powerful beings. If they make trouble here, wouldn't it be lawless? Impossible. No matter how powerful a lower god is, he can beat 10 lower gods. But he certainly can't beat 100 lower gods. The Lord God's endless army is ready to take action at any time, and no one can resist it. The situation you described did happen here. I remember there was a master who understood the law of destruction. When he took action, he directly hit the same level. The lower gods were simply vulnerable in his hands, but in front of the Lord God of Death, this is nothing at all. A clone of the God King came and killed him directly. This space only limits the strength above the lower gods, but does not limit clones, even the Lord God's clones. There is no limit. After Potter said this, Kano understood. It was nothing more than using the majority to fight a minority, and if you can't win, then use the master's clone. This is probably the reason why the entire god-losing space restricts the emergence of lower-level gods. The purpose is to consolidate rule. Even stationing 100 lower-level gods is clearly to guard against the Holy Spirit. Or perhaps, it's to guard against the diehards of the first generation of Lord Gods. After all, the first generation of Lord Gods was so powerful, and their subordinates must be equally powerful. Although most of them have been killed over the years, there must still be some extremely powerful masters lurking. These people are no ordinary existence. I want to buy divine gold. If it's just ordinary divine gold, you can go to those smaller shops, because the shops are small and they sell it relatively cheaply in order to make a living. At the same time, there are divine gold mines in the Death God space, and if you're lucky, you might find spiritual gold unique to the Death God realm. It's just that the chances are too low. Even ordinary divine gold is hard to find. There are also some people who specialize in looking for divine gold, but their income is barely enough to make a living. Do you need to rent a house in Death God City? No. The number on your wooden sign is where you live. Although the place is only a few feet, it's just a temporary place to stay. After all, even saint-level masters need rest and comprehension. Death God City is also a good place. Do you know the price of divine gold and special divine gold here? Divine gold is 1 divine stone per cubic meter. As for the special divine gold in each divine realm, the price is about 1 divine crystal per cubic meter. I can introduce some shops to you. 2 divine stones for 3 cubic meters. Okay, here are 2 saint-level magic cores. Thank you. Kano produced 2 saint-grade magic cores and turned away nonchalantly. Porter, on the other hand, also appeared excited, then lost in thought. But he quickly shook his head and left, taking his own Saint-grade magic core. Kano could tell from Porter's expression that he was one of the younger generation who had created Death City. However, his kind was rare these days. Those with some talent and strength had already left Death City, while those without, repeatedly leaving Death City to risk their lives, naturally could not return. Porter, lingering on like this, would never become a powerful warrior. He lacked the heart of a strong warrior, only focused on survival. After these inquiries, Kano understood many things. However, he would still resort to exploratory attacks in the future. He hoped to purchase divine gold. When would he be able to build his mecha frigates? And then there were the future mecha aircraft carriers, mecha castles, mecha cities, and even mecha continents. Robbery was the fastest and cost-free. There was no need to find the owner and slowly bargain with him. Kano was too lazy to do these troublesome things. But he was too weak now, not even daring to steal. If he ran into a master, that would be trouble. Chapter 323, Buying and Selling. Kano's space ring was completely depleted of divine crystals. He had some divine stones, but not much. The only significant items were the weapons he had obtained from the undead. All he had left were holy level weapons. These weapons, innate to the undead, possessed a certain amount of law-based power. While not as powerful as divine artifacts, they weren't far behind. The better ones were naturally reserved for the holy level undead who had advanced to the divine level. Otherwise, without weapons, he'd be left fighting empty-handed. He also had a few divine artifacts. Besides his standard battle armor and longsword, he only had 4 or 5, and he planned to sell them all. Each artifact cost around 100 divine crystals, and those undead weapons were worth at least a few divine stones. Selling them all should be enough to buy a lot of divine gold. He'd also learned from his earlier questioning with Potter that selling things was relatively easy. He might be able to get more from smaller shops. But now, Kano had to be more calculating, asking from every shop. While this was a bit embarrassing, he was thankful that no one knew him. As he stepped into a large shop, a beautiful maid immediately approached him. Her strength was also saint level, and had reached the advanced level. In the divine realm, a woman's status was related to her strength, but her appearance was also essential. There were more men than women in the divine realm, and some beautiful goddesses generally married beings of a higher level. After all, comprehension was too boring, and many people gave up when they felt they could no longer comprehend. Most of them founded their own families. "My lord, is there anything I can ask you about? May I ask the price of divine gold here? 1 divine stone per square. What about weapons like this?" Kano pondered for a moment, then pulled out a necromancy weapon from his special ring. The maid frowned upon seeing it and said, "A primary saint-grade necromancy weapon costs 1 divine stone, an intermediate 110, and a high-grade 150. What about divine-level weapons? The price varies. After all, it depends on the inherent power of the law. But the lowest is 80 divine crystals, and a good one can go for 800. Are the prices the same at other chambers of commerce?" "The prices aren't much different. The only difference is that we sell different things." "Alright, that's alright. Goodbye." Kano turned and left, and the maid's face darkened. After all that talking had yielded nothing, so it felt like all that work was in vain. Kano visited several more chambers of commerce and found the prices were indeed the same. And no matter how much he bought, they wouldn't offer much in return. After a quick walk around the chambers of commerce, Kano began entering the small shops nestled between them. Many of the shops advertised materials and weapons, so he picked a decent one and walked right in. As he entered, a high-ranking saint-level shopkeeper with a mercenary look appeared before him, gazing at him as if he were a fat sheep. "Brother, what are you looking for?" "I have everything you need, and the prices are absolutely right." Kano casually glanced around and found no one else. Hanging on the walls were a few weapons, each imbued with a trace of law power, though they were inferior to Kano's undead weapons. Kano casually took out a junior-level holy-grade undead law weapon and placed it before the boss, calmly asking, "How much is one?" "The material is pretty good, barely 1 divine stone." The boss looked hesitant, as if he'd been badly disappointed. Kano, however, remained completely unconcerned, saying calmly, "What if I sell 10? 10, that's 10 divine stones. I tell you, that's a fair price. It's the same price in the Merchant Alliance. What if I sell 100? Brother, are you kidding me?" The boss's expression shifted, as if he didn't trust Kano. After all, Kano didn't look overly powerful. Killing 10 junior level holy grade undead might be possible, but killing 100 was a significant number. Undead possessing the law, even at the junior holy grade, were as powerful as high level holy grade masters. Defeating them was easy, but killing them was a bit more difficult, unless Kano possessed a divine weapon. Just looking at Kano's appearance, it was clear he was a novice, perhaps even new to Death City. It seems you don't want to do business, so I'll leave, Kano said, turning and leaving. The owner hesitated only briefly before saying, if you really have that much, I'll give you a satisfactory price. Kano, however, was unconcerned and entered another shop without looking back. What he didn't expect was that the owner of this shop was actually an elf. She was also a high-level saint, but she was very beautiful. Two people inside were shopping, but their eyes were completely fixed on the elf. Kano's arrival attracted the elf's attention. Then, a calm, delicate voice came over. How can I help you? How many divine stones are there for a weapon like this? Kano also placed a low-level saint-level law weapon on the counter. The elf's expression remained unchanged, and she said calmly, 1 divine stone, how about 10, 11 divine stones, are you two buying anything? If not, you can leave. However, Kano looked at the other 2 high-level saints, his expression gloomy yet calm. They were slightly startled, then extremely annoyed. However, their hearts were shaken when they met Kano's gaze. He couldn't help but take a slight step back, then turned and left. He felt even more wary of Kano. The elf boss showed a hint of surprise, naturally astonished that a single high-level saint could suppress 2 of his opponents, but that was all. Anyone who could secretly look at a woman there couldn't be a master. How many divine stones do you think these are worth? Kano casually pulled out all 400 law weapons from his space ring. After all, these were junior and intermediate saint-level undead, and their understanding of the laws was very limited. Therefore, Kano, having killed tens of thousands of undead, only had these 400 law weapons. Of course, his over 1,000 high-level saint-level undead were not included. Those law weapons were naturally more valuable. The female elf boss was shocked by the pile of weapons before her. She did have quite a few law weapons, but she had never seen anyone like Kano, who could pull out 400 or 500 at once. In Death City, this was definitely a big deal. 407 in total. I'll give you 470 divine stones. If you agree, let's trade. Deal. Kano's straightforwardness surprised the elven female owner. She then pulled 470 divine stones from her interspatial ring and presented them to Kano. Do you accept divine artifacts? The elven female owner, who had just put away her weapons, was stunned, her face filled with disbelief. Most people keep their divine artifacts secretly selling off unsuitable ones. Kano, however, was only a high-level saint, so possessing so many law weapons was already strange enough. Now, selling divine artifacts was even more bizarre. After all, artifacts were not normally found. Of course, but not for divine crystals. Although the exchange rate for divine crystals and divine stones was 1 to 100, most people wanted divine crystals. After all, divine crystals were incredibly valuable, especially for saints, where they were the equivalent of a rank up. Since we can't trade with divine crystals, we'll offer you some compensation. Rest assured, we'll satisfy you. The sudden arrival of a prominent customer naturally warranted special treatment from the elven female owner. Receiving a divine artifact would be a truly remarkable achievement. How much is this artifact worth in divine crystals? Kano casually pulled out an earth element artifact, and the elven female owner's eyes lit up. After examining the artifact for a moment, she solemnly stated, 90 divine crystals. Kano was quite pleased with the price. 90 divine crystals was certainly not a low price. What about these 3? He held out the other 3 artifacts with a blank expression, and the elven female owner's gaze was filled with astonishment. Obtaining 1 might be luck, but 3 was more than just luck. This demonstrated Kano's prowess. He was definitely no ordinary saint. The fire element is more expensive, selling for 99 divine crystals. The other 2 will only fetch 90 divine crystals. All 4 together will be 369 divine crystals. 369 divine crystals was still an acceptable price for Kano. Compared to the other chambers of commerce, it was already quite high. Okay, if you want all this stuff exchanged for divine gold, how much would it be? You want divine gold? That's a lot. For 369 divine crystals, I can give you 80,000 cubic meters of divine gold. Divine crystals are very valuable, and their value doubles when exchanged for lower quality items. The doubling of the price for lower quality items surprised Kenolite, but 80,000 cubic meters of divine gold would be enough to create 80,000 mecha warriors. Thinking of this, Kenolite pulled out the various items from his space ring. These were other people's belongings, and although they were scattered, they were still worth 300 or 400 divine stones. The female elf boss was clearly overjoyed at this sudden acquisition. She immediately sent for the divine gold and chatted with Kenolite. You seem to be an expert, so you must have a lot of stuff later. Why not sell it all to our shop? Although it's small, we can definitely satisfy you. My name is Zufuaya. I hope we can have a long-term business. Zufuaya instantly became very friendly, but Kenolite just smiled casually. After a moment's thought, he asked, do you know where the divine gold is the cheapest here? That's a difficult question to answer, but I can tell you it's mine. As long as we keep trading, my divine gold will definitely be the cheapest. To show my sincerity, I can give you 1,000 divine gold for free. As he spoke, a maid trotted over, holding a special ring and handed it to Zufuaya. Zufuaya held it out to Kenolite with both hands. Kenolite scanned it with his spiritual power and saw that it was indeed 81,000 cubic meters of divine gold. This would give his mecha warrior hope. Miss Zufuaya, do you know the divine gold and special divine gold reserves in the entire Sunshine City? That, I'm not sure. Because each shop only purchases once every few hundred years, only they know the exact reserves. Chapter 324, Invitation. Although I don't know the exact number, I can estimate it. Each shop's minimum reserve is definitely no less than 100,000 cubic meters, and the entire Death City must have at least 1 billion cubic meters in reserve. Divine gold is just a regular metal, not particularly valuable. Its only advantage, perhaps, is that it carries a faint amount of law power and is exceptionally strong. Zufuaya's answer startled Kenolite. 1 billion cubic meters in reserve? A single Death City actually had that much? If that were the case, it would be worth the fight. However, Lagao quickly thought of the undead guards. After a moment's thought, he asked, do you know the total number of undead guards in Death City? 1 million total undead guards. In addition, there are guards from the 4 great families, each with 10,000. Then there are the reserves, nearly 50,000 saint level. Besides the undead, the recruited guards are all experts. They often hunt the undead together, making them very difficult to deal with. Zufuaya replied nonchalantly. After all, this wasn't a secret, most people in Death City knew it. Alright, that's all. See you next time. With that, Kenolite turned and began to leave. 80,000 cubic meters of divine gold was more than enough for him to build a fleet of mecha warriors. As for divine stones, he'd naturally need to target those who had left Death City. He was staying here for a year, so he couldn't just wander around. Even buying things would take a long time. Wait a minute, sir. I have something I'd like to ask for your assistance. If you can, I can give you 10,000 divine stones. 10,000 divine stones, Kenolite asked, his eyes filled with doubt and astonishment. 10,000 divine stones equaled 100 divine crystals, the equivalent of a single divine artifact. Could a saint-level figure like that handle such a matter? Don't worry, we're confident this matter will be resolved, and we've invited 8 powerful saints to assist. If you're interested, we can discuss this further. Let's go. Kenolite followed Zufuaya into the living room, only to find a faint barrier surrounding the area. While its defensive power wasn't particularly strong, it did provide a warning. Even with Kenolite's mental power, comparable to that of a lower-level god, he couldn't penetrate it silently. Kenolite was astonished. Zufuaya, on the side, smiled calmly and said, don't test it, sir. This barrier serves as a warning. Even a mid-level god wouldn't violate it without reason, so, Miss Zufuaya's background isn't so simple, don't worry about that. I'd like to ask for your help in killing a lower-level god-level undead golden dwarf. Zufuaya paused, glancing at Kenolite, only to find he remained impassive, unmoved. At this, Zufuaya seemed to be relieved, and then said, although the golden dwarf has just been promoted to the god level not long ago, he is proficient in the power of thunder and lightning, his defense is extremely strong, and his attack power is not weak. We have contacted many high-level saints this time, with the goal of killing the lower-level golden dwarf. Miss Zufuaya, forgive me for being presumptuous, you should know the difference in strength between the saints and the lower gods. It seems unrealistic for us to kill the golden dwarf alone. Of course, we will also give you a lower-level artifact to increase your attack power, After killing the golden dwarf, the lower level artifact will be yours. Hearing this, Kenolite felt even more puzzled. The previous 10,000 divine stones weren't already generous enough, and now he is giving away another artifact, and this is just him, and the others must have paid a considerable price. That's a steep price. Why did you kill that golden dwarf? It wasn't just for his divine crystal, was it? There's something we want in that golden dwarf's lair. Of course, there are other things you can divide among yourselves. Just let me take it first. Although Xufuya didn't say it explicitly, there was no doubt that it was a treasure of great value. Kenolite, after a brief moment of contemplation, nodded in agreement. No problem, I agree. If that's the case, come to me in 6 months. And I have a tip, there's an auction in 6 months with a lot of good stuff. You can try it out. Returning to his courtyard, Kenolite quickly set up soundproofing and search barriers. Then he focused on crafting mecha warriors. After all, he had a huge workload, with 80,000 mecha warriors to produce. The earth demons were naturally not idle either, they needed to work on the quantum cannon. Before this, Kenolite had specially left the city to release the dark lightning rats. He would kill ordinary saint-level creatures directly, but the more powerful ones would naturally be dealt with personally by Kenolite. He needed divine stones and divine crystals, and Kenolite wasn't the type to work for others for a living. Kenolite released nearly every high-ranking holy undead to build his own mecha warriors. After all, a large number of them would make mecha warriors faster. His soul-burning fire was limited and unsuitable for prolonged calcination. Over time, mecha warriors were crafted one after another. With Kenolite's own speed, and with the help of the high-ranking holy undead, he could produce at least 1,000 a day. While the high-ranking holy undead lacked intelligence, they could act on command. Otherwise, a million-strong undead city guard would be far too easy to control. The mass-produced mecha warriors' energy source was primarily divine stones, and their bodies, specially modified by the earth demons, could self-destruct in the shortest possible time. The new generation of mecha warriors, lacking offensive means, relied primarily on self-destruction. After all, Kenolite was dealing with lower-level gods, whose power was truly formidable. Although he encountered few people in the death god dimension, he did encounter quite a few exits through the 4 city gates. Just blocking one gate with a dark lightning rat earned him at least 1,000 divine stones a day. Because anyone who ventured outside was generally quite powerful, even if they didn't possess a divine artifact, they at least possessed a high-grade law-based weapon, the value of which was at least 50 divine stones. Their disappearances went unnoticed, as some would remain away for years, and the unlucky might never return. This was perfectly normal. Given the dark lightning rat's strength, ordinary beings were no match for it. Unless they encountered a being like Wu and Guang, a few sneak attacks from underground would suffocate them. If they encountered a truly formidable opponent, the dark lightning rat would launch a single underground attack and then flee, leaving the opponent unaware of the attack. Kenolite, on the other hand, only occasionally ventured outside the city, selling everything he obtained to Xufuya. Even if the case were truly investigated, he would be an accomplice. After all, he hadn't personally committed the murder. A month passed quickly, and to Kenolite's surprise, an uninvited guest arrived at his door. This person, with a stern expression, was none other than Xufuya, an acquaintance of his from Death City. Her expression didn't look good, but Kenolite didn't care. His relationship with Xufuya was merely a business one. Recently, many people have died shortly after leaving Death City. The number is truly significant, and it's already caught the attention of the patrol. Hearing what you said, it sounds like it's truly dangerous outside the city, sir. Stop pretending. This matter has something to do with you. Whatever you want, divine stones or divine crystals, I'll give them to you, but it can't delay further matters. In that case, I'll take 50,000 divine stones, no problem, it's just 50,000. If you serve me for 100 years, I'll advance the 50,000, 500 divine stones for 100 years, 500 divine stones per year, is equivalent to 5 divine crystals. It might not sound like much, but it's enough to recruit a lower-level god as a thug. Xufuya, with only a small shop, possesses such vast financial resources. This is definitely unusual. The elves' main deity is the wood principal goddess, known as the goddess of nature. If Xufuya belonged to the goddess of nature's faction, then everything would make sense. I don't care who you are. Where are the 50,000 divine stones I want? Xufuya smiled nonchalantly. then pulled out 50,000 divine stones from her special ring and tossed them to Kano nonchalantly, as if nothing was a problem. Actually, this death realm is a special area. Only here do true saint-level masters have a shred of so-called dignity. Once you enter the true divine realm, you'll realize that lower-level gods are nothing. Remember your promise. Stop causing trouble. Xufui's tone was a bit harsh, completely dismissing the lower-level gods. If they weren't from a prominent family, they were the clones of some powerful individual. The thought sent a chill down Kano's spine. He looked around, feeling a sense of hidden danger. If the Death Realm truly held many secrets, then the entire Death City must be hiding members of the various major divine systems. These individuals possessed advanced laws, formidable combat experience, and patrol teams readily available at their beck and call. They undoubtedly recruited many powerful saint-level individuals. Unconsciously, Kano suddenly found himself drawn into vortex. If things went wrong, he could become the focus of the entire divine realm, whether for his innate strength or his devastating destruction of cities and lands. Thank you, Miss Xufuia, for the reminder, but I'm very busy. If there's nothing else, you may leave. I hope to see you again in 6 months. Xufuia snorted coldly and turned away, seemingly displeased with Kano's actions, but unwilling to lose him as a support. Daring to attack around Death City showed both courage and strength. In this world, no one is above considering strength. More importantly, Kano was the only one who remained calm upon hearing about the need to deal with the god-level golden dwarf undead. This alone demonstrated Kano's extraordinary strength. Watching Xufui's departure, a faint smile curled his lips. He then continued to create the mecha warriors. But he left the city to retrieve the dark lightning rat. Chapter 325, Auction. Today's the once-a-century auction. Come with me. Xufuia reappeared before Kano, her tone filled with unquestionable command. 50,000 divine stones had taken 100 years to acquire, now was the time to use them. Kano was quite interested in the auction, but he was a little puzzled by Xufui's request for bodyguards. Xufuia was clearly exceptionally skilled, and it seemed she didn't need him. Perhaps this was simply a matter of personal planning. Keeping a low profile was paramount, and letting others lead the way was always Kano's style. Following Xufuia to the auction entrance, she directly presented 20 divine stones. The guard took them and allowed them to pass. The 20-stone entrance fee left Kano speechless, but Kano didn't care about the 20 stones, and Xufuia was even less so. The two entered the auction room and took seats in the back row. By then, quite a few people were already waiting for the auction to begin. Xufui's arrival attracted a great deal of attention, but even more attention was paid to him. It seemed as if being with Xufuia was something truly special. This intense attention made Kano uncomfortable, but he could only close his eyes and rest, unable to act decisively. However, Kano, using his powerful mental power, soon discovered that while some of these people looked at Xufuia with a touch of greed, they were also more cautious and treacherous. It seemed that Xufui's extraordinary background made them hesitant to act rashly. With a slight shake of his head, Kano stopped dwelling on it. He considered stirring up trouble for a woman the absolute folly of all things. Besides, his relationship with Xufuia wasn't particularly deep. After all, it was merely a matter of borrowing. Xufuia was using him to escape unnecessary entanglements, and he was using her to pay her bills. A cold gaze made Kano's heart tremble. He looked over and saw it was Komori. He remembered that Komori had lost a clone, but it was the Son of Wind who had killed him. Could it be that Komori held a grudge against him? However, this Komori was also an avatar. This surprised Kano. This guy had cultivated quite a few avatars. Komori's arrival signaled the arrival of the 5 major families. Nearly all the family heads were present, though not a single lower-level god appeared. Those who did were all avatars of lower-level gods. Soon, the auction hall was filled with people. Each one had a calm expression, not even a word of discussion. Here, aside from bidding, ordinary people had no right to speak. Otherwise, if they had offended some powerful being, encountering them outside would result in humiliation or even death, a 99% chance of success. Soon, a beautiful fox lady emerged. Her power had reached the advanced saint level, and she seemed to have mastered a variant of illusion. Her every smile and frown captivated everyone present. Only a few frowned, their brows furrowed in frustration. After all, with such a beautiful fox lady presiding over the auction, the price would naturally continue to rise, a significant disadvantage for them. Zufuia's expression remained unchanged, as did Kenolite. They simply disdained ordinary items, but when they came across something truly remarkable, the price was enough to sober them up. They were all so powerful, and if they could sour one another with a few words, they wouldn't gain face, but rather be labeled fools. I, Guling, will be the auctioneer for today's auction. Your time is precious, so I won't delay. The first item is a fire divine crystal. The starting bid is 100 divine stones, and each bid must be no less than 10. Normally, transactions at the saint level auction primarily focused on divine stones, and divine crystals were considered valuable items, as they were associated with the advancement of the laws. Fire laws possessed powerful offensive power, especially in the death realm, where they were extremely scarce. Only masters of fire laws could suppress undead of the same level. As for lightning laws, while even more powerful, masters who comprehended them were few and far between. Auctioning a thunder divine crystal as the first item would likely be a flop. 120 divine stones, 150 divine stones, 160 divine stones, 200 divine stones. VIP Room 1 immediately raised the price to 200 divine stones. This was already a high price, theoretically far exceeding the price of a single fire divine crystal. Furthermore, since it was VIP Room 1, the others stopped bidding. Gu Ling, however, said nothing, but with a charming smile, decided that VIP Room 1 would get the fire divine crystal. The second lot is a high-level law weapon heavy sword. Its materials are taken from high-level saint-level undead, meticulously crafted by Master Bayu of the Chamber of Commerce. The starting bid is 100 divine stones, with each increment being no less than 10. Everyone should know that Master Bayu is an expert in crafting law weapons, capable of unleashing their power to near limit. This law weapon is earth elemental, just one step away from becoming a lower-grade divine weapon. With this law weapon, comparable to a lower-grade divine weapon, you'll definitely have a much better chance of survival in the death realm. Especially when encountering powerful undead, a good weapon can almost mean the difference between life and death. Kino had never heard of Master Bayu, but seeing the excited expressions on the faces of most of the people around him, he knew he was something special. Gu Ling's fanning of the fan made many more eager to bid. The next moment, someone started saying, 150 divine stones, 180 divine stones, 190 divine stones, 200 divine stones. There were many who comprehended the law of earth, and teamwork was crucial. Therefore, they had some wealth, so at least 2 divine crystals would be no problem. 250 divine stones. Another middle-aged man added 50 divine stones in one breath, his determination to win, leaving the others hesitant. Meanwhile, Gu Ling, with a charming smile, spoke again. This earth elemental law heavy sword is truly the finest of the finest. If you miss this opportunity, there's no telling when the next one will come. There are no earth elemental law weapons in the following auctions. Gu Ling's words immediately stirred interest among the others, and within a moment, someone raised the price again. 280 divine stones. He added 30 divine stones in one breath, his tone gnashing with anger. It seemed that if he offered any more, there would be no hope. 280 divine stones for a law weapon was a steep price. Even the auctioneer would have to grit their teeth for hundreds of years to save up enough. 280 divine stones. No one's bidding any higher? If so, then this earth-type law heavy sword belongs to you. He said it 3 times in a row, but no one raised the price. Naturally, this second earth-type law heavy sword was sold for 280 divine stones. The man who bought a heavy sword had a strange expression on his face, not sure if he was happy or upset. If he had the choice again, he probably wouldn't have acted this way. Now for the third lot, the Black Bull Demon's monster egg. Everyone knows that the Black Bull Demon suppresses the undead, and its rapid advancement speed is enough to reach the saint level in just 100 years. In the Death God dimension, the Black Bull Demon's value is undeniable. The starting price is 10,000 divine stones, and each increment must be no less than 100. The appearance of the Black Bull Demon egg definitely excited everyone present, but most couldn't afford it, and those who could afford it didn't necessarily appreciate it. The Black Bull Demon was said to be powerful, but only to the saint level. At least not one had advanced to the god level so far. Moreover, 10,000 divine stones equaled 100 divine crystals. A lower-tier divine artifact seemed more appropriate. Only the 5 major families truly wanted to purchase it. Having it as a family heirloom pet was the perfect choice. Since no one's asking, Let the Leo family take the lead. 11,000 divine stones, plus 1,000 divine stones to start the prize. VIP room number 5 spoke up, adding 1,000 divine stones all at once. While it sounded like a lot, it was nothing to the 5 major families of Death City. Our Ed family also has their eye on this Black Bull Demon egg. 50,000 divine stones. If anyone offers more, that's fine, a faint voice echoed, and the Ed family immediately raised the price to 50,000. Such a price was indeed quite high. Since you've said so, Art, what's there to fight for? It's just a saint-level monster egg, not a god level 1, that's right, I'm not interested. Congratulations to the R family for obtaining the Black Bull Demon egg. 50,000 divine stones is truly generous. The other major families are all related, and I admire you greatly. But I wonder if you'll give up this monster egg below. Guling smiled and flattered the 5 major families. However, his earlier praise of the R family had left the other families feeling a little unhappy. Although they knew he was trying to sow discord, they couldn't afford to diminish their reputation. As Guling spoke, a monster egg appeared before him. The Black Bull Demon egg from before was only a foot in size, pitch black and emanating a deathly aura. But this monster egg was a full 10 feet in size, covered in strange runes, yet devoid of any aura. The people around him immediately focused their mental energy on it, but found nothing. It seemed like a dead egg. Miss Guling, putting this dead egg up for auction is really damaging to the reputation of your Yuanshan auction house. Let's not keep you in suspense about what secret this egg holds. That's right, your Yuanshan auction house has been established in Death City for tens of thousands of years. I've never heard of you auctioning a dead egg. This is not a good thing, you two have misunderstood. We at Yuanshan auction house will never undermine our reputation. This monster egg looks very strange and has no aura. However, it emits a life wave every year. Although it is very weak, it proves that it is still alive, and the inscription on this monster egg, according to our research, is the word for thunder from ancient times. If I'm not mistaken, this should be an egg of an ancient thunder element divine beast. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all, see you in the next video.